Hello, I am Bulblin, and this is Twilight Princess 100% 2025 edition. I last commentated a run of this category in 2023, and since then the route has changed a good amount. We've gotten to incorporate some new strats, and of course over time I've improved at the game. With all of those factors combined, this run, which is my current PB and the world record of 6 hours, 11 minutes, and 32 seconds, is nearly 3 minutes faster than the run I commentated in 2023. Let's get started. Unlike most of the other 3D Zelda games, Twilight Princess doesn't start with an unskippable cutscene, so the action starts right away. In nearly every speedrun category, the first thing that we do is roll to the Ordon Spring area. This can be for different reasons depending on the category. In the case of most speedrun categories, we go here for the void on either side of the bridge. It's the closest place to the beginning of the game where we can void out, and we can use that void to do a glitch called Back in Time, which essentially skips a lot of the introductory sequence in Ordon Village. This application of Back in Time saves a lot of time for the categories that can use it, but 100% cannot. This is because the glitch locks us out of ever getting several items that are required for 100%, the fishing rod, Sarah's bottle, the slingshot, the Ordon sword, and the Ordon portal. So instead, this run begins by getting Epona and riding her to the ranch, just as intended. In this area, and you may have noticed in the last area, I'm riding through some bushes just trying to get some rupees. In the last area, unfortunately, I didn't have good enough RNG to get 1 or more blue rupees, so I'll have to back that up later, as these are my savings to buy a slingshot for 30 rupees in just a few minutes. For an RTA run, which is to say, for a human doing a run in real time, having 4 rupees entering the ranch is pretty normal, not good RNG, but not terrible. To give you an idea of what's possible though, the Taskmaster in his 2024 Tool-Assisted Speedrun, or TAS, of 100%, entered the ranch with 25 rupees, which is some damn good RNG. Now here are the first 10 out of the total 50 goats I'll be herding over the course of this speedrun. For each goat herding session, the goats will always spawn in the same place and facing the same direction, but the way that they react to Link is RNG. Sometimes they won't react until Link gets very close, but sometimes they'll react from far away, and sometimes they'll move slowly, sometimes they move fast. Leaving the ranch, I will not take the somewhat obvious hint from Fado to jump over this fence, and will instead run around it, which is a little bit faster. That was a pretty good goats one. I actually did the slightly riskier strat of herding the right side goats before the left side, which is better pathing than the reverse, but is just a little bit finicky. I just want to mention here that soon I will go over the definition of 100% for this speedrun and a route overview, but there just hasn't been enough downtime yet, so give me a few minutes on that. For now, I will head back to Ordon Village to get the fishing rod. Notice that each time I start moving from a standstill, I'll do a short target walk before walking normally. This makes Link accelerate just a little bit faster than he would if I were to simply hold the control stick. Ideally outside Link's house I would head straight into the village, but because I didn't get good RNG earlier, I'm going to need to get this guaranteed blue rupee underneath the rock. If you've seen Twilight Princess speedruns before, you may already know that it's possible to skip the text from a blue or higher valued rupee by side hopping over it. I'll do that for other rupees later in the run, but I don't bother for this particular rupee because getting the text in this case has the advantage of making Link automatically drop the rock, whereas skipping the text would involve throwing the rock, which takes a little bit of time, and then trying to side hop over the rupee without seeing it in the tall grass. Jumping across these platforms, I'll press A mid-air so Link auto-rolls when he lands, and I intentionally angled Link before picking up the hawk grass so that his angle is perfect for releasing the hawk immediately without aiming. The auto rolls I mentioned just a moment ago are one of my favorite features of movement in Twilight Princess. They're possible in other 3D Zelda games, but only in limited scenarios, and I just find it to make platforming very smooth, not a lot of stopping and starting with landing animations. And as you may have guessed by this point, rolling is the fastest form of movement as human in most cases. Though obviously not this one, because it would be tough to roll with a cradle in your hands. Just as intended, I'll need to use this fishing rod to fish up a couple of fish for the cat to get the bottle and the slingshot, but first I'll do this neat jump onto the mailbox and then onto the roof of Uli's house to get these 2 convenient yellow rupees. This is another case where, at least for me, it isn't worth trying to skip the rupee text, because the camera on the roof is pretty awkward and I would have had to do it for both rupees individually. I'll pick up this one last green rupee hidden in the grass on the way to the dock to round out my slingshot savings. That was a pretty fast first fish. The swimming patterns of the fish and how long they take to bite are just RNG. Sometimes they take a little while, but I feel like there isn't too much variance usually. I would be remiss though if I didn't mention here an RNG heavy strat that I'm not going for, that theoretically can save some time, but almost never does. The strategy is called cat warp, and the idea is that because once you've caught one fish, the cat will follow Link around when he has the fishing rod out, you can actually catch the second fish from across the pond and make the cat warp to Link. This puts the cat closer to Sarah's shop, which actually does shorten this cutscene, and puts Link closer to the shop, which saves time on movement. Speaking of movement, I'm going to take an unintuitive path to the shop here. Movement through water is so much slower than movement on land that this is actually faster than taking a direct path. Anyway, the reason that cat warp isn't really worth going for is that there's RNG both in the cat's attention radius and in the fish's swimming pattern. The attention radius RNG actually means that sometimes cat warp just isn't possible. The cat will not notice Link from across the pond. I don't think the fish RNG can prevent a fish from ever coming across the pond to Link, but in my experience, the fish are often so far away that cat warp actually costs time relative to the normal strat. Anyway, I just got the milk bottle and bought the slingshot, and I'm now making a save in Sarah's shop. This isn't because I'm terribly concerned about losing my progress. The save is going to be used as part of a glitch in the Forest Temple later on. Here seems like an appropriate place to take a moment to talk about the requirements for 100%, because I'm about to do something that might appear to contradict them. In a casual playthrough or glitchless speedrun, I would now shoot down the spider on Link's ladder, go into his house, get the wooden sword, do the wooden sword and slingshot tutorials with the kids, and then follow Tallow into Faron. What I'm doing instead is skipping a few steps and going straight to Faron. But how can I do that? Don't I need the wooden sword for 100%? Nope, it isn't required, and there isn't even a dedicated slot for it on the pause menu. This is presumably because in casual play, Link gives the wooden sword to Tallow before becoming a wolf for the first time and never gets it back. Its slot on the pause menu is reused for the Ordon sword, so all we need for 100% is the Ordon sword filling that slot. Now this gate is meant to prevent me from getting to Faron without doing the tutorials, but with the help of my friend Dwayne the Rock, I can side hop into the gate and then bonk out onto the other side. I'll head to Koro for the lantern now and can talk a little more about hundo requirements. For the pause menu, I'll need to fill all of the slots, and generally with the highest upgrade or highest count possible. This rule isn't actually totally consistent, because I do need to get the giant wallet, giant quiver, all 60 pose, and all 24 golden bugs, and all 7 hidden skills, but I don't necessarily need to get the final intended scent, the medicine scent, nor do I need to fill the fishing journal, or get all of the letters. I just need to get the fishing journal, and get at least one letter to get the post bag on the menu. The rules for this category were created long before I was aware that speedrunning even existed, but I can make the educated guess that catching all the fish and getting all the letters aren't required for 100% just because they aren't fun in a speedrun context. I can see why some people think that's not how it ought to be, but that's how it is. The remaining 100% requirements, though, are exactly what you would expect. I need to get all of the heart pieces and heart containers for a total of 20 hearts. I need to open all 15 warp portals, and I need to fill the item wheel and get all of the highest upgrades, which means getting Iza's giant bomb bags, getting the coral earring for the fishing rod, upgrading Ilia's charm to the horse call, and repowering the Dominion rod. I just want to point out that this doesn't include filling the skybook with sky characters, and this is pretty easily justified by the fact that the skybook isn't even meant to be in the inventory when you finish the game. The only reason that I will have it at the end is because of a sequence break coming up in, 4.5 hours or so. So that's it for hundo requirements. I'll give that general route overview I mentioned earlier in just a little bit, but first, back to what's going on right now. I'm currently heading to go save Tallow, getting the small key along the way. This area is kind of a laggy one, so I'm going to use the first glitch discovered in the game, analog glitch, to help me roll in a straight line while I turn the camera to face a wall to reduce the lag. This really just amounts to tapping and releasing the target button so that I can keep holding up and Link will keep moving in the same direction even if I turn the camera around. This cave contains the first heart piece of the run, which is probably also one of the most forgotten heart pieces, just because this cave is in just about every single category, and every other category runs straight to the small key chest and leaves. I also have the opportunity in this cave to get destroyed by Keese while climbing this ledge. Nope, not today. What the heck is that? Oh, it's a wing. Well, got attacked, didn't get destroyed. Oh, I should mention for anyone who's not too familiar with this game that there are 5 heart pieces to a heart container in this game, as opposed to the 4 heart pieces to a container in, I think, every single other Zelda game. As I said earlier, rolling is generally the fastest form of movement as human, but you'll also sometimes see me run a little bit between rolls or before starting to chain rolls. This is because Link's speed during a roll is determined by his speed just before the roll. So for example, a roll from a standstill is 25 speed, and a maximum speed roll from running is 32.9 speed. At least that's true for flat ground. Link's roll speed and running speed is also affected by slopes, and while Tasses can do some pretty interesting break slide techniques to preserve speed up slopes and save just a little bit of time, in the context of an RTA run, this just means I'll be trying to chain rolls frame perfectly when I'm going up slopes, because even just one frame of running would greatly reduce the speed of the following roll. Now up to this point, there really have been no downsides to skipping the wooden sword, but only up to this point, because not having a sword makes this a little bit awkward. In order to save Tallow, I need to break the cage and kill both Bokoblins, but thankfully the Bokoblins can actually break the cage themselves, and then I can kill Bokoblins with the slingshot. If I get them in just the right place, there we go, some double hits. It would be wrong for me not to mention here that there are some speedrun categories that have to break the cage and save Tallow without even having the slingshot. In this situation, the Bokoblins can still break the cage, but then to kill the Bokoblins, one must push them all the way across the area to Trill's shop, and then have Trill peck them to death. Technically, it's also possible to drown the Bokoblins, which might seem kind of strange because there's no water in North Faron, but for some reason, pushing them to a very specific spot will make them drown on land. Given that context, having a slingshot but no sword is really not that bad. Alright, so saving Tallow finished Ordon Day 2, now I only have the third and final day left, and that means herding some more goats. This one is a batch of 20, but with the same general RNG components as the first batch of 10. Hopefully, I'll be able to do this in under 20 seconds. Looks okay so far. Yeah, the goat on the right reacted from pretty far away. That's alright, that's not too bad a time. We do have a category extensions leaderboard for goat herding, and my best time on that board is a 15:30, which is a pretty good time, but also not a time I'll ever come close to in a full game run, just because getting a time that fast requires playing it very risky and it's just not worth it. On the other hand, a task can herd 20 goats in under 14 seconds. Now I'm just going to head to the sewers to become a wolf, and I think this will be a good time to go through the route overview so I can get that out of the way and stop talking constantly. After clearing Ordon Village, a casual playthrough would bounce between Twilights and dungeons. Faron Twilight before Forest Temple, Eldin Twilight before Goron Mines, and Lanayru Twilight before Lakebed Temple. For a while, Hundo routes have jumbled this order up, entering Lakebed with a claw shot before clearing Lanayru Twilight, then beating Goron Mines between Lanayru Twilight and finishing Lakebed. But as a kind of far-reaching consequence of a bigger route change, this new route actually beats Goron Mines in the middle of Lanayru Twilight, for reasons I'll explain when we get there. Actually, if you go back to much older Hundo routes, Goron Mines was delayed until after Arbiter's Grounds, which had a number of drawbacks but was optimal at the time given the glitches that were known. I'll also come back to that later. After Lakebed and Midna's Desperate Hour, the Mirror Shard dungeon order is exactly as intended. Arbiter's Grounds, Snowpeak Ruins, Temple of Time, and City in the Sky, followed by Palace of Twilight and Hyrule Castle at the very end. But don't let that fool you. This section of the run actually has some of the biggest sequence breaks, both between dungeons and within them. They just don't affect the dungeon order. This section of the run also contains the day-night cycles, where we've meticulously routed Overworld Collection to line up with certain in-game time constraints that I'll go over when we get to them. There's of course some collection that happens before Midna's Desperate Hour, but most of it happens there. That section also contains this new route's main time saves, so stay tuned. What the heck? Link is a wolf now. It is kind of strange that the cutscene where Link becomes a wolf for the first time is skippable, but as a speedrunner, I am not complaining. Coming up, if I fall off this ledge in just the right place, I can get a... no, I missed it. You can get this cutscene with the spirit to start like half a second earlier before Link falls all the way down, but it's oddly precise. In general, as Wolf, for obvious reasons, I'll be doing a whole lot of dashing, and sometimes I'll be doing what's called dash canceling as well. Normally there's a cooldown that lasts for around 2 seconds between times you can dash, but here I'll dash, then do a B attack, and then I was able to dash again right afterwards. I'll do this again in the water in a moment by dashing, going into first person, exiting immediately, and dashing again. Dash canceling works because interrupting a dash within the first 10 frames eliminates the cooldown, whether it's done by B attacking, jumping off of something, or less usefully getting hit or bonking. The dash cancel in just a second will be a more obvious example of why it's useful. There I cancelled my dash with a B attack because it would have taken more than 10 frames for Link to reach the edge of the platform normally, and then he would still be in the cooldown when I landed, so I wouldn't be able to dash right away. Now here I'll talk to Midna from just outside her cutscene trigger before running into the trigger. I'll talk about that in just a minute. And next, if I'm very careful, I can line myself up perfectly to miss the platform. Would you believe me if I said that was intentional? I hope so, because it actually was intentional. To make the Z prompts for these Midna jumps appear, you actually have to go for and miss that jump once. And if you land in the water, there's a text box from Midna saying, "Ugh, what are you doing?" presumably in that voice. But if you jump from just the right angle like I did, you can avoid landing in the water, but still trigger the Midna jumps. Oh, and remember when I talked to Midna from just outside her cutscene trigger a minute ago? When you hit that cutscene trigger normally, there's a short animation of Midna landing on Link, followed by 3 sets of text boxes with a short cooldown between each pair of them. Talking to Midna from outside the cutscene trigger goes through this first set of text boxes, and then hitting the trigger means that the cooldown between text boxes occurs during the animation of Midna landing on Link. I timed it pretty informally once and got it to save 6 frames, so it's a pretty small time saver. But the underlying glitch, which is advancing text that's supposed to be locked in a cutscene without actually being in the cutscene, is called text displacement. And although this instance of it saved very little time, there will be one other instance of text displacement in the run, and it is actually so important that this route wouldn't work without it. You ever just get headbutted by a bird? Yeah, me too. Having just met Zelda, all I have left to do before heading into Faron is to get the Ordon sword, shield, and portal. If you've watched speedruns of other categories of this game before, you may be familiar with sword and shield skip, where we use a Bulblin named Hugo to jump over the Midna trigger that prevents us from entering Faron without the sword and shield. I won't be doing that right now because this is 100%, but I will say hello to Hugo. Hello, Hugo. Now you may be wondering whether it's possible for Hundo to skip the Ordon sword and shield, just like I was able to skip the wooden sword earlier. The short answer is no, and the long answer is no. In theory, I could fill the slots on the pause menu that the Ordon sword and shield go in with the wooden sword and a wooden shield from Malomart. That wouldn't necessarily be fast, but I could do it. The big problem with the idea is that the Ordon portal, which I can't replace with something else on a menu, only spawns if you've gotten the Ordon sword. And the Ordon sword only spawns if you've gotten the Ordon shield. And so I need to startle some villagers. Coming up in just a moment is one of the few Midna jumps in the game that can be ignored and replaced with a normal jump. That saves about 1.5 seconds over using the Midna jumps and is more precise than it looks. Here there's a cooldown before the Z prompt will appear, so I'll B attack down to the ground in that time to get closer to where I'm jumping to. This room is where I'll get the Ordon shield, and there's a uniquely stupid Midna jump in this room, where if I don't put Link in just the right position, the jump will fail. He won't actually make it up to the upper ledge. Based on the fact that no other Midna jump in the game is like that, I assume that's unintended, and what's definitely unintended is that if you stand in just the right place, you can actually get Link to clip out of bounds with that Midna jump and fall into the void. Maybe that counts as the wrong place. Next up is the Ordon sword, and really all I need to do on my way there is not get caught by Russell or accidentally talk to a frog. Fun fact about this sword, I'll never use it, not even once. I will, however, bonk on this table. In casual play, you'd use the Ordon sword all the way through the first 3 dungeons until you get the Master Sword, so you can consider its non-use a bit of foreshadowing. Here, Russell's position is random. Thankfully he wasn't in my way, but sometimes he is right near the hole, so you have to take a pretty big detour to avoid getting caught by him and watching a short cutscene. Hello, Hugo. Just one thing left to get on my way out, the Ordon portal. This being the first portal fight in the game, it features a single messenger, who is easily dispatched by 2 spin attacks, as I don't have the Midna charge attack yet. This portal fight was obviously an introduction to the concept, but in general the portal fights will be interesting little puzzles. Solving them and finishing the fight requires killing the last 2 or more Shadow Beasts at once, so no one Shadow Beast is ever left standing on its own. Obviously, I've played this game a few times, and I know the solution to all of these puzzles, but as a speedrunner, it's also important to be aware of the variance in the puzzles because of RNG. If, for example, a certain Shadow Beast walks a certain direction and is facing a wall, I need to know how to still get its attention. Anyway, I will need to make one trip back to Ordon later on in the run for the Iron Boots and for a heart piece, but for now that's it, and I'm entering Faron Twilight around the 21-minute mark, which is pretty good. Remember dash canceling from the sewers? I'm about to use one of those in a kind of niche way. This next dash is going to be a dash cancel into the cutscene. By doing that, I kept Link moving for a second even after I lost control of him, and then was able to dash again right after the cutscene. Now this portal fight is meant to be a scripted loss, kind of like the crumbling staircase in the sewers. After you've failed to avoid leaving only one Shadow Beast alive, Midna will offer the charge attack, which can target multiple enemies and make it possible to solve the puzzle. It turns out though that damaging the Shadow Beasts down in just the right way does make it possible to finish this fight without the charge attack, avoiding the scripted loss. But you'll notice that I didn't do that, and there's a very good reason for it. If I were to finish this fight on the first try, I would be locked out of ever learning the Midna charge attack, which would lead to a soft lock at the end of Lanayru Twilight, where the Midna charge attack is the only way to kill the final bug. Even if that weren't a requirement, the charge attack is so useful in other places that it would have been worth getting anyway. In fact, there's one particular use of the charge attack during this Twilight that will save quite a bit of time. Now, if you've watched an any percent run before, you'll know that clearing Faron Twilight is not required to beat the game. On top of that, clearing Twilights is not explicitly required in the definition of 100%, so theoretically I could skip this Twilight. Obviously, I'm not doing that, and that's because there are a couple of things that only become available after the Twilight is cleared. More on that in just a moment. First, I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Or 2 bugs with 1 wolf? Close enough. The keen observer will note that I killed those bugs, but didn't collect the tears, and I'll do the same with this bug. For these bugs, there's a period of about 5 seconds between the bug getting hit and the tear becoming collectible, though for flying bugs that's a little bit shorter. So for any bug that's in a place that I'm going to be backtracking through later, it makes sense to kill the bug now and continue on my way, then collect the tear on my second pass through the area so I don't have to wait. I'll turn off senses right before killing these bugs as it skips a short cutscene with Koro afterwards, and then I will collect these tears because there's going to be no reason for me to come back into Koro's house later on. Now I'll collect the tear from the bug that I already killed behind Koro's house. Because this one is a little bit of a detour, it's actually around the same speed as getting the tear earlier would have been, but all of the other tears that I leave will save more time. There's a small time saver that I don't go for here. Wolflink can clip through this gate, skipping the dig spot animation, and saving around a second. The clip itself isn't very difficult, but it's finicky enough that it's hard to save time with it consistently. You may have noticed that I didn't enter that load zone as quickly as I possibly could have. That's because I was killing the bugs and intentionally leaving the tears for later, and if I had left the area, hit the load zone, before the bugs had exploded, then they wouldn't have counted as dead. Next time I got to the area, they would have been alive again. Coming up, we'll see a small time saver that I didn't get to mention back in the sewers. With exactly one exception, whenever there's a Midna jump that's preceded by text, it's possible to get an early jump, like this, by pressing A on the single frame that the game accepts inputs between the text and the animation of Midna flying away. And missing this frame means having to wait for Midna to finish flying away before Link can jump. The general term I'll use for this is one-framer. having a one-frame opportunity for input between a text box and an animation or two cutscenes, and these come up all over the place, not just at Midna text. Very often, one-framers can't be used to save time at all, or save very little time, like the one that I just pointed out, which probably saved a second, maybe a second and a half. But the potential for time save depends entirely on context. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, there's an instance of text displacement later on that makes this route work, and the way that I'm going to get that text displacement is through a one-framer. Now, two bugs just dug into the ground right in front of me, but I'm completely ignoring them. If I killed them now, I'd have to dig them out of the ground first, but when I come through on my second pass, they'll already be on the surface. So what's all this business about a second pass anyway? Why am I not just beating the Twilight? Well, there's a very important detour that I need to make, and I'll do so if I can get a good swing. There we go. I used the Midna charge to get what's called a super jump off of that Shadow Beast to get out of bounds, and from here I can jump to a place that I'm really not supposed to be yet. This Howling Stone. No, just kidding, I mean the Sacred Grove. You're not supposed to be able to get here until after beating Lakebed Temple and Midna's Desperate Hour, so this means I'm going to be getting the Master Sword very early. This is a huge sequence break, and it's got quite a few ramifications and complications for Hundo, which I'll go over in just a little bit. But this is the reason that I'm going to be making a second pass through Faron. There's no way to simultaneously use a super jump to get out of bounds like I just did, and actually finish the North Faron Warp Portal fight to get the portal. Even if I had managed to make that super jump, kill the last Shadow Beast, and finish the fight, the cutscene afterwards of the portal forming would have teleported Link back to the center of the arena. By the way, for anyone unfamiliar with the game, I'm howling at this stone to spawn a golden wolf so I can learn a hidden skill later on. This particular stone spawns the golden wolf in the area south of Castletown, which you can see for yourself on this extremely detailed map. Yep, looks like Castletown to me. Now I can enter the grove and get what I really came here for. Just like back in Sarah's shop in Ordon, I'm going to make a save here that I'll use for a glitch later on. In a sense, it's the same glitch that the other save is going to be used for, but the two saves are used in pretty different ways to achieve that glitch. I promise that'll make at least a little more sense later on when you see it. Now in this sequence, I'll just be chasing Skull Kid around to hit him 3 times to start the fight, then I'll hit him 3 more times for good measure, and finally I can get the Master Sword. It's not the most exciting part of the run, but there is some speed tech, like this quick climb. Climbing in corners with certain geometry makes the climbing animation put Link out of bounds, and when that happens, the game aborts the climbing animation entirely and pops Link up to the upper level instantaneously. Bloop. Obviously, I only got that heart because it was in the way, but health can sometimes be a concern here. Dying at any point between entering the Sacred Grove and finishing the fight at the end puts Link back at the entrance, and you even have to howl again to restart. Now this won't really look like anything special, but I'm going to B-attack Skull Kid from a certain point here, so that Link has a good position for jumping all the way over the water after the cutscene. Making that jump isn't super precise or anything, but it does help to have a consistent position beforehand. Ooh, that was some sloppy camera work. It can be a little bit tricky to move the camera around while dashing as Wolf, but in Lost Woods I do move it a little bit, just to try to see the curvature of the paths and not run into any walls, ideally. Oh, as I said, only corners with certain geometry allow for quick climbs, so I couldn't do any there. There will be a few more throughout the run though. If I do this third hit just right, then I can get Link to jump off of the platform during the cutscene. He's invisible though, so it's kind of hard to tell until Skull Kid looks. No, he looked up. That means Link is still up. That's okay, that's a pretty minor time saver. Though in a TAS, it actually saves more time because you can jump to a very precise position where Skull Kid, when he's running away during the cutscene, will actually push Link along the path. It's very fun. Anyway, I just need to hit Skull Kid 3 times here, and on the remaining 2 phases he's going to blow his horn and spawn the puppets. To get him to blow his horn and become vulnerable again, I just need to kill at least one of the puppets. Now the conventional wisdom for a long time was that it's ideal to kill only one puppet, because if you kill 2 puppets and they don't die on the same frame, then you get 2 separate hit stun effects like I just did, instead of only 1, and each hit stun effect lasts for 5 frames. Something I discovered while making the glitchless task though, is that the amount of time it takes for a puppet to explode after it's been killed is variable. I'm not sure whether it's actually random or deterministic, but it can vary by at least 16 frames. That means that killing more than one puppet gives you a greater chance of one of them exploding quickly, and the first puppet explosion is what triggers the timer for Skull Kid to become vulnerable again. Now ideally, that means that you would kill more than one puppet on the same frame so that you still only get one hit stun, and unfortunately I got 2 hit stuns on each round, but that's not too big a deal. Now the only thing standing between me and the Master Sword is the hardest puzzle in video game history. Hopefully I will be able to figure it out. Or remember it, because the solution is the same every time. Incidentally, another solution to this puzzle is the mirror image of the solution that I'm about to use, but for some reason, even though it takes the same number of steps, it takes 1 frame longer to execute that solution, so it is slower. Oh, and the screen is flashing because I'm tapping the senses button during the jumps. There's a 2-frame... I just missed one. There's a 2-frame window on each jump to press senses and get the flash to happen, and it does absolutely nothing. Only 9 out of 12 sense presses. I should have reset. And so in just under 31 minutes, I'm getting the Master Sword already. Again, this is a pretty big sequence break. In a glitchless any % run, for instance, you wouldn't get the Master Sword for about 2.5 hours. Getting the Master Sword early in 100% has 3 main benefits and 1 big downside. The first benefit is that now I can transform and warp whenever I want to, even before beating Lakebed Temple. Obviously, this will cut out a huge amount of overworld movement. The ability to be wolf outside of Twilight can be useful for movement, but the ability to be human inside of Twilight enables some glitches and some big routing opportunities. We'll get to see quite a bit of that in action during Lanayru Twilight. Another benefit... This sword is too loud. Be quiet. Thank you. As I was saying, another benefit is the ability to enter Lakebed Temple without the Zora Armor. For some reason, when Link has the Master Sword, the save warp spawn location in Lakebed is changed from its default position at the beginning of the water-filled tunnel in which Link would surely drown, to just beyond the tunnel, where it would take some effort to get Link to drown. While I will need to get the Zora Armor eventually, this being a 100% run, there are 2 very useful items that I can get from going to Lakebed early before getting the Zora Armor. Those 2 items are the Claw Shot, which will be useful in Goron Mines and for avoiding backtracking to some heart pieces, and Uku, who will not only be useful for returning to Lakebed Temple, but who will also be instrumental in a certain glitch. The third benefit of having the Master Sword early is a pretty straightforward one. It deals double the damage that the Ordon Sword does. This saves some time in combat, particularly with Ook in the Forest Temple and Deku Toad in Lakebed Temple, both of whom take at least 2 cycles to defeat with the Ordon Sword, but can be 1-cycled with the Master Sword. On the other hand, the big downside to getting the Master Sword early, in 100% at least, is that it makes it difficult to enter Goron Mines. Basically, the sumo wrestling event with Goron that's supposed to lead into the dungeon is broken, so we'll have to use a glitch to get around that. In this run, it really won't appear to be too much of a roadblock, but before the modern method of entering Goron Mines was discovered, this posed a major routing challenge for 100%. Anyway, I think I was in the middle of Faron Twilight, so I'm gonna finish that now. As I was saying earlier, because I was unable to open the North Faron warp portal while also going out of bounds to get the Master Sword early, I just warped back to South Faron and will now backtrack to North Faron. And all the tears that I left from the bugs that I killed earlier are basically on the way. Oh, I also started to say earlier that clearing the Twilight isn't strictly required for 100%, but there are other things that are required that are only available in the post-Twilight state. For Faron Twilight, this just comprises Koro's bottle and the Poe in the Mist area. So theoretically, if we somehow had a way to get those 2 things without clearing the Twilight, then we could skip the Twilight in 100%. That said, it would still almost certainly be slower to do so. Since I already got the tears from the bugs in the middle of this area on my first pass, I can save a little bit of time by crossing the mist as human this time. And it doesn't look like the lantern is doing very much, but it actually is clearing the mist, you just can't see it very clearly during the Twilight. Here are the 2 digging bugs that I ignored on the first pass, because now that the cutscene is cleared, the bugs didn't dig. and I can get this convenient yellow rupee while I'm waiting on the tears. I've finally made it back to North Faron, and here's how I'll thank this Shadow Beast for helping me out earlier. That's how you say thank you in Shadow Beast. Wow, that was close. I almost bonked on the first leg of the charge attack because I didn't really manipulate the Shadow Beasts properly. From here, there are only 2 bugs remaining in the Twilight. I'm actually going to approach and kill these bugs in a specific way, because after I kill the second one, there will be a cutscene that I skipped and a short fade to black when I do so. But for reasons we don't fully understand yet, if you kill the bugs in some other ways, the fade to black actually takes longer. Hey Link, what's your favorite yoga pose? Ah, the forward-facing seahorse. That's one of my favorites as well. Coming out of this cutscene, I'm going to go for a 1-framer, skipping some Midna text. Very nice. And I want to head to the Forest Temple, so I'll take advantage of having the Master Sword and simply warp there. If you were thinking it was costing a lot of time to have to backtrack through Faron after getting the Master Sword, this one warp by itself actually saves all of that time back and more. Basically, if I didn't do this warp, I would have to backtrack through Faron now, only this time I would have to get a key from Koro first and escort the monkey slowly across the mist. Now, I hope you're prepared for all comedy to be ruined forever, because I'm about to do the funniest thing imaginable, which is to make Link face away from this wolf. Imagine there was some laugh track there. This golden wolf, by the way, is not the one that I got from howling at the stone 10 minutes ago. This one spawns automatically and in a place where Link normally can't avoid it, because it's actually impossible to finish the game without the first hidden skill, Ending Blow. As we saw just now though, Link has to be human for the golden wolf to activate and try to teach him Ending Blow. So in a glitched speedrun where we get the Master Sword early, it's actually possible to run straight past the golden wolf as Wolf and never learn Ending Blow. Outside of a 100% speedrun, the only problem this actually presents is the final input of the game, the Ending Blow to defeat Ganondorf, which actually does check for Ending Blow in the inventory. Because of this, and other ways that having the Master Sword early can enable skipping Ending Blow, there is a small but legendary group of runners who have gotten all the way to the end of an any percent run, and then realized that they couldn't finish the game. Maybe someday I will join their number. The Golden Wolves themselves don't directly correspond to specific hidden skills. Link always learns the 7 hidden skills in the same order, regardless of the order in which he visits the Golden Wolves. And aside from just needing to get all 7 hidden skills for 100%, they will all be used over the course of the run. Next up is the first dungeon, the Forest Temple. Even in Hundo, it's a pretty broken one, on account of 2 glitches that skip rescuing 7 out of the 8 monkeys, which really streamlines the dungeon. The first of those 2 glitches is coming up right now, and it's kind of complicated, so I'll just narrate it as it goes and then explain it right afterwards. Just as anyone would, the very first thing I'll do in the dungeon is turn around and jump attack out of bounds, so that I can void out, making sure to make a save first. Now I'm timing releasing the physical reset button on the Wii, so that Link voids out and the game resets on the very same frame. The void makes the game respawn Link, and the reset makes that happen on the title screen. Now if I load a file while voiding out on the title screen, the game will basically try to load that file but on the title screen map. For a file with the correct layer, room ID, and spawn point ID, this will load the King Bulblin 1 fight, which does normally take place on the title screen map. But I don't want to fight King Bulblin. I just want to reset and press start to skip the King Bulblin intro cutscene while I do, and now I can just load my Forest Temple file and continue playing. So what did any of this nonsense achieve? When a boss area loads, the game checks the value of a memory address we call the boss flag. If the value is 0, the boss intro cutscene plays, and otherwise it doesn't. My boss intro cutscene is skipped by pressing start. The game sets the boss flag to a high value that then decreases to 0 over the course of a few seconds. This design makes it so that skipping an intro cutscene can reload the area without re-triggering the cutscene on an endless loop. But the boss flag is exploitable because it doesn't get reset to 0 when the game is reset. So when I reset in the King Bulblin fight and skip the cutscene just now, I set the boss flag to a high value just before the reset, and now I'm continuing on my main file in the Forest Temple with a high boss flag value. A straightforward way to exploit this would be to enter a boss room now and have the intro cutscene automatically skipped, which does save time and will be done twice later on in the run. But for now, it turns out that the game reuses the boss flag memory address to keep track of whether Link has rescued enough monkeys to get to the mini-boss Ook, if he can open the door. So because I set the boss flag to a high enough value, it turns out Link does have enough monkeys to get to Ook, even though he's only rescued 1. The actual boss flag value needed to get to Ook is 3 or more, and the reset in the King Bulblin fight set the value somewhere in the 30s or 40s, so I'll even have some boss flag left over for later, which is why I always have Tupperware handy while running 100%. I still have a couple more things to explain about the early monkeys glitch, but I'll have to get to that after the Ook fight. The extra damage that the Master Sword deals compared to the Ordon Sword actually did already save me a little bit of time in the first room of the dungeon, but it'll save me even more time during Ook because I can finish the fight in 1 cycle instead of 2. And the number of times Ook hops before throwing the boomerang is random. This is not the best RNG. Okay, not too bad. The minimum number of hops is 2, and I just got 4. Theoretically, there's no maximum number of hops, you can just keep hopping forever. And in fact, the most hops I've ever gotten is 25, which is tied for the worst on record. Okay, the very last things I need to explain about early monkeys. Most bosses can be used to set the boss flag. The only reason that I used King Bulblin is that he's convenient because I can wrong warp to him. There are a few boss maps, including Ook's, that actually don't use the boss flag, which is why I still needed to skip the intro cutscene for Ook and why that didn't set the boss flag to 0. Finally, the names of the glitches that I used to get to King Bulblin are Back in Time, which is what respawned Link on the title screen, and Back in Time Equipped, which is what applied the file that I saved in Sarah's shop earlier to the title screen map to load the fight. These glitches are pretty interesting, and they do have some other applications in speedrunning, but if I may fire a few shots here, I'm actually glad that Back in Time glitches aren't as powerful in Twilight Princess as they are in Skyward Sword, where, at least to me as a viewer, it seems like every dungeon is trivialized by that same repetitive sequence of enter the dungeon, do Back in Time, and basically skip to the end of the dungeon. Anyway, that was the one and only use of Back in Time in this run, and now that I have the boomerang, I just need to get the 2 heart pieces in the dungeon, and then head to the boss. Even though the heart pieces are actually closer to Ook's room than the dungeon entrance, it was faster for me to save warp because getting out of Ook's room the normal way takes approximately 1 lifetime. Here's a pretty cool strat that the Taskmaster came up with when making the first 100% task. Instead of picking up this bombling the normal way, I can throw the boomerang at just the right angle from just the right place to pick up the bombling without making it explode. Now to get to this room, I'll use the first boomerang long jump attack of the run. I'll explain those right now to distract you from the slapstick of me trying to skip climbing this ledge. When Link does a jump attack, its speed is determined by whether he's locked onto something or not, and if he is, where that thing is. A jump attack without being locked onto anything is 25 speed. On the other hand, the default locked-on jump attack speed is 36. Oh, one sec, this is a cool strat. Gonna throw the boomerang during a jump here so I can auto-roll during the cutscene. Just a nice little optimization. Anyway, if what Link is locked onto during a jump attack is sufficiently far away and either on higher ground than he is, or over a void, that jump attack will get a speed boost and can reach 72 speed. This can be done while locking onto anything, including enemies, but since Link locks onto the boomerang when he throws it, it's very convenient to use for these long jump attacks, or LJAs, because you can choose where it goes. There's one more heart piece to get in this wing of the dungeon, so I'll pick up this bombling with the boomerang strat again, or I'll miss it because I was slightly too close and go for the backup, which is feeding a pot to the Deku-like, bonking behind it to the heart piece, and feeding it the bombling on the way out. When the boomerang put the bombling on the floor right next to Link, it looked like I could have just picked it up and continued with that strat. The thing is, that bombling is not the one that's intended to be used to get to this heart piece. You're supposed to use the one up by the door to the 4th monkey's room, which of course I skipped, so I never went up there. So to be tantalizing, I suppose, that bombling's fuse is set to be just a little bit too short to make it to the Deku-like if you pick it up normally. But if you pick it up while already running at full speed using that boomerang strat, you can just barely make it, and it saves a couple of seconds over the pot strat. Oh no. Like I said before, I'm just heading to the boss now, and to get to the boss key in this room, I can do a somewhat precise jump here, to skip running around the room. Here I'll only target 3 of the 4 fans, but still hit all 4 of them, just so the boomerang doesn't stop an extra time. That was a pretty good roll to the chest. I didn't quite get it here, but it's very satisfying to get the perfect roll into that cutscene so that you just have to press A afterwards to open the chest. And now I'll just head to the boss, and we'll get to see how I skip the final 4 monkeys, which is much, much simpler than how I skipped those first 3. In this next room, I'll throw the boomerang and then roll shortly before the bridge cutscene starts to get just a little bit of extra distance. I want to make sure actually not to get too much extra distance by rolling as late as possible, otherwise Link will be grabbing the ledge after the cutscene. Oh, here I used to do an LJA to skip climbing this step, but I finally timed it and it was actually slightly slower than just climbing, so I don't do it anymore. This is the room that I'm not supposed to be able to cross without the help of all 8 monkeys making the chain. Turns out, I can just boomerang LJA across. Make my way up these mushrooms with the kind of funky collision. Didn't mean to turn around quite that much. And then LJA to the door. I think that's a pretty good demonstration of how useful LJAs can be. And I will be doing quite a few of them throughout the rest of the run, but I think the 2 that I just did probably saved the most time. Having to rescue all the monkeys and build the chain cost something like 8 minutes. Now, normally entering Diababa's room triggers a short skippable cutscene, but the cutscene is automatically skipped here because I still have the boss flag set from earlier. But as expected, this cutscene being skipped does set the boss flag to 0, so next time I want to use it, I will need to set it again. Now in the second phase of Diababa, I'll need to hit the main head with 2 bomblings, and the way you're supposed to do that is to wait for Ook to come out and bring the bomblings, but that's pretty slow. So I just gathered 2 bomblings and put them right where Link will spawn after the mid-fight cutscene, so I can do some juggling in phase 2. We call this strategy Ookless, and it's pretty precise, but with a setup it's very consistent. It's also very cool to watch. There you go, that's the Ookless Diababa fight. I think that saves about 45 seconds over using Ook, but I'm not totally sure about that number because every category that fights Diababa does this. Well, actually there are a few categories that for one reason or another have bomb arrows available for this fight, so that makes Ookless trivial, you just shoot the head. But anyway, there aren't any speedrun categories that have a reason to use Ook during this fight, so I've never made a thorough comparison. Do I need the heart container? I'm pretty good on health, but it is a 100% run. I should probably get it. There's the first dungeon down. When I'm doing runs, I think of a very solid beginning to the run as being saying yes to Midna to leave the Forest Temple in under 48 minutes. It's hard for me to do that consistently, especially with all of the RNG in the first 20 minutes or so. This one was a 48:01, so not bad at all. But somehow one time I just had an insane beginning and got a 47:31, and I hope to see that number again someday, but it may never happen. Anyway, I'm now heading to Eldin Twilight, and can save a little bit of time just by being Wolf on the way there since I don't have Epona. Hey Koro, see ya later. I think this load into Hyrule Field is actually the longest one in the game. Yep, still loading. Oh, I got a surprising number of questions about skipping this cutscene on my glitchless task. Okay, I pressed start too early there. There we go. Like a lot of other cutscenes in the game, that cutscene teleports Link to a certain place, so I guess it looks a little bit weird when you skip the cutscene and he kind of teleports there, but that is just a normal cutscene skip. I just pressed start twice. So it appears that instead of dashing to Eldin, I'm dashing to a wall, That's because there's a postman trigger on the path to Eldin, and I want to skip it with a boomerang LJA. That LJA worked because I did the jump attack input when the boomerang was out of bounds, and when it's out of bounds, it's over a void, at least in most cases. Now I mentioned at the beginning of the run that although I don't need to get all of the mail from the postman for 100%, I still do need to talk to him once to get the post bag on the pause menu. I could have fulfilled that requirement by talking to him just now, but later on in the run, about 4 hours in or so, there will be a section where, spoilers, I'll be collecting a bunch of stuff, and I'll need to travel all across the overworld to do so. There will be a bunch of postman triggers on the path that I'm taking, and if I just hit one of them, then the rest of them are cleared. Doing that is a lot faster than trying to skip all of the triggers, and I need to talk to the postman anyway, so that'll be the one time that I talk to him. I'll pan the camera downwards here after pointing Link in the right direction, just to reduce a little bit of lag in this large area. This is the site of a very important one-framer for any percent, though it's not used in this category. If I were to input a jump attack right now, then Link would jump attack into the gorge and this cutscene wouldn't play, so Midna wouldn't force me to warp to Faron. Now for 100%, I want to warp to Faron here because I want to warp the bridge back so I can use it to get to Kakariko now, and so that I can warp back here later and do some collection. In any percent, we can't warp the bridge because we haven't beaten Eldin Twilight or Forest Temple, so taking this forced warp causes some routing issues and is better skipped, at least initially. Something I've considered while brainstorming route ideas for 100% is delaying completing the Forest Temple until after Lakebed Temple and Midna's Desperate Hour, mainly as a way of advancing in-game time so that nothing inefficient needs to be done to spend daytime to reach nighttime. I'll talk about in-game time management quite a bit more later on, but delaying beating Forest Temple would mean never being able to warp this bridge. And that would skip this cutscene, but ideally that would also mean getting the Gorge Void one-framer, doing Rupee Roll to get to Kakariko like any percent does, the opponent sliding over the gorge during the wagon escort for Zora Armor, and somehow dealing with the bridge not being there while going for the collectibles in the area, and oh yeah, never being able to warp directly to the gorge. It would mean having bombs and bomb arrows for the second half of Forest Temple, but would also incur a cutscene on the way back into Forest Temple that's supposed to play on the way to the Master Sword. So it would be pretty interesting if we ever managed to make a late Forest Temple route fast, but for now there are a few too many obstacles. Anyway, Kakariko, that's where I am. Unlike the other two Twilights, Eldin Twilight won't have any route detours in the middle of it, though it will have one interruption with the Howling Stone. So it's a relatively fast-paced one, and it's pretty technical as well. Hey look, it's the Kakariko Wall Inspector. You've inspected your last wall, buddy. The way that I tagged those two Shadow Beasts with the Midna charge attack was a little bit inefficient, but I did do it on purpose. Somewhat often, if they're tagged in the opposite order, which is more efficient, the charge attack will just miss one of the Shadow Beasts. I've heard this is something to do with the slope of the ground, so maybe the ground is interrupting one leg of the charge attack or something, but I don't really know for sure. Now in a glitchless or casual playthrough, the first stop in Eldin Twilight is the Sanctuary, straight ahead, where there's a puzzle to open a hole in the floor to get to the basement bugs, which then lead to the graveyard bug. In this glitched run though, I can kill the graveyard bug first, and then clip into the well to kill the basement bugs. I'll be returning through the graveyard after that, so I can kill this bug and leave its tier here just like I was doing in Eldin Twilight. Here's a quick tutorial on how to do well clip. Well, clip. Obviously, the collision there was not designed with human Link in mind because you're not meant to be human there. Now if this room goes right, I should be able to kill all three bugs in one charge attack. Those bugs are quite chaotic normally, and I know that setup looked a little bit slow, but not hitting all of them is a bit slower. Now because I hit the load zone on the way into the well after the graveyard bug had exploded, it'll still be dead and I'll be able to collect its tier right away. It takes some time to climb up to the bug here in Malomart, but thankfully there's a very convenient manip I can do. If I bonk the left wall and then spam target, the bug just comes down to me. Tears don't officially count as collected until they show up in the vessel on the HUD on the right and Link turns blue, which thankfully just happened before I even entered the crawl space. But the amount of time it takes for that to happen is variable. I don't know whether there's an RNG component, but Link's position relative to the tear is definitely a factor. Anyway, it is possible to touch that tier and then make it all the way to the load zone in the crawl space before the tier collects, which doesn't count as collecting it and is a pretty big time loss because it means going back into Malomart, climbing all the way up to where the tier is, and then exiting again. So it's good to be careful to avoid that. Now here, because of Link's position, the bug will fly to the floor instead of one of the upper platforms, and now I can bonk on this counter during the cutscene, which dislodges the bug upstairs and sets it on a pretty good cycle for me to kill right as I enter the door. While waiting on the tier to form, I can get this yellow rupee pretty much for free, side-hopping over it to skip the text box. And here I'll be able to save a little bit of time exiting by jumping from platform to platform instead of climbing. There's another jump that I could do here to save time, but it's incredibly precise, from the stairs on my left to the platform I'm climbing right now. It saves a very small amount of time for a task, so it doesn't seem worth going for in runs. After this bug dies, I'll push its body a little bit out of the corner so that I can stand in the corner and jump attack to get the tier, and then while waiting, I can go for some rupees from these boxes. No bad RNG. That is not the angle I meant to jump attack at, but close enough. Here's another corner I can cut with a jump. Not like that. Like that. Just like the bug in the inn fireplace, if I get in the right position here, the bug will land on the floor, in the perfect place for its tier to form right at the exit to the room. This is another place where I need to be careful not to leave before Link finishes collecting the tier. Next up is Bomb House Skip, which is by far the trickiest part of this Twilight. There's a bug at the top of the stairs that has a big trigger to start heading into the building, which then leads to Link blowing up the bomb house in a cutscene. It's not supposed to be possible to kill this bug before it enters the building, but I can do it if I cross this gap with a pretty precise jump, and when this bug is dead, the game pretty much acts as though the cutscene of the building blowing up has happened already. This saves a good chunk of time, about 30 seconds. Now I could have made that precise wolf jump a lot less precise by transforming into human and using a boomerang LJA instead. That's about 4 seconds slower than the wolf method though, on account of the two transformations. Just like back at the basement bugs, I'm going to do some kind of strange movement here to make this bug behave. If I attack it and then run this way and get hit by it, it will always run out of the corner and become vulnerable. Without a manipulation like that, it's pretty common for that bug to run in circles in the corner a few times before coming out, and while it's in the corner, it can't be killed. By the way, you may have noticed that I had to wait a second before digging into that dig spot because the tier hadn't collected yet. Link's side hop speed is a little bit faster than his jump speed, so I'll do this. Here's another example of a quick climb like the one I pointed out on the way to the Master Sword. I'm about to reload the area by howling, so I'm just going to howl after this bug explodes, and then the tier will be collectible immediately after I've finished with the stone. This Howling Stone spawns the Golden Wolf in the Ordon Spring, which I will learn Shield Bash from soon. This is also one of only 2 Howling Stones that the next 100% task, which the Taskmaster is working on, will howl at. In mid-2024, a glitch called Item Wheel Delay was discovered, which among other things makes it possible to save and quit during cutscenes. Saving and quitting between Link learning a hidden skill from a Golden Wolf and the wolf respawning Link back in the overworld makes it so the Golden Wolf doesn't despawn and can be reused to learn another hidden skill. This has some pretty interesting routing benefits for 100%, and I'd love to be able to use it in a run someday, but unfortunately, in its current form at least, This trick is very much TAS only, as it requires frame-perfectly alternating between the A and B buttons for minutes at a time. Here's that tear from the bug I killed before the Howling Stone. I mentioned the technique of dash canceling by B attacking and jumping off ledges back in the sewers, and I've been doing it ever since then, but the method of getting down these stairs quickly is a little highlight for the technique. This particular Shadow Beast fight is kind of RNG heavy, but it also doesn't matter that much because of that steam vent you can see in the background. It starts its cycle when this area loads, and while a TAS can barely make it past on an early cycle, a human will always have to wait out part of a cycle if things go well, so minor time losses don't end up mattering. To avoid climbing or bonking on the little ledge after the Midna jump, I will dash the wrong direction momentarily. This final bug is another one that's pretty chaotic, so I'm going to kill it in a very specific way, just to make sure that it doesn't get away. In a casual playthrough, the game would automatically transform Link back to human from wolf at the end of a Twilight, and though this wasn't apparent at the end of Faron Twilight because I ended that one as human anyway, having the Master Sword early cancels this automatic transformation. Now the intended path from Eldin Twilight to Goron Mines is going to Death Mountain to get knocked down by a Goron, taming Epona, riding Epona all the way back to Ordon for the Iron Boots, riding Epona all the way back to Kakariko, fighting King Bulblin 1, and finally ascending Death Mountain with the Iron Boots to get to the dungeon. This 100% route does those things in an order, eventually. There are some key changes though, one of which, and probably the most minor, being picking up this golden bug on the way to Death Mountain. The most major change is probably that Goron Mines isn't even the next dungeon I'm going to enter. I've got some errands to run along the way. Being wolf in Kakariko was a little bit convenient, it saved a small amount of time getting that golden bug, but being wolf here is very convenient. As human, I would need to climb the entire netted wall, but as wolf I can just use the Midna jumps. And then when the Goron attacks, I can just warp back to Kakariko. See ya. After Link has interacted with that Goron, Renato is standing at the entrance to Death Mountain Trail with some automatic dialogue that apparently is so important that he's willing to shout it all the way across the village to the warp spot. Next, I will be taming Epona as intended, but, well, it'll look a little different. If flashing lights are bad for you, I would recommend looking away for 35 seconds or so. If flashing lights are not bad for you, though, I would recommend looking directly at the screen. I was told at one point that in a previous commentary video I used the terms texture and model incorrectly in describing what's going on here. I have no technical knowledge whatsoever about video game graphics, so this time I'm just going to say the game doesn't expect you to be a wolf here. Now the reason I did this as wolf is because I warped to Kakariko and was already a wolf, and will now want to be a wolf again because I can just warp to Ordon Village instead of riding Epona, which saves a little over a minute. Before I head to Bow and the Iron Boots, I'll make another small detour to learn Shield Bash. And by the way, I do know that it's called Shield Attack in this game. For some reason, most speedrunners call it Shield Bash, and I just go with that because it doesn't matter. Actually, tangential to the fact that you're about to see on screen that it's called Shield Attack, I don't think I've explained why this run is on English. For the GameCube version of the game, which is what this is, most speedrun routes of most speedrun categories can be done on any language, any version, with the caveat that a couple of things are patched on the Japanese version, though they can be worked around. Aside from one kind of weird glitch you can access if you're playing in French, but that isn't fast for speedruns, the main difference between versions is really just text box length. Most of the text in the game is fast text, meaning that an A press will fill out the rest of the text box in one frame, regardless of its length. So only slow text makes a real difference, and there isn't that much slow text in the game. You pretty much only get it when you're getting a new item or collectible. For some reason, which items and collectibles get slow text and which get fast text is not consistent across languages. English, for instance, gets fast text on all but one golden bug, which is very beneficial for 100%. Now, the iron boots are really the main goal of this Ordon trip, but this is also the last time I'll be in Ordon for the entire run. And there's one more heart piece that I'll need to get while I'm here, which is the Goats 3 heart piece. So I'm calling Epona because I need to herd goats. Otherwise, it would be faster to just roll to the village. I'm rich! This is also my final opportunity to pointedly ignore the wooden sword and not go into Link's house. The wooden sword is still there in a chest, and I could go get it, but I won't. Now, Bo is straight ahead, but I'll take a small detour first to get 100 rupees from behind Russell's house. These will be useful for buying the bottle from Koro soon. And I avoided rupee text just by being on Epona, also known as not on the ground. Groose? There's not too much going on in this cutscene, but I do want to point out Bo's happy smiling door. Look at it. So happy. Unfortunately, by the time of the release of Twilight Princess HD, happiness was outlawed and the door's design was changed. Now I get to wrestle Bo for the iron boots. Wrestling Bo is essentially weighted rock, paper, scissors, though there is a skill component in how fast one can mash. If I get good RNG, then I'll be able to slap him, and then press A fast enough to push him off in one cycle. And I missed the one cycle there, but fortunately, since he was so close to the edge of the ring, 3 out of the 4 moves he could have done would let me win. The second round is essentially the same as the first, but with different RNG weighting. Getting the one cycle on each round requires mashing A at a minimum of roughly 12 Hz, but since the game runs and pulls inputs at 30 Hz, mashing any faster than 15 Hz ends up dropping inputs because the game sees them as landing on adjacent frames, which is equivalent to holding the button. Thankfully, I was able to one cycle on that second round, and I got pretty good RNG on both rounds. By the way, if you've watched Twilight Princess speedruns before, you may be wondering why I didn't get the iron boots at the beginning of the run, like most other categories do. Wrestling Bo is only available once the game's flag for having tamed Epona is set. I just set that flag in the old-fashioned way by taming Epona, but that flag being set is also a consequence of making a save in back in time, which is how most other categories start and skip most of Ordon Village, which again, this category was unable to do because that would have locked me out of some items. One very subtle way to save time talking to NPCs is to anticipate where the camera's going to want to rest and put it there in advance. Because I at least approximated this camera angle with Link and Fado on opposite sides of the screen, when the camera shifted as the dialogue began, it took a little bit less time than it would have otherwise. Now these are the last 20 goats of the 50 that I needed to herd this run. Goats 3 is exactly the same as Goats 2. That goat ran straight past the barn. Alright, that wasn't too bad. This run is really not a great showing of my finely tuned goat herding skills. Oh well. Next up, as I mentioned before, the game intends for me to ride back to Kakariko. I will do no such thing at any point in the run, actually, because I could just warp back to Kakariko, but that's not even where I'm going right now. Right now, I'm heading to Lanayru. I mentioned earlier that I'll be able to get into Lakebed Temple early for the Claw Shot and for Uku, and those will be really useful in conducting all of this Eldin business I'm meant to take care of. This time I actually am calling Epona just because she's fast, not because she's required for anything specific here. Link's maximum roll speed is 32.9, and in Hyrule Field, Wolf Link's maximum dash speed is 45, and Epona's maximum dash speed is 73. Another factor in this decision is that along the way I'm going to get a golden bug and a heart piece that I can only get as human, so if I were traveling as Wolf I would need to transform to human, get those, and then transform back. I do some kind of strange looking targeting here. This is just to delay the boomerang and heart piece getting back to Link until Epona is parked near the bug. If the heart piece had gotten back to Link earlier, it would have stopped him at Epona, and then I would have had to awkwardly move Epona from a standstill just a little bit forward to this tree. Now the gate I'm approaching is not the intended way to get to Lanayru for the first time. It only opens during the escort sequence, which is after Lanayru Twilight has already been cleared. But I can easily clip through the gate with a wolf side hop, and not only get here early, but effectively skip a few minutes of dashing across Hyrule Field I would have had to do otherwise. From here, I'll hit the enormous Bridge of Hylia cutscene trigger from the wrong side. This doesn't let the game load the area properly. My, isn't the sky a nice shade of green today? You may have noticed that I jumped off the bridge as human. Typically, there isn't much for human Link to do in a Twilight, but this is not a typical Twilight. In fact, I'm not even really starting the Twilight yet. This is where I'm going to head to Lakebed Temple. The load from the Bridge of Hylia put me pretty conveniently right above the dungeon entrance, and because I haven't warped the volcanic rock from Death Mountain yet to unfreeze Zora's domain, the water level in Lake Hylia is still low. It is in fact just barely low enough to allow Link to sink down, use a pillar to clip out of bounds, and swim to the dungeon entrance without running out of air. Strictly speaking, this Midna call isn't required for the trick to work, but it causes Link to float up to where he can clip in a more controllable way. As I mentioned earlier, entering Lakebed will put Link in a water-filled tunnel where he will surely drown. But again, because I have the Master Sword, save warping will put Link on land, which incidentally is faster than swimming to land with the Zora Armor anyway. Since I'm mid-save warp, this is a good time to use the Sacred Grove save I made earlier to set the boss flag like I did in Forest Temple. This use of the boss flag is pretty different though, and it's done quite differently as well. Howling at the stone to start the Skull Kid chase sets the boss flag to a value of 1. That's it. This is a little faster and a whole lot simpler than the back in time trick I had to do in Forest Temple. The reason that I didn't just do this in Forest Temple is the application. Building the monkey chain to Ook requires a boss flag value of at least 3. Here though, I just need the boss flag to skip a boss intro cutscene like it did for Diababa, and that only requires a non-zero value. You'll see in just a minute how this is useful. Hello, purple friend. Didn't quite make it through the hoop today. Maybe next time. It is possible to clip through the gate that I just opened, but the clip is very precise and doesn't save much time, and I'd have to do it twice because I'll be going through this room a second time later on, so I don't think it's worth it. Likewise, this cutscene with the stalactite and Midna can also be skipped, and it's not even very difficult to do so, but again, same deal, I'll have to go through this room again, so I'd have to skip it a second time, and it's not worth it. But anyway, something I actually am doing in this room is using LJAs to get to the door instead of bomb arrows as intended. LJAs are faster anyway, but also remove the requirement of having the bow and bombs, neither of which I have at this point. As I've said, I'm here to get the claw shot and Uku, and Uku is right in this room, but I'm not going to get her just yet. Getting Uku without the claw shot requires turning the staircase a couple of times, and I'm going to have to come back to this room with the claw shot anyway, so I'm just going to head to Deku Toad first, using this double LJA. The targeting for those LJAs is not really as precise as I made it look just now, but I was just being careful, because falling in that room costs a whole lot of time. On the way to Deku Toad, I can grab one of Lakebed's 2 heart pieces. This heart piece is supposed to be the very last thing to become accessible in this dungeon, since it requires raising the water level twice, but with a somewhat precise double LJA, I can make it over. The main reason that double LJA is somewhat precise is that I needed to not break this pot, so that I could use it to weigh down the switch. Killing this Lizalfos sometimes crashes the game, but it didn't this time. Thank goodness. The Lozalfos wasn't really blocking me from the chest, but it might have prevented me from doing this. This respawns Link back at the door I entered through and skips climbing some vines. Next, I'll just do one more double LJ to get to the room outside Deku Toad. If you're familiar with the layout of this dungeon, you may be wondering why I'm going to the exit side of Deku Toad's room instead of the entrance side, and the answer is the boss flag that I set when I entered the dungeon. Casually, you're supposed to enter Deku Toad's room through an underwater tunnel and hit a cutscene trigger that closes the trap door. Only after that cutscene plays can you look up to the ceiling to start the fight, which is why entering this door normally doesn't work. But as we know, a non-zero boss flag value skips boss intro cutscenes. That meant that I could enter through the exit and still look up to start the fight. There are multiple other ways to get to Deku Toad early, but manipulating the boss flag is best for this category because the other methods use items I don't have yet, like bombs or Zora Armor. Anyway, I took care of the tadpoles, if by took care of I mean killed, and now I can one-cycle Deku Toad with a combo with somewhat precise timing. Dealing that much damage in one cycle is not possible with the Ordon sword, so having the Master Sword saved about 20 seconds here. Unfortunately, it doesn't make sense for the 100% route to have a bomb bag at this point. If I had one, I could have further shortened that fight by 11 seconds with a pretty precise strategy of catching a bomb in the boomerang within the first few frames of the fight. So I have the claw shot, all I need now is Uku, and the fastest way to get to Uku is to save warp back to the entrance. I see you up there, purple friend. I guess while I'm backtracking, I can mention that there are a bunch of different routes through Lakebed. 100%, all dungeons, any percent, and all fused shadows, which is a kind of half-game category that only beats the first 3 dungeons, all do this dungeon a little bit differently. It basically comes down to whether the dungeon will be beaten in 1 trip or 2 trips, which would mean getting Uku, and whether the category in question will need water bombs from one of the chests in the first couple of rooms. As one might expect, glitchless Lakebed is also quite different, as is Lakebed on the Wii version. Lots of variety. But regarding water bombs and finishing the dungeon in 1 trip versus 2 trips, 100% doesn't need water bombs from a chest because I'll be buying some from the bomb shop the old-fashioned way. They're only available there after getting the Zora Armor, which most other speedrun categories skip. And I came to Lakebed now to get the claw shot and Uku early, but I have no way to kill Morpheal yet because I don't have a bomb bag or the Zora Armor. In fact, killing Morpheal using water bombs before clearing Lanayru Twilight would lock me out of ever getting the Zora Armor, as it's only available between clearing the Twilight and beating the dungeon. And obviously, being locked out of ever getting the Zora Armor would be a problem for 100%. So there's the Lakebed trip. Now I can just continue on my way to open up Lanayru and start the Twilight. To get to Zora's domain, I'll need to defeat this Bulblin archer, and I'll use a somewhat risky strategy to do that. To start off, I'm going to run away. That's not the risky part. As it turns out, the Kargarok stops stalling and starts attacking sooner if you get out of a certain area. Now, instead of going through 2 cycles of biting the Kargarok to knock the Bulblin archer off and then killing the Bulblin archer, I can take advantage of the fact that Bulblins, like many other enemies, are water-soluble, and just lure the Kargarok into the water. You ever just take a dip in the water and explode? As the Kargarok was going underwater, you could see that it nearly grabbed Link. If I had made a mistake and gotten grabbed there, then the game would have crashed, as a result of the cutscene of Link being grabbed overlapping with the cutscene after the Bulblin archer dies. Thankfully though, it's not too risky once you know what you're doing, and it saves something like 10 seconds, though it's kind of hard to time that because there's some RNG involved. Now I'll give a brief demonstration of why I haven't graduated from pilot school yet. There are several ways of clipping out of bounds in this area, and in fact, I'll even use a different one later on in this run. That'll be for a different purpose, but for this flight, you can see the benefit of going out of bounds on the mini-map in the bottom left corner. The tunnel itself zigs and zags, but out of bounds, I'll be able to go straight to the load zone. which isn't even only where the inbound exit appears, but is in fact a vertical east-west plane on the minimap. So ideally, I'll just be flying in the direction that corresponds to up on the minimap, but who turned out the lights? Anyway, you can see that the game is trying to pull the Kargarok to the right to go back in bounds, so I'm kind of having to fight it. Coming out of this load, there will be a one-framer where I can jump attack to skip some Midna text. Very nice. And now I'll head to the Zora's Domain portal. The whole goal here is to warp the volcanic rock from Death Mountain to Zora's Domain to unfreeze the ice and raise the water level so I can start the Twilight. Interestingly, the trigger for the prompt appearing to warp the rock is starting the Kargarok flight, not finishing it, just starting it. So although it is possible to get to Zora's Domain without the Kargarok by riding Epona out of bounds from Hyrule Field, that's not used in any speedrun routes, partially because you'd still have to go to Lake Hylia to start the Kargarok flight, then ideally warp away mid-flight and start the Twilight. Oh, and this Midna jump is the one Midna jump in the game that comes right after a text box but has no one-framer. Unfortunately, I'll have to wait on some icicles during these Midna jumps. Well, technically I didn't need to wait on the first one, but it's actually slower to jump right away because Link ends up hanging off the ledge. So now that I have the Zora's Domain portal, I can warp the volcanic rock here from Death Mountain, raise the water level, and start the Twilight. Link sometimes likes to experiment with alternative headwear. And the reason that I'm transforming human while waiting on the volcanic rock is that once I get back to Zora's Domain, I'll be able to skip a cutscene by going underwater with the iron boots. And because this is a special kind of warp, the game actually won't automatically transform Link to wolf for it. Now the most difficult one-framer in the game is coming out of this load. You just kind of have to mash for it because the screen is black. And I got it, nice. That skips some Midna text. And now I'm exiting Zora's Domain underwater to avoid the Rutella cutscene trigger, because much as I do typically enjoy talking to dead fish, I am in the middle of a speedrun. Here I'll hold A while landing in the water, which makes Link surface pretty much immediately instead of going under. This is some pretty niche speed tech, but it actually will come up again in this run. And no, you're not crazy, that was human Link howling in the load zone. In every single other category that does Lanayru Twilight, we transform to wolf here if we aren't wolf already, since killing the Twilight bugs requires wolf senses anyway. But I'm not going to be killing any bugs at the moment. This 100% route is unique in splitting Lanayru Twilight into 3 sections, which is a somewhat far-removed consequence of the point at which this route fights King Bulblin 1. In this first section, I just got the vessel as human, which has a slightly faster animation than getting it as wolf, and now I'll head to the back of the shrine to get the heart piece. This is one of the big advantages of having the claw shot early. Aside from right now, and when I finish the Twilight, there will be no reason to be in this shrine, so if I got the claw shot after Lanayru Twilight as intended, I'd have to come back here an extra time. That's it for part 1 of Lanayru Twilight. Join us next week, or actually in like a minute or two for part 2. But for now, I'm going to South Faron to get text displacement, the glitch I mentioned back at the castle rooftops about 15 minutes in. The use of text displacement there was a very small time saver, but here it's crucial. Remember how I mentioned that getting the Master Sword early made entering Goron Mines complicated? The wrestling event with Goron is broken, but talking to him with the right kind of text displacement gets him to the otherwise unreachable text boxes that cue the barrier to the dungeon entrance to disappear. The best source of text displacement for Hundo is Koro. Hi Koro. Since the glitch involves buying the bottle from him that I'll need for 100% anyway. Unfortunately, in this case it isn't as easy as talking to him from outside a cutscene trigger. To interrupt his dialogue, I'll need to buy the bottle, then frame perfectly pull Uku on the one framer between the bottle text and the automatic dialogue with Koro afterwards. As Koro's text was progressing, it was setting values in memory basically corresponding to how far into his dialogue I was. These values would get reset to 0 if I finished the dialogue, but interrupting it by warping away preserves them. These same memory addresses are used for Goron's dialogue, which is why applying text displacement to him has an effect. So this is why Uku was so important to get, and this Ukuing in and out of Lakebed brings me to part 2 of Lanayru Twilight, since Uku warps me outside the shrine in Lake Ilia, exactly where I want to be to start killing bugs. I have a couple more things to say about text displacement while I get started on Lanayru Twilight. First, the reason that I saved before talking to Koro was just for safety, because if I failed that frame-perfect Uku pull, I wouldn't be able to try again. And while there are other ways I could get into Goron Mines, they would require some major rerouting and would be quite a bit slower. So if I had failed, the best option would have been to reset and try again. Next, you might be wondering why I can't use text displacement to, say, advance an NPC's dialogue to the part where they give me a reward without my having done what's usually required for the reward. Trying to apply text displacement like this won't trigger giving the reward, but will trigger the text around it, which actually locks you out of ever receiving the reward because the game thinks you've already gotten it. So unfortunately, text displacement only has one major use, at least for the time being. Plenty of people have looked into other uses in the years since it was discovered, but maybe someday we'll find we overlooked another potential use for it. Anyway, I am now trying to dash cancel across these stepping stones to get to the second bug, and this is the end of part 2 of Lanayru Twilight. I would normally warp away after this tier anyway, so instead of warping to Zora's domain to continue the Twilight, I'll head straight to Death Mountain and go to Goron Mines. Doing it in this order ultimately saves a small amount of time on warping later on, and makes the rupee route less reliant on RNG, as having the bow from Goron Mines will allow me to quickly get bombs prior to the Zora Armor wagon escort, where there are 20 guaranteed rupees inside a bombable rock. Oh, and here's something else that's new. This is a trick called Early Elevator, where I'll get hit by a rock, but then flip out of bounds, and LJA over to the elevator that's meant to be a shortcut into Goron Mines after you've already entered the dungeon once. Early Elevator itself isn't actually new, it's been known for a long time, but it wasn't useful in Hundo for quite a while, because after I take the elevator, the only two ways that were known to get out would be to use the spinner, which I don't have yet, or to save warp, which would get me out but would also eliminate text displacement. Before text displacement was discovered in 2018, Hundo did delay Goron Mines until after Arbiter's grounds, as the spinner can be used both for escaping the elevator and to get through the wall blocking the dungeon entrance. But last year, I found a new way to escape the elevator, with a frame-perfect roll right after a transformation, while Link is getting pushed into the back of this Goron guard. This makes Early Elevator useful for 100% again, which saves something like 17 seconds over ascending Death Mountain normally. Unfortunately, the roll being frame-perfect means that I don't always get this trick on the first try. Oh man. There we go. So because of the text displacement value that I have from Koro, I just need to talk to Goron 3 times, and although the 2 guards in front of the entrance won't actually move, the invisible wall behind them will no longer be there. Consider the hoops jumped through. I am in Goron Mines. This dungeon starts off with a strategy that I don't go for. Pretty much straight ahead right now, there's a small horizontal pipe that I could hop across without waiting on this lava cycle. But it only saves about half a second to do that, and it's pretty risky. If you miss it, you're jumping straight in the lava, so I don't bother with it. But I can very easily skip turning off these flame jets by just running into them, taking damage, and then running through them while I have invincibility frames. And now this LJA just skips crossing the room and getting to the 3rd flame jet. You may have noticed that right before the LJA, I kind of rolled around to the right on the platform. That was just skirting the trigger for one of the enemies in the room to fire a projectile at Link, which would have forced me to delay the LJA. So, fortunately for speedruns, but unfortunately for this commentary, a big new skip was found in Goron Mines in mid-February 2025, just a few days before I recorded this section. 6-hour-long commentated runs take some time to make well, so it's typical for them to be slightly outdated by the time I'm done with them. But even though this is just one skip, it saves over 2 minutes. See how straight ahead there's a door on the lower level and a door on the upper level? This lower door is eventually going to lead to that upper door, but it turns out that with some nifty parkour, you can actually just go straight up to that upper door. I'll put a link in the description to a video showing how it's done, and to illustrate how much time the skip saves, I'll point out when the run we're watching would converge with the path I would have taken if the skip had been found before this one. So let's take the next couple of minutes to say farewell to these rooms that are no longer in 100%. Farewell, slab clip. Oh, and farewell Dodongo, I guess? It never really fared all that well, it died every run. This new skip is great for that Dodongo. Farewell, iron boots pumping to the switch. Farewell, trudging on this magnetic ceiling. You will not be missed. Farewell, Goromodo. And by the way, if you're wondering why I can say farewell to Goromodo even though he has a key shard, the boss door doesn't actually check for all 3 key shards, it just checks for the 3rd one. That's why Hundo has always skipped the 2nd one, and the only reason that I had to get the 1st one is because Goromodo doesn't let Link on the ladder otherwise. Farewell, Uku, and the tiny but real chance of accidentally picking Uku up, overwriting the Lakebed Uku and costing a few minutes. Now the first part of this room I can't say farewell to. There's a heart piece in this room, so future runs that do the big skip will have to backtrack for it into this room. This requires a precise LJA that you can see in the video in the description, but then this clonking stays the same. Unfortunately, I'll have to take a second to kill this torch slug that's in my way. Its position is just RNG. And here I can shorten my clonking just a little bit with a jump slash. From here, I could get back on the ceiling and clonk all the way to the upper door, but Iron Boots walking is so slow that it's actually faster to void out and start clonking again from the lower door that I entered through. With the new skip, I would have entered this room via the upper door that I'm heading to now, so the void would have respawned me there. And that would skip this next clonking section, which takes roughly 1 eternity. Across the entire ceiling, it saves just a few seconds to do these sword combos instead of simply walking. I just need to be careful not to do them where the sword will clank on the rocks. Yep, still clonking. I sure am clonking. Just like I jump slash to the heart piece, I could jump slash off the ceiling here as well, but I opt not to because it saves a tiny amount of time and missing it would cost over a minute. And finally, here is that upper door that the big skip would have taken me to. Farewell, long clonking session. I will see you next time I run glitchless. I didn't get a chance to mention it in the last room, but whenever I'm trying to press down a floor switch like this one, I was too early. Running onto a floor switch and putting on the iron boots to activate it immediately is actually frame perfect, because touching a floor switch makes Link completely stop responding to inputs for about half a second. I have one more chance here to show that frame perfect input. Nope, I was too late that time, and there's your demonstration. You could see on the input display I was pressing the iron boots button, but Link just ran across the switch anyway. There are 2 fast ways to skip the puzzle in this room. I go for the claw shot method, so I'll shoot the crystal switch with the claw shot and try to start sinking in just the right place so that when the gate cutscene ends, I can open the small key chest immediately and just barely make it through the gate before it closes again. Oops, I landed on the chest by accident, so this isn't going to work. I'm going to have to shoot the crystal switch again once I get up to the gate. But that's not a big deal, and it not being a big deal is one of the main appeals of this method. This will just cost a few seconds, but if I had gone with the other fast method, which is clipping through the gate by climbing through it as Wolf, and I took too long to clip, the Tektites would have become a big problem. It would have been a mess. There is a way to get up to this heart piece that's faster than clonking, but unfortunately it requires Jump Strike, the 6th hidden skill, which without a TAS-only glitch I can't have yet. You can see the trick, which is just sliding up the wall in 100% runs of TP HD, since that category has to come back to Goron Mines a second time and does so after getting Jump Strike. Here I can skip cutting down this bridge with a simple LJA. Whoops. Oh dear. Well, it was supposed to be a simple LJA. This outdoor area is a little bit challenging because of all the slopes. And the wooden planks, I guess. Failing to roll frame perfectly in this area reduces Link's speed quite a bit, and with all of the bonkable walls around, that means I need to react to Link's speed constantly. In this next room, there technically is a way to make it past this platform without waiting out the cycle, but it's extremely precise and only saves half a second, so it's really not worth it. And that LJA completely skipped the second Goron Elder and Key Shard, which as I said earlier is not required, only the third Key Shard counts for the boss key. Got a 1-frame roll, very nice. The Dangoro fight is meant to be 3 cycles of attacking him and then throwing him into the lava, but if I throw him from the perfect place so that Link grabs the edge of the platform immediately after the throw, Dangoro will kind of clip through the floor and it'll count as 2 cycles in one. Unfortunately, he bounced just a little bit too far away, but if I had been able to spin attack in midair, I could have thrown him off again immediately and had a really quick fight. You may have noticed that I did a position setup with jump attacks and backflips for the first hit in order to get the first 2 cycles in one. It's kind of a miracle that that setup works and is so simple, because the position Link needs near the edge is somewhat precise, and the positioning for hitting Dangoro with the sword without stunning him first or waiting for him to attack is very precise. It's precise to the point that the setup I used doesn't work consistently with the Ordon sword, just because it's slightly shorter than the Master Sword. Now as I pass Dangoro, I'll have to slash before rolling so that the A button doesn't talk to him. And now I can put the sword away while running, which saves 6 frames on the door opening animation. Here's the bow chest, and that third key shard will be coming pretty soon after. The first couple of bow shots here are some of the hardest ones. Let's see how I do. Nice, 1 shot. And another. Very nice. Oops. Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, so the BMOS won't stay put unless I pull it out 4 times. Any less, and it would be back in its initial position when I come back through the door. Link can squeeze by and get to the door after moving the BMOS only twice, so if I'd gotten knocked off after 2 pulls, I would have just gone for the key shard, and then pushed the BMOS twice again afterwards. But I got knocked off after 3, so it made sense to do the 4th, and then go get the key shard. Anyway, now I just need to get to Phyrus. The room with the boss door is off of that outdoor area where I bonked earlier, and the fastest way to get there is just to backtrack. There is a kind of shortcut, I'm making air quotes, past the third Elder that leads back to the central magnet room, but it's slow. Once again, I'll want to draw the sword in this room so that I can keep rolling past Dangoro, whose talk radius is just way larger than it has any right to be. Backtracking through this room, I can save a little under a second with this cool LJA off the rotating platform. And here I can do something clever with equips. I need to equip Clawshot over Boomerang, and I also want Link's hands empty when I get to the door to shorten the animation. So I pulled out the Boomerang mid-air before equipping over it to make Link automatically put it away while he was running to the door. Now here we can see how having the Clawshot early is very convenient in Goron Mines. That skipped killing a Bulblin Archer, killing a BMOS, a bunch of rolling, and riding a magnetic platform all the way over here. And I'm doing a lot of mid-air Iron Boots toggling. The Iron Boots make Link fall a little faster, and since his ground speed is higher than his air speed, especially when rolling is an option, it saves a little bit of time. Shoutouts to the forbidden rupee on the ground, which was dropped by a Bulblin that spawns inside the platform when the room is loaded, and immediately falls and dies in the lava all on its own. Virus is the simplest boss in the game, with only one phase consisting of 3 cycles of shooting it in the head with an arrow, pulling its chain to trip it, and then damaging its head. But between my last commentated run and now, it was discovered that we only need to shoot its head once. Once Virus recovers from the first cycle, the chains will go flying in the air. If I start holding a chain now, Link will let go of it when they go flying, but if I grab a chain within a 10-frame window right before they go flying, it will keep hold of it. Now I can pull Virus down without even giving him the briefest opportunity to attack. It feels like bullying, and I almost feel bad for Virus. Having the Master Sword for this fight only slightly speeds it up. I can do a roll stab to end a cycle instead of doing a combination jump attack and spin attack. Virus is unfortunately cycle-based, so even if I had Great Spin, the final hidden skill, it would still be a 3-cycle. And here I go again bullying Virus with a 3rd cycle that's identical to the 2nd. The early chain pulls save about 5 seconds each, so this fight is about 10 seconds faster than it used to be. It's kind of surprising that we didn't discover them years ago, because simply grabbing the chain early is by far the most intuitive way to try to speed up the fight, but I guess the somewhat small frame window made it elusive. Now we have a moment during this cutscene to talk about routing. The post-Goron Mines spawn point in Kakariko Village is convenient for going to fight King Bulblin 1, and the previous route did exactly that, but this new route doesn't, and this is part of the central change to this route that the other changes all stem from. Defeating King Bulblin 1 is important because it changes the state of Kakariko Village and enables buying Barn's bomb bag, which must be the first permanent bomb bag for 100%, because getting either of the other 2 permanent bomb bags before it makes it impossible to buy. But defeating King Bulblin 1 also sets the in-game time of day to shortly before night, which is so valuable in the first day-night cycle, which comes after Lakebed Temple and Midna's Desperate Hour, that it's worth jumping through some hoops to delay the fight and the first permanent bomb bag until that point. Interestingly, a good chunk of the time this saves is far later in the run, but I'll explain that when we get there. For now, recall that I'm currently in the middle of Lanayru Twilight, so I'll warp back to Zora's Domain for Lanayru Twilight Part 3 and finish it up. Incidentally, as I kind of hinted earlier, not fighting King Bulblin here is the reason that it made sense to split up the Twilight in the first place, since I was going to be warping away from Kakariko anyway. With just the right choreography, I can manipulate this bug to die in a convenient place. And I'll transform before collecting the tear. The trigger for the cutscene with Rutella that I skipped 20 minutes ago by leaving this area underwater is still here. And I still don't have time for a dead fish right now. Sorry. But this time I want to go to a bug up on a cliff instead of falling down, and I could use the iron boots to get out and jump down, but side hopping off the lip of the waterfall is faster. I was able to manipulate the flight pattern of the bug inside Zora's Domain, but this one I couldn't, and it wasn't a big deal, but for these next 2 it can be a big deal. Alright, that wasn't bad at all. When those bugs misbehave, they really misbehave. It's very easy to kill this last Zora's Domain bug before it digs, and then collect some rupees while I'm waiting. Pretty nice haul. I left that 1 rupee there because I could collect the tier already, and I'm already pretty far ahead on the rupee route. Potentially the most important part of Lanayru Twilight is just taking a moment to look at the ghost fish. Hello, ghost fish. Again, I don't really need rupees at this point, but I might as well get these since they're totally free while I'm waiting on the tier. This is the most boring minute of the run. I'm going to dash in a straight line. It looks a lot more interesting in a tool-assisted speedrun or TAS, though, because of break sliding, which is a technique that can preserve Link's speed at times he'd normally lose it. I'm heading almost entirely uphill right now, so Link's dash speed is reduced from 45 to around 38. But break sliding could keep the speed at nearly 45, saving up to around 5 seconds in this area alone. Unfortunately, although break sliding itself isn't too difficult for a human to do, saving any time in this situation requires multiple prolonged, very high quality break slides, which would be basically impossible for a human. But I will be able to save time with a break slide a little bit later on in Arbiter's grounds. Yep, still dashing in a straight line. Oh, just for fun, I did some analog glitch here. You can see on the input display that I'm holding up, but Link is running to the right. I just tapped target while holding up, so as long as I kept holding up, Link kept moving the same direction, even if the camera changed. Anyway, hey, I'm not dashing straight anymore. This Shadow Beast fight is kind of a tricky one for beginners because it's easy to bonk on the wall and fail to kill one of them. But all you need to do to avoid bonking is tag the second and third messengers with the Midna charge in the right order, because the order in which Link attacks the targets is always the reverse of the order that they're tagged. Now that I have the portal, I just need to get the 1 bug inside Castletown, which requires just a little bit more dashing in a straight line. For the fans. Dash canceling is useful in a unique way in Castletown, because although each dash starts at 33 speed like normal for an area like this, they quickly fall to 25 speed here. Since dash canceling uses the beginning of a 33 speed dash and then a 30 speed B attack, chaining dash cancels is actually faster than just dashing here. But I will do a normal dash into the load zone to ensure that Link comes out the other side at full speed, instead of walking slowly as can happen after a dash cancel into a load zone. Now if I break the boxes in just the right, well, I didn't do it in the right way. If I had broken the boxes in the right way, the bug would have fallen off the ledge immediately, which is useful because it's completely invincible while it's still up there. 7 bugs to go, and they're almost accessible from Lake Hylia. Like the bugs earlier, this bug's flight pattern is RNG, but I'll try to kill it in such a way that it lands on the platform. That made it explode right away, whereas if it had landed in the water, it would have taken an extra second or two. 4 of the remaining bugs are in Zora's River, and I could have held for the Kargarok back in Upper Zora's River, but for routing it made more sense to head to Castletown from there and use this grass instead. The bugs are also much easier to run into coming from this side, and I don't know why. Now, unlike the first Kargarok flight, it won't make any sense for me to clip out of bounds because all of the bugs that I need are inbounds. But I will do something a little unintuitive and ignore this first bug. Its flight pattern will basically make it come to me, so it would have been a little bit slower to go out of my way to chase it. Since my remaining 2 bugs are in Lake Hylia, I'll just bonk after this final tier to ride the river back down there, very conveniently putting me right next to the penultimate bug. Sorry, Midna, we shouldn't try it again. If I get lucky with the way this bug moves, I'll be able to dash and kill it right away. Nice. And now all I have left is the bug that's large and in charge. After some more dashing in a straight line, of course. It is still Lanayru Twilight. This fight has 3 cycles, and I can't really speed up the first cycle, but for the second and third cycles, I can save some time by hitting the bug to stun it while it's charging at length, instead of waiting for its second attack. As it swims around, I'll keep it on camera at all times. It can only start charging when it's on camera, so this ensures that it starts charging as soon as its RNG allows. There was the first quick cycle. The jump attack onto the bug to bite it is a little bit timing intensive because latching on too early while the bug is still clipped inside the raft makes Link fly off, but of course waiting too long lets the bug get away. Good quick fight, and now I can finish it with a Midna charge. What? Oh. There's a little trick you can do there where if you release the Midna charge right next to the bug's upper left leg, Link will bonk during the cutscene and cancel the animation of hitting all of the legs and save a couple of seconds. It's very easy to do, but I went to the upper right leg there instead, and I think that was because when I did this run, I had just been doing some runs of TP Wii, where the entire map is flipped horizontally, so I think I just got confused. One minor optimization this new route incorporates in a couple of places is saving time on warps by avoiding area banners. I'm now warping from the Lake Hylia Shrine to Lake Hylia, which is a little bit faster than just dashing out of the shrine. Because this counts as staying in the same area, the banner that says the name of the area, Lake Hylia, doesn't pop up at the top of the screen. For some reason, loads that show an area banner are around a second slower than loads that don't. I don't think there were any cases in this route where an area banner was the sole reason for putting 2 sections in a particular order, but 2 changes from the old route, including this warp, got rid of area banner warps. The jumping and swimming I just did to get to this howling grass was a somewhat recent discovery that skips the cutscene of Plum descending and introducing the minigame. It saves around 6 seconds for any percent, which howls at this grass once, but since 100% ends up howling at this grass twice, I'll have to skip the cutscene again a second time, so it only saves 2 seconds total. So why am I doing this minigame now? At the end of Goron Mines, I mentioned having to jump through some hoops to delay the King Bulblin 1 fight. The main hoop is that I can't get a permanent bomb bag until after that fight, and I want to delay that fight until after Lakebed for time of day reasons, as I explained, but 100% needs to blow up the rocks at the Bridge of Eldin before Lakebed. Otherwise, the Bridge of Eldin warp portal will be impossible to spawn. I could get the ball and chain early to blow up the rocks, but it's faster to steal a temporary bomb bag, so now I'm heading to Upper Zora's River to do that. Since I don't have the Upper Zora's River warp portal yet, the best way to get there for 100% is to take Plum's minigame, since I need to do it for a heart piece anyway. This goes very well with using King Bulblin to set time of day later on, because while routes that need to spend in-game time after Midna's Desperate Hour pretty much need to delay this minigame until then to use in-game time, using King Bulblin to set time of day then means this minigame is freed up and can be used elsewhere in the route, like right here. Anyway, I just need 10,000 points to get the heart piece, and I already have that from hitting 10 strawberries in a row, so now I just need to fly to the end. Fun fact, the minigame music during the minigame is in the key of C major, but the version that plays when Plum is talking to me in just a second is in B major. See? Shifted down a half step. It's an interesting choice. Now remember kids, just say no to Plum. I don't think I've ever accidentally replayed that minigame, but that would be a pretty bad mistake. Oh, while I'm howling at this stone, there was something I didn't have a chance to mention during the big bug fight at the end of Lanayru Twilight. Like I said, it only attacks when it's on camera, so to go fast, I was keeping it on camera at all times. But if you keep it off camera, it never attacks. And while it's swimming around in circles, it's actually slowly descending. So if you keep it off camera and swimming long enough, it'll swim all the way down to the bottom of Lake Hylia. Unfortunately, you'll probably never see this in a speedrun. This Howling Stone spawns the Golden Wolf in the area west of Castletown, which I could go get now, but Backslice won't really be useful for a little while, so I'm just going to wait until it's most convenient right after Midna's Desperate Hour. Oh no. That should get it. Now I'm going to put the sword away right before picking up the bug, and that just skips the animation of Link catching the boomerang when it returns to him. Sometimes the flying bugs will fly away during that short animation, so skipping it just makes catching them more consistent. Hey Iza, can you do your best Read-It impression? Hey, that was pretty good. Know what you should be for Halloween. So, I did need the Golden Bug, Portal, and Golden Wolf, but again, the reason I'm here now is to steal a bomb bag. Iza gives Link a bomb bag to blow up the rocks in her first minigame, and it's temporary because it disappears if you try to leave through the door, save warp, die, or reach an end of dungeon save prompt. But there are multiple other ways to escape Iza's hut. Link can't normally transform here, but if I open the map and talk to Iza on the same frame, the map will pop up before the automatic item wheel pull, and I'll be allowed to transform and warp away. The bomb bag will still disappear under the conditions I mentioned before, which for this route means I'll get to keep it until the save prompt after Morpheal. Since I needed the bomb bag for those rocks at the Bridge of Eldin anyway, and the bombs inside it are basically free, I can get some extra use out of it during the Zora Armor wagon escort as a means of getting rupees and preparing for a Poe that comes much later in the run. It'll also be useful for getting to an Eldin Heart piece quickly. And here I'm just LJAing over a Postman trigger. Again, I only want to see the Postman once in this run. I'm now heading to that aforementioned wagon escort, and thankfully as human, Link's speed isn't decreased in Castletown. I do, however, need to be very careful with my pathing to avoid talking to NPCs. To start off the wagon escort, I'm supposed to fight King Bulblin 2, but I'm feeling a little unprepared since I haven't fought King Bulblin 1 yet, so I'm just going to skip him instead. Somewhat interestingly, while I could fight King Bulblin 2 since I have the bow, or I could use bombs, the previous route actually didn't have any means of doing the fight, so this skip was required. Now to skip the fight, all I need to do is clip out of bounds, and I'll use Epona to do that. I just need to get her in a specific position, and then get pushed. Why does this skip the fight and give me 2 keys? I'll tell you in just a second, but first I need to cut my horse in half. Sorry Epona, I need to go fast. Now, like I was saying before, I can make use of the temporary bomb bag. First, I'll blow up the rocks on these cliffs to expose some clawshot targets that I'll use to get to a Poe after Temple of Time, and next I can blow up this rock for some guaranteed rupees. The wagon escort, to an extent, is an auto-scroller, so I can take all the time I want to boomerang these rupees and collect them on Epona's back, so I'm guaranteed not to get any text. Right, so respawning on this side of the bridge with 2 keys is what's supposed to happen if you void out or game over during this part of the wagon escort, which is easy to do. But there isn't supposed to be a way to void out before King Bulblin 2 like I just did, so the game isn't designed with that in mind, and the area in which you can void out and respawn past the fight is huge, extending very conveniently all the way to where I clipped out of bounds. Now, while I'm waiting on the wagon to cross this area, I can take advantage of having the clawshot early and get this convenient 100 rupee chest, basically for free. To get back to the wagon in time, I will need to have decent aim and decent movement, but it's not very difficult. Oh, I just turned the camera to the right so that it's facing this direction during this animation of getting the rupee, as facing this direction is less laggy than facing the other direction. This is plenty of time to knock down the Kargarok before it drops its bomb. I probably had another 5 or 10 seconds there. And I didn't really need to extinguish the wagon, but I'm now riding ahead of the wagon, and if I had gone too far ahead of it too early, Midna would have popped up and said, hey, you might want to extinguish that. If you're wondering why I didn't need to extinguish the wagon when it surely would have burned by the end of the path, it's because I'm not going to wait for it to get to the end of the path. At this point, all the Midna triggers to stop me from getting too far ahead are gone, except for the last one at the entrance to Kakariko. So I can just ride there at full speed and then LJA over the Midna trigger, with a speedy opponent slide as well. And a speedy bonk. I'll actually need to do 2 LJAs since I still haven't fought King Bulblin 1 and the fight trigger is still here. I just LJA'd over that, and now I'm LJAing over the Midna trigger, and that's what successfully escorting a wagon looks like. So now I just need to follow Rutella to the graveyard to get the Zora Armor, and the fastest way to follow Rutella is to roll away from her, which teleports Link closer to her, and is just a little bit faster than rolling towards her in the first place. Also, in Kakariko, Wolf speed is about the same as human speed, but it's worth transforming because Wolf moves much faster through the crawl space to the back of the graveyard, and because I'll need to warp afterwards anyway, and that means being Wolf. By the way, those 2 LJAs I finished the wagon escort with aren't difficult, but they are quite risky. Accidentally hitting the King Bulblin 1 trigger would interrupt would interrupt the wagon escort sequence, so I'd have to warp to Castletown and start it all over again. Accidentally hitting the Midna trigger seems safe when Midna pops up, but then Link auto-walks back to the gate and hits the King Bulblin trigger anyway. So hitting either trigger costs something like 4 minutes. Unfortunately, while there is a safer way to skip the triggers than what I just did, it costs around 10 seconds, which is kind of a lot. Behold, the fish suit. Not designed for wolves. With my fish suit, I can now head to Lakebed Temple to finish off the fused shadow dungeons, but first, I still have some very important rocks to go blow up, and some collectibles to nab along the way. Unfortunately, unlike the warp from Lake Hylia Shrine to Lake Hylia earlier that didn't have an area banner, this warp from Kakariko Graveyard to Kakariko Village does bring up an area banner, because the graveyard has its own area banner. Oh, hey Epona. No hard feelings about me slicing you in half earlier, right? Blink once for no, or destroy a sign for yes. Oh, thank goodness. By the way, the normal music isn't playing right now because it's still a few minutes before official in-game daytime starts, and time of day doesn't pass in Kakariko. The end of the Zora Armor cutscene set time of day near daytime and put it in a weird state where it was passing and very quickly, but I warped away before daytime actually hit. Now with good aim, I can blow up this rock while Epona is still moving, and then I can use the claw shot from Epona's back to get up to this heart piece chest without ascending the opposite cliff as intended. This is another of the big ways that having the claw shot early saves time. I will be in this area one other time during the run for the hot spring water minigame, and I could get the heart piece then, but since I wouldn't have Epona, I'd still need to take the slow intended path. Another benefit to getting the heart piece now that's a little more subtle is that for some reason climbing those vines disables the postman triggers in this area. So now I won't need to either get mail or take the time to skip the triggers. Next up are the 2 golden bugs in this part of Hyrule Field, which I can pick up in kind of an interesting way. I'll catch the first one in the boomerang, and then ride all the way across the field to pick up the other one. When I pick up the second one, the first one will teleport to Link even if the boomerang hasn't gotten back to him yet. Unfortunately, since golden bug teleports require line of sight between the 2 bugs, there's no other place in the run where this is useful, but it at least saves me the trouble of getting off Epona one extra time right now. After backflipping off Epona, I'll target walk to the bug so that it doesn't hop away, and here's the second one. And here's the boomerang. Next up is the heart piece at the south end of the Eldin Bridge. This heart piece is supposed to be a reward for bringing the owl statue all the way down from the north end of the bridge using the Dominion Rod way later in the game. But the tiny gap I'll need to cross is no match for the power of an LJA, or for that matter, a pretty easy jump as Wolf. I'll use the LJA though, since transforming twice would be slower. Oops. Here's a tip for anyone doing this LJA. Don't do that. And now I'm gonna blow up the ladder. Okay, finally. And now I'll climb a ladder for 11 seconds. Yep. Still climbing. Now there are 2 golden bugs at the Bridge of Eldin as well. I'll catch this one in the boomerang and then ride across the bridge where the golden bug will reach Link during the cutscene of the portal spawning, because these are those all-important rocks that I needed to blow up. The quickest way to do this is to shoot them from far away so that Link can be near the shadow beasts when they spawn. I missed. Oh no. Well, I guess I'll get the golden bug now. I missed again? Oh man. Not my best segment. Anyway, if I had blown these rocks up after Lakebed Temple, this cutscene of the portal spawning simply wouldn't play. No portal on its own means no 100%, but it would also mean that I couldn't get into Cave of Ordeals later for the pose. Interestingly, this cutscene also wouldn't have played if I had blown up the rocks before beating Goron Mines, but if I had done that and then come back to this area a second time after beating Lakebed, the cutscene would play. That's pretty slow though, because I wouldn't be able to warp back on account of not having the portal yet. Now I have the portal, but there are still 2 more collectibles to get to finish clearing out this area before I head back to Lakebed. The first is the second Bridge of Eldin golden bug, and on my way to it, I'll blow up a rock and then appear to forget that I blew it up and ignore the rupees inside it. Not to worry, this one isn't a mistake. Those rupees will be useful near the very end of the run if I don't get good enough rupee RNG in Cave of Ordeals, and the rock stays blown up. And now I can use an LJA to enter the Goron stock cave through the exit to go straight to the heart piece. Putting the stock cave heart piece right before Ukuing back to Lakebed is a nice piece of routing, because I couldn't warp away without first exiting the cave, but Uku works just fine. By the end of the first Lakebed trip, I had the claw shot and one of the 2 heart pieces, so now I'll just need to get the other heart piece and fight Morpheal. In any other dungeon, I'd need the big key as well, but this is the one dungeon in the game, at least with current knowledge, whose big key can be skipped. In every other dungeon, the load into the boss arena is tied to opening the boss door, so even if you got out of bounds behind the door, you'd still have to open it to trigger the load, and that would require the key. But Lakebed's boss door leads to a small antechamber with a separate load zone in it, and there are multiple ways to get there without opening the door. One of those ways is this clip into the staircase. And in case you're wondering, no keys are required for 100%. In case you've ever wondered what it feels like to be a clawshot target, here you go. By the way, for a TAS, it is faster to swim down to Morpheal than to use the iron boots, but that requires excellent mashing and only saves a few frames for a TAS, so it's not worth it for a human. Likewise, I could skip this short intro cutscene that I can skip with the start button anyway by frame-perfectly clawshotting a tentacle, but even if you get that one, it's pretty hard to save time with it because the camera gets screwed up and it's hard to see the eyeball. That's it for Phase 1. For Phase 2, I'll just need to latch onto Morpheal 3 times and stab it a bunch. For categories like any percent that skip the Zora Armor, this fight can be difficult, but for 100% it's pretty trivial. Zora Armor underwater swimming has a max speed of 22, with every A press increasing Link's speed incrementally up to that maximum. So to accelerate, I'll mash A for a short time, then continue tapping it at a comfortable rate just to maintain max speed. In almost all cases, after Morpheal has bucked Link off of its head, it'll swim up left, so if I just swim that same direction, I can latch on again quickly. But this time I put on the iron boots before grabbing, which will let me go for a re-grab, which is even faster. If I force unequip the iron boots at the right time, Link will fall off of Morpheal and then I can latch on right away. Something kind of silly about this fight in a speedrun context is that the amount of time Morpheal takes to die during this cutscene is variable, depending on RNG and where it was in the arena when the fight ended. This looks like a pretty good cutscene actually, but we'll know in a minute. The shortest cutscene on record is about 5 seconds faster than the longest one, which doesn't matter so much in a long run like this, but in individual level speedruns of Lakebed Temple it matters quite a bit. The cutscene's music always lasts the same amount of time, but when Midna pops up depends on how long Morpheal took to die. So if Midna pops up before the music ends, the cutscene was on the fast side. Not the fastest, but on the fast side. Finishing Lakebed is what I consider to be the end of the early game for Hundo. Next up is Midna's Desperate Hour, where I bring the Midna back to the Midna store, and then the nature of the run changes a little bit to focus on collection and in-game time before a rush of 3 dungeons nearly back-to-back. This is Midna's Desperate Hour, which begins with the sequel to the most boring minute of the run, where I dash in the same straight line as I did in Lanayru Twilight. But at least this song is playing, and at least this isn't glitchless, which contains an entire trilogy of most boring minutes of the run, on account of having to enter Lanayru Twilight the intended way. Unfortunately, even though I can still transform because I have the Master Sword early, Midna does lose her ability to warp during this sequence, so I can't just warp to Castletown. Midna actually retains her ability to warp if Lakebed Temple is beaten before Lanayru Twilight is cleared, which is possible with glitches and is referred to as White Midna glitch. But the only speedrun this is useful in is low transforms, and it's actually impossible to incorporate into 100%, since the wagon escort for the Zora Armor can only be started after Lanayru Twilight is cleared, but before Lakebed is beaten. Now, while the previous route ran some errands in Castletown during Midna's Desperate Hour, beating the first star minigame and giving some gold bugs to Agatha, this route does not. It's a little bit slower to run these errands now instead of on the trip through Castletown right after Midna's Desperate Hour, because it requires transforming to human for the errands and then back to wolf to enter Telma's bar. The only reason the old route did them here is because it needed to donate rupees to Charlo on the next trip through Castletown, and it wouldn't have had enough rupees if it hadn't already given the bugs to Agatha. But because the current route hasn't bought the bomb bag yet, I already have enough rupees to donate to Charlo, and then I can refill on rupees from Agatha right afterwards. It's slightly more efficient. Here I'll go for a very minor optimization called Louise Glitch, and I didn't get it. If I had B-attacked into the cutscene from just the right position, the camera would have gotten screwed up and 1.7 seconds of this cutscene would have been skipped. The B-attack is frame perfect at Wolflink's dash speed, and the glitch saves a small enough amount of time that it's really not worth doing a setup for. By the way, the purpose of entering Telma's bar is to get to Giovanni's house. Normally Giovanni's house has a dig spot entrance, but during Midna's Desperate Hour, the dig spot doesn't exist and is covered with rainwater. It would be really cool if it were possible to go directly there by using the door, since I can transform to human with the early Master Sword. But unfortunately, the door is always locked. Now I can't get into the bar without pushing this box, but I can get away with only doing it once. Inside Telma's bar are some ropes I need to cross. With a somewhat tricky jump called Rope Skip, I can, as you might imagine, skip the first rope, which saves around 3 seconds. The jump isn't terribly difficult, but it is risky, since missing it means getting caught by the Goron and thrown out, which costs nearly 30 seconds. It's also awkward because it's possible to get caught by the Goron even after making the jump, if you do it too quickly or too slowly. There's Poe number 1 of 60. In some older routes, and the current Wii 100% route, this is actually the second Poe, since we get the one in the ruins west of Castletown on the way in. But doing that ties in with some in-game time and rupee routing that just doesn't work out to be good for this route. Here I want to head to a stick on the left side of the room, and I learned while tassing this that swimming to the left here doesn't cost any time at all compared to swimming straight ahead. Instead of lighting this stick to burn the web, I could have transformed to human and used the lantern, and in fact I'm going to do that for the next web. But movement in this area is treated like an indoor area. Running as human is very slow here, rolling is disabled, and Link can't climb anything as human. So it just makes sense to stay wolf until I got to the second web. But transforming here was worthwhile because it meant that I didn't need to carry the stick slowly from web to web, and hope that the keys didn't prevent me from climbing. The very keen-eyed viewer may have noticed while I was human that my equips were Lantern and Boomerang, even though I had Clawshot and Uku equipped when I finished the Morpheal fight. This is because the post-Lakebed save prompt deleted my stolen bomb bag like I said it would, and that reverted my equips to what they were at the time that I stole the bomb bag. I planned ahead by equipping Lantern and Boomerang, both of which I'll need now, way back in Lanayru Twilight. This is the same tower I climbed near the beginning of the game, but since Midna is meant to be powerless now, the Midna jumps are replaced with ropes. I can speed up the rope walking just a little bit by LJing off of Bulblins though. This Bulblin gets spared because LJing off of him would screw up the camera. Skipping these ropes is a little bit faster than using them, and this Bulblin does not get spared. Just one more area to cross before I get to the Midna store. The wind on the rooftops is on a cycle, and because I'll need to jump to a bridge that the wind lifts up in order to make it to the end, I'll need to have some decently tight movement to make the first possible cycle. This looks fine so far. Easy. Oh, wow. So I did easily make the cycle, but I failed to get a dash jump off of the bridge, so I nearly didn't make it anyway. But I did make it, and that's what counts. Wait, I still have my receipt for this Midna, right? I'm pretty sure she's still under warranty. The next section of the run leading up to the next dungeon, Arbiter's Grounds, involves doing a lot of collection. The main goal is to only need to run across the desert once, and since most Poes are only available at night, that means spending enough in-game time to get to nighttime prior to getting to the desert and a few convenient Poes before the desert. I'll start off by taking advantage of the post-Midna's Desperate Hour spawn outside Castletown to get this golden bug and the hidden skill out here. Then I'll make a trip through Castletown for the errands I mentioned earlier, and then finally get a hidden skill in the area south of Castletown, because I'll need to use that hidden skill before the next time I'll be back in that area. Unfortunately, I got a one-handed grab there. In most cases, getting a one-handed grab or a two-handed grab is just down to RNG, but a two-handed grab is 32 frames faster than a one-handed grab. Thankfully, claw-shotting to the top of those vines is still a little bit faster than just rolling to them, even with bad RNG. Backslice isn't very useful for combat and speedruns, but it will be useful for movement. The animation gives Link a good amount of height, and side roll can start even on slopes too steep for Link to normally side hop. Off the top of my head, it'll be useful for getting over some obstacles in and on the way to Temple of Time, as well as in the area south of Castletown in just a few minutes. But, according to this text box at least, this hidden skill is also useful for taking advantage of my enemy's unguarded rears. Probably the coolest thing Backslice is useful for in speedruns is Moon Boots, which is a glitch that gives Link extra height on a jump. Unfortunately, Backslice Moon Boots only works with unpowered magic armor, which doesn't end up being useful for 100%. But you can see it in Temple of Time and Snowpeak Ruins individual level speedruns. This run will use Moon Boots with Jump Strike though, and I'll explain that when we get there. For now, I'm just skipping the Postman trigger on the way into Castletown. To get Charlot's heart piece, I'll need to donate 1,000 rupees to him. I'll donate 150 now, and then I'll donate the rest at the very end of the run after I've filled up on rupees from Cave of Ordeals. The 100% task can count on getting 1,000 rupees in Cave of Ordeals, so these 150 rupees can be used elsewhere. But since Cave of Ordeals rupee drops are mostly RNG, and winding up short on rupees can cost a lot of time, it's best not to count on getting 1,000 in RTA runs. Only 30 seconds to beat the minigame. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. That was kind of sloppy, but you get the point. It was good enough that I'm now big and quivering. Eek! It's me! I need to equip the bow at some point in the next few minutes in preparation for the King Bulblin 1 fight, and of all places, I'll do it right here in front of Agatha's door. This is because Agatha's door isn't openable while the area banner saying Castletown South Road is still up. Pulling the item wheel gets rid of the area banner, so I don't need to wait for a second at the door, or more likely, accidentally read Agatha's sign. I won't have too much to say in the next couple of minutes. I'll just be donating golden bugs for the big wallet and 450 rupees. If anyone knows of a glitch that lets you donate multiple bugs to Agatha at a time, please let me know as soon as possible. That said, doing the cursor movement to each bug quickly can be a fun challenge. Anyway, see you on the other side. Thanks, Agatha. 120 of these rupees will go towards buying the bomb bag from Barnes, and the rest will be part of my first donation to Malomart after Temple of Time. Routes prior to the discovery of moon boots, the glitch I mentioned a few minutes ago, only went to this area south of Castletown once in the run to get the wooden statue after Temple of Time and fully clear the area in one trip. But the kind of moon boots useful in Hundo requires Jump Strike, the 6th hidden skill, and it saves enough time that it's worth making 2 trips to this area just so that I can get enough hidden skills prior to where I'll be using moon boots on the way to and inside Temple of Time. I'll talk about Helm Splitter, the hidden skill I'm about to learn, in just a moment, but first I need to take advantage of the Hero's Shade's unguarded rear. Like Backslice, Helm Splitter also involves Link jumping very high, but its use is more limited because it can only be used on certain enemies, and its speed normally doesn't allow Link to get over any obstacles with it. However, a glitch called Long Helm Splitter can be used to get extra speed on a Helm Splitter, kind of like a long jump attack, and that will be useful twice in Temple of Time. It's a very satisfying trick to do, especially since Helm Splitter was basically useless in Hundo runs until it was discovered. It's finally time to do the King Bulblin 1 fight, over an hour after the game meant for me to, and after having already skipped King Bulblin 2. On this route, we initially warped to Kakariko Village to get to the fight trigger, but then we figured out that it's faster to warp to the Gorge because the warp is coming from south of Castletown, and since both areas count as Hyrule Field, you can hear the music is still playing, this warp is faster because there's no area banner. On top of that, this warp makes it convenient to get one of the golden bugs at the Gorge now, instead of later during the post-Temple of Time night cycle, which makes that cycle quite a bit easier to pull off. Believe it or not, even though Wolf is much faster in this area than human, rolling to the fight trigger is faster than transforming, since I want to enter the fight as human anyway. You may be wondering why I don't use Back in Time equipped to get to the King Bulblin fight like I did back in Forest Temple to set the boss flag. It is possible to do that, but the glitch requires saving in one of just a few working areas and then having a place to void out. and I haven't been able to find a way to work that into the route in a way that saves time. Maybe someday. Take a moment to recall that this fight was meant to happen before I entered Goron Mines. I am not supposed to have the bow. Recall also that this fight was meant to happen before I got the Bridge of Eldin warp portal, which removed a section of the bridge. It's a good thing I have the bow. Yep, you saw that right. King Bulblin's boar and Link and Epona all plummeted to their doom while Colin levitated across the bridge on a pole. That's just what happens. Anyway, now I can finally get that first permanent bomb bag from Barnes, which will not only get me some bombs to use, but will also free me up to get the other 2 permanent bomb bags in the game. And as the lighting may remind you, beating King Bulblin just set the time of day to 5 PM, 2 hours before in-game nighttime begins. This means that once I'm done in Kakariko, I won't need to go too far out of my way to spend in-game daytime before I can kill some night-only pose. This bomb bag comes with 30 bombs, but I'm going to do the most Twilight Princess speedrun thing possible and get rid of all of them as fast as I can. I need to empty the bomb bag of normal bombs to buy some water bombs, which I'll use to get the Goron bomb bag in Zora's domain. There is a trick called Norgor I could do to get that bomb bag without water bombs, and it would save a few seconds to do so, but the trick is frame perfect and 1 try only, and it would cost a whole lot of time to fail it, so I don't go for it. You can see it in the 100% TAS. Back on the subject of what I am doing, this is the most convenient time to head up to the watchtower to get the archery minigame heart piece. Ah, whoops. I was trying to get a jump on that little corner. The fastest way up that slope is to chain rolls frame perfectly, but since I missed a couple, I could have gotten back up to higher roll speed by jumping and auto-rolling. But it is easy to accidentally jump too far left and fall down, so I was playing it safe and went too far right. This minigame is pretty satisfying when it goes well. Oh yeah, that's kind of interesting. My second shot wasn't going to count as hitting the target even though it was close, and my third shot did count, but I guess the target hitbox changes when the camera changes because my second shot was the one that actually hit it. I need to move a bit to be allowed to warp, and just before warping I can shoot a bomb arrow at this rock. The rock normally plays a short cutscene when it blows up, but since it's blowing up while I'm warping away, the cutscene won't play. Also, there was 1 frame the game was accepting inputs after I started the warp, and on that frame I pressed A and mounted Epona, so I warped from midair, which does absolutely nothing. So, as I said, I have 2 hours of in-game time to spend before I can get pose, and a nice efficient way to spend this time is to take care of Iza's first minigame and clear the fishing hole. I say take care of Iza's first minigame because I'm not exactly going to play the minigame. To start the minigame, I'll blow up that rock that I was supposed to blow up with the bomb bag that I stole. And standing right next to Iza when the cutscene starts shortens the cutscene a little bit because it skips a camera pan. The cutscene just put Zora's River on the layer for this minigame. To finish the minigame, I'll just need to reach the end of the river, but for now, I'll save warp instead. More on this in a minute or two. For now, this save warp will put me back out in Upper Zora's River where it's convenient to go to the fishing hole. As I said at the beginning, 100% does not require filling the entire fishing journal, so all I actually need here is the heart piece and the bottle. I just pulled the claw shot for a moment to cancel Link's long diving animation, since I just want to swim straight ahead. Fishing out the bottle from this pond amounts to a coin flip. Every time a fish bites, there is a 50% chance that it's actually the bottle. And if Link is standing in the right place, the bottle is briefly visible at the bottom of the screen when you've won the coin toss. I didn't see the bottle that time, so I cancelled and we'll just try again. Yep, still trying again. There we go, that was the bottle. Next, I'll finish Iza's first minigame for real, but instead of heading back to the cabin to do that, I'm going to Lake Hylia. Oh no. This is that cutscene I skipped earlier when I did Plum's minigame, and because I failed the skip this time, I actually lost time by skipping it the first time. Oh well. So you may recall that Plum's minigame, which I'm currently restarting, takes place in Zora's River, same as Iza's minigame. But Plum's minigame very conveniently starts at the opposite end of the river. Plum's minigame does set the area to its own layer, but if I can somehow manage to void out, the area will revert to the layer for Iza's minigame. Again, the goal of Iza's minigame was just to reach the end of the river, so now I can do that very easily. What do you know, I won the minigame. It's unfortunate that this version of Iza 1 skip needs to be convoluted enough that it only saves around 20 seconds over just doing the minigame. The Wii version is actually able to skip the save warp, saving 9 more seconds, but the HD version saves closer to 1.5 minutes by using a version-exclusive glitch to hit the load zone at the end of the river directly from the top of the river. Here's my second bomb bag, so soon after the bomb bag that needed to be my first. And King Bulblin plus Iza's minigame and the fishing pond have gotten me just past the beginning of nighttime, perfect for getting this Poe at the docks, and starting to head to the desert. In routes like the previous one that don't use King Bulblin to set time of day here, the best way to spend some of the daytime is to take a trip to the Gorge for golden bugs and heart pieces, or to Snowpeak for the portal. But those trips are inefficient because those areas have nighttime Poes that necessitate a return trip at some point. With this route, those areas will be cleared in only one trip at night. Another big but subtle feature is that I didn't need to use Iza's second minigame to spend time of day, which will be very nice for the route in 2 hours or so. I'll explain when we get there. To get to the desert, I'll have to get the memo from Aru, and on my way to Aru, I'll get a couple of Poes, clear the Lake Hylia cave, and howl for a golden wolf. As I grab this next Poe soul, note how I position Link so that his backflip moves him the direction that I want to go next, and how I position the camera so that it'll let me look in that direction as well. Optimally, I'd actually turn the camera away from where I'm heading, so when Link shows the soul to the camera, he'll end up facing where I want to go. But realistically, being able to see is more important. Oh, let's see if I try to equip milk arrows. Nope, no milk arrows today, just bomb arrows. This cave isn't too difficult to navigate, but it is worth being careful in here since it's possible to void out near the end and have to redo the entire thing. It has happened to every Hundo runner at least once. Being able to shoot bomb arrows while running is very nice for the flow of the cave, since it means that I don't need to stop and go into first person every time I need to blow up a rock. I transformed because the first Poe is coming up, and I can get a long jump attack off of this slug to get over it quickly. As always, I'm positioning Link so the backflip moves in the direction I want to go, but this time the camera is facing the opposite direction, like I said was optimal before. I did this because I was about to enter first person to transform, which turned the camera around for me and let me see where I was going anyway. Entering first person before calling Midna is faster than calling her normally when Link is in wolf form and Midna is on his back, as it skips a short camera pan. In the immortal words of John Bon Jovi, who presumably was discoursing on the subject of the Lake Hylia cave in a Twilight Princess 100% speedrun, whoa, we're halfway there. Here's where I start needing to be careful not to jump directly into a chasm. That wasn't part of the Bon Jovi quote, by the way. If that combat looked awkward, it's because it was. If I had grabbed the edge of that winding path, which can happen easily while rolling because torch slug corpses can push Link, the keys would very likely have hit me while I climbed and knocked me into the void. This area is also very laggy, which makes controlling Link hard in general. I promise I won't point out which direction I backflip off of every Poe in the game, but I want to point out that that time I backflipped away from where I was going next, because if I had backflipped towards it, I would have been so close to the rock that the bomb arrow would have hit me. Basically, it's a situational decision. Now, I meant to side hop to pull the lantern out there, but accidentally backflipped. But this last bit is so treacherous that I take the lantern out and don't even roll the entire time. There are a few corners on that path where Link won't even grab a ledge, he'll just fall straight off, and that costs about 2 minutes. Now, I won't roll directly to the chest here because I want to lure the Poe away from it so I don't get owned. Dang, I got owned. And to finish off the cave, Wolf Link will perform his little dance. Nice dance, Link. I won't howl at this stone from the most intuitive position, because I want to try to reduce lag by getting a certain camera angle. I think this camera angle is pretty good. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. It's something to do with keeping Lake Hylia's waterfalls off screen, but sometimes the camera angle won't show the waterfalls and it'll still be laggy, so I'm never really sure. This stone spawns the Golden Wolf in the desert, which is probably the most convenient one to get to other than the first one outside the Forest Temple. Alright, now I can really head to Aru. Well, there's one more Poe, but it's right next to him. And now I'll climb a ladder for 20 seconds. Yep. Still climbing. Now I can head to the desert, and since I have the Zora Armor, it'll be fastest to swim to fire. Because of how the cycle of the walkway bobbing up and down in the water works out, I'll direct the swim a little ways away from fire, which works well anyway since Link's roll speed is faster than his swim speed. And I'm still turning the camera away from the waterfall to reduce lag. By the way, you see how the minimap isn't filled in with water even though the lake is? The trigger for the minimap to fill in is Midna's text box after warping the volcanic rock to Zora's domain to start Lanayru Twilight, and I got the frame-perfect side hop to skip that text. The minimap will never fill with water in this run. And in case you're wondering, that's fine for 100%. We don't have any requirements to do with maps. Again, the goal now is to clear the entire desert, with the exception of Cave of Ordeals and the Poe right outside Cave of Ordeals, during this night cycle. This means getting to the Bulblin camp at 4:59 AM or earlier, or else I'll miss the last 2 Poes and need to spend a few minutes coming back for them later on in the run. Will I be able to do it? Find out right now when I tell you that yes, I will be able to do it. This night cycle is actually quite lenient. Oh no, that bug is pretty high up. Okay, not too bad. These bugs can be mischievous. I've had the second bug, the one I'm heading to now, fly out of bounds through a wall just to be a nuisance. Since golden bugs stop moving once you've called Midna, I sometimes don't go into first person before transforming if a golden bug is already near the ground, just to make sure it stays there. This one, no, it's high up, so I'm going to go into first person and hope it flies downwards. Yeah, that worked out well. Now Link is much faster in the desert as wolf than as human, but since I'll need to claw shot up to these P-hats in a moment, it's not worth the 2 transformations. It's unfortunate, but even with excellent golden bug RNG, I don't think it's quite possible for a human to make the previous cycle on this moving P-hat. It's very possible for a TAS though, since TAS brake sliding saves time on all of the slopes across the desert. The choreography for this Shadow Beast fight is pretty simple, but the lag here makes it difficult to execute sometimes. Apologies for that interruption. We now return to our regularly scheduled sand. Alright, no one say anything. I'm gonna prank this Poe. Ha! He thought I was coming for him. The choreography getting the 2 Poes in this grotto is a bit more involved. I'll knock down the closer Poe, then go aggro the farther Poe while I get ready to grab the first soul. Now I can knock down the second Poe as it approaches, and grab its soul from right next to the exit. It looks pretty straightforward when done well, but it's a little tricky for beginners and can get messy if Link gets hit. Since I ignored this Poe the first time, I bet it won't really expect me to attack this time. It's the old story of the Poe who cried wolf. It's kinda similar anyway, just don't think too hard about that joke. Just one more Poe and the golden wolf before I get to the Bulblin camp. I don't strictly need to use a boar to break the wooden fences, but although clipping past the second fence is pretty easy, clipping past the first fence is very precise, and this category doesn't yet have the ball and chain to knock it down. So I will use this boar, and hope I remember what I learned in Boar Driver's Ed. Whoops. Well, as far as I know, vehicular Bulblin slaughter isn't a crime. Transformations in this section are a little bit awkward, but it ends up being faster to stay human here and get the hidden skill first. I didn't mention it last time, but it's actually possible to get a double hit with Helm Splitter on the Hero's Shade and skip the stab afterwards, but it's very precise and nobody knows how to do it consistently yet. I can, however, speed up the Mortal Draw section, both by moving towards the Hero's Shade and by holding the control stick very slightly, which gives a different Mortal Draw animation that hits a few frames earlier than the normal one. Oh. Well, I failed to get that other animation, but maybe I'll get to show it when I'm learning Jump Strike. Just one last Poe until I've safely made it to the Bulblin camp. The reason entering Bulblin camp is essentially the end of this day-night cycle, even though there are still 2 Poes left at that point, is that time of day works kind of strangely there. Prior to beating King Bulblin 3, time of day freezes if it's between 4 AM and 4:59 AM. Otherwise, it advances at roughly triple the normal speed until it reaches the next 4 AM. So as long as I arrive by 4:59 AM, time won't advance rapidly, and I'll have enough time to get the last 2 Poes, which is made especially lenient by the fact that time of day doesn't pass at all in the area right in front of Arbiter's grounds. Now on the input display, you can see that I'm holding Start, X, Y, Z, and D-pad right. I'll explain the inputs in a moment, but what I was doing is a trick called Map Glitch. I called Midna and opened the map on the same frame, so that when I tried to warp from the map, Midna interrupted the warp. This disables void planes and normal load zones, and that's useful here because I can skip running around to pick up the key by getting to King Bulblin 3 from out of bounds. The triggers to start the fight extend downward indefinitely, so I can just jump out of bounds to hit them. While King Bulblin performs his dance routine, I want to go back to the inputs for Map Glitch since it's kind of interesting. I needed to press Z to call Midna and D-pad right to open the map on the same frame. Holding Start, X, and Y at the same time resets the controller, which is just a thing for GameCube games. So because I held all 5 of those buttons at once and then released Y to end the controller reset, the game read the 4 remaining inputs on the same frame. The D-pad and Z inputs did what I needed for Map Glitch, the X input benignly turned senses on, and the Start input didn't do anything because the map takes precedence. It's a clever little use of a subtle mechanic, and although it does involve pressing 5 buttons at once, it's a little less clumsy than the traditional method of physically unplugging the controller and then plugging it back in while holding Z and D-pad. Now, to shorten the animation of the boar beginning to dash, I'll start moving before dashing. But wait, how am I going to get out of here if load zones are disabled from Map Glitch? Very conveniently, loads that don't involve load zones can still be triggered, and because this load was triggered by the cutscene itself rather than Link being in a certain place, it still worked. Before breaking those barriers, there really isn't a load zone for this area in front of Arbiter's grounds. If I had gotten Link past the barriers without a boar, which is possible, I couldn't have gone anywhere. Anyway, I'm gonna blow up a pig now. Take that. Yep, slingshot. On this return trip to Bulblin Camp, time of day was passing normally since it's in its post-King Bulblin 3 layer, but here is where time of day truly stops passing for this day-night cycle. As I said, this cycle was pretty lenient. Post-Arbiter's Grounds is technically a night cycle as well, but it starts during the night already and is so lenient that it doesn't even feel like managing in-game time at all. But the post-Temple of Time day-night cycle will be much more strict, and every little thing will matter. Alright, back to dungeons. It took 40 minutes to do everything I needed to do between Lakebed and Arbiter's Grounds, but Arbiter's Grounds, Snowpeak Ruins, and Temple of Time will come in much quicker succession. To start off, I can ignore the platforms in this room and just V-attack across the sand as Wolf. And the handle on this chain is much larger than it appears. A locked door? What am I gonna do? Oh. This room contains the only use of the lantern currently required to beat the game. It would of course be slow to skip the lantern where it is possible to, but skipping these torches would be big for low percent. A way to avoid triggering this cutscene and to go straight through the open gate would also be a big find, though it wouldn't matter for 100% because I still need to kill the Poes anyway. The souls of the 4 big Poes do count towards the 60 total Poe souls in the game, so I will kill Poe 1 even though it's easy to skip it since the Poe gate only checks for Poes 2, 3, and 4. The way I'll kill Poe 1 is not the most intuitive. I'll B-attack while targeting it to activate the fight, because this can make the Poe turn a little bit faster in the cutscene. Then after hitting it once, I'll run away. This lures the Poe a little bit towards the torches, and that shortens the cutscene of the Poe's flame flying to the torch after the fight, because they're closer together. At first glance, it seems like this won't save any time at all, but it actually saves around 2 seconds when done well, because if the flame has far enough to fly, it stops to take a breather after a certain amount of time. So moving the Poe even a little bit closer to the torch can remove that hesitation. Oh, it was slowing down, I was barely close enough. That's one challenge of that trick. If I had lured the Poe too far from its spawn point, it would have returned to it, so it's kind of a balancing act. Now all the stairs to Poe 2 are opening up, I can pop over for this heart piece. Here's another instance of Mortal Draw, but I actually won't go for the fast hit animation that I failed on the Hero's Shade. That animation does hit faster, but the part of the animation after the hit is longer, so overall the animation takes longer than the standard one. Because I just needed to get past the Redead rather than wait for it to drop a red rupee, it was faster to use the normal animation. Poe 2 doesn't have an intro cutscene like Poe 1 did, so to start the fight quickly I can just jump attack it. And between cycles I'll take care of these bubbles so they don't knock me down while I'm trying to get the Poe soul. Between the text box and the cutscene for Big Poes, there's a one-framer, so I oriented the camera to make it so an input on that frame will move Link towards the door. Well, roughly at least. It's kind of hard to control sometimes. In this room, I'll go for a trick called Speed Rat, where with a little position setup, I can try to get the rat to knock me off of this push thing early. If I had done that better, the rat would have knocked me off earlier, but I think that still saved a little bit of time. If only there were a way to make these other 3 flames start off closer to the torches. That would be nice. To get to Poe 3, I would take the door right above me, but that's not where I'm going. The intended path to Poe 3 requires a couple extra small keys and traversing some slowish rooms, so I'm heading to Poe 4 first. This trick is known as Poe 1 skip, which 100% ironically does after killing Poe 1. But it's what allows other categories to get the Poe sent from Poe 4 instead of Poe 1, making it skippable. This fight's pretty fast. That fight was pretty fast. Thankfully, I already know the solution to this torch puzzle, so I don't need to turn on my wolf senses. And now we're going to watch this door open all the way. That's one open door. Kind of like with Poe 1, I'll try to target Poe 4 and start its cutscene from a certain position and angle to shorten its animation. I didn't get it. I don't fully understand that one. The number of times the Poes spin around Link is RNG. but depending on which Poe is the real one, I can do a certain action to manipulate the Poe to skip its slow spins for cycle 2, and go straight to fast spins. From here, I can go for a fast strategy to try to kill the Poe by the door. Okay, it's not the visible ones, but I can still kill it near the door with a spin attack. Just Poe 3 left, and to get to it, I'll take the chandelier across the main room, which is how the game intended for me to get to Poe 4 from Poe 3. Wouldn't it be nice if the flames started closer to the torches in these cutscenes? Isn't it also nice that you know I'm going to say that one more time? Here's where I'll use that small key I got earlier. The lock was on the other side. And thankfully, the ghost rats in this room only spawn once you've opened the small key chest, and I don't need the small key, so I won't have to deal with those. Now I'm entering Poe 3's room from the exit. The Redeads are conveniently only prepared to aggro if Link gets in front of them, so I can sneak up on this one and completely ignore the second one. And with that charge attack, I tagged some of the Stalkin so I could get a double hit on the Redead. That fight can be kind of chaotic depending on the Poe's vulnerability RNG and how the Stalkin move around, but this one was a pretty good fight. That was my fourth and final Poe, so now I just need to head back to the main room. Hey, wouldn't it be nice if... never mind. Open wide, because here comes the airplane. Meow. Very good. So the first half of this dungeon had a significant sequence break, but this half follows the intended path even less closely, because I can easily cross this sand whirlpool thing and go straight to the boss key. This skips a couple of pretty slow rooms on the opposite side. From here, traversing the dungeon in reverse to get to Death Sword and the Spinner is a little bit tricky. This room has the second heart piece in it, and to get to it quickly, I can side hop off of this railing. Or do that. That's another option. Close enough. Now to finish crossing this room, I can backslice over this spinner rail. Much better. And I'll open this door in a specific place to start a position setup to cross this large sand pit as human. Remember when I mentioned brake slides, the technique tool-assisted speedruns use to preserve speed up slopes? It can also be used to preserve speed in sand or deep snow, and this application isn't too difficult for a human to do. Now by dropping the bombs and moving in a specific way, I'll be able to get to this gate as it opens. Aiming is hard. Alright, made it to Death Sword. There's not much to the Death Sword fight. For phase 1, I'll need to cut the ropes, then beat it up as Wolf, and then in phase 2, I can knock it out of the air and easily stun lock it by chaining unfinished sword combos. You know what? I have a better idea. See the gate behind Death Sword and the big open space over it? If I can get up there, then I can get to the spinner chest without killing Death Sword and watching a cutscene. That sounds pretty fast. Thanks, Death Sword. This version of Death Sword skip is pretty precise. I had to get Death Sword and Link in just the right places, and release the Midna charge for a super jump within a 2 or 3 frame window. It saves something like 20 seconds over the fight with sword combos, and it is allowed in 100%, which doesn't strictly require beating bosses. In fact, there will be a couple more mini-boss skips later on. So now I'm save warping to get out of the room. The only other way out without killing Death Sword is death warping, but save warping is a much better choice since it's the fastest way to get to Stallard even if you have killed Death Sword. And that's my next stop. I've already gotten both heart pieces, all 4 Poes, the dungeon item, and the boss key, so it's only the boss left. As I do some backtracking, I want to mention that the version of Death Sword skip that I just did is not the only one. There's a jump strike long jump attack Death Sword skip, helpfully abbreviated Gislajads, that saves something like 15 to 20 seconds over the super jump version that I did, by getting up over the gate without waking up Death Sword or doing phase 1 of the fight. Unfortunately, it requires Jump Strike, the 6th hidden skill, and getting Jump Strike before Arbiter's Grounds for 100% involves some detours that cost as much time as having the skill would save. But it's something that has potential to get into Hundo in the future if we find more ways to save time by having Jump Strike early, or a faster way to get the hidden skill early. Also, there's technically another way to do Death Sword skip, the Backslice Moonboots Damage Boost Death Sword skip, helpfully abbreviated Boots, but that's slower than the Super Jump version, and only useful for challenge runs. The way spinner sockets work is kinda strange. This socket and the previous one both only require pressing A once every 8 frames minimum, so 4 times-ish per second, to complete their task at full speed. Faster mashing doesn't speed it up. This is also true for the sockets in City in the Sky, but the socket in the mirror chamber does finish faster with faster mashing, up to perfect mashing for this 30 FPS game of 15 presses per second. Over the years, I've had a few people tell me they disagree with how I pronounce the name of the boss of Arbiter's Grounds, Stallard. Of course, there's no canonical pronunciation, but I don't want to alienate anyone. So for this commentary, I'll pronounce Stallard's name in as many different ways as I can think of, so everyone gets a turn to feel right. Phase 1 of Star-Lord comprises 3 cycles of attacking his smoking and generally unhealthy-looking spine with the spinner. Cycle 1 was literally straightforward, but cycles 2 and 3 can devolve into pinball quite easily. Oh, that's a shame. I had such a nice opening. At least I can back it up without going out to the perimeter. For cycle 3, Stalebread has hired 5 stall troops to guard his spine, so I'll get close to them to spawn them, and then rebound off of a distant stall troop to get behind them. I could have done that rebound off of the closer stall troop just to the right of the 5 guards, but after messing up cycle 2, I probably just wanted to play it safe. Oh yeah, and this spinner socket I think is different from all of the others. When I was doing this for the glitchless task, I couldn't find a linear relationship between mash speed and how early the cutscene activated. I really like the music for Phase 1 of Stolrod, and Phase 2 is great too, especially the piano bassline. The melody is taken from Ocarina of Time's King Dodongo and Volvagia fights, though if I do the quick knockdown properly, we'll only hear one note of that. To get the quick knockdown, I just need to get on the spinner rail at the right place and time. It's pretty easy. There was the one note of the Ocarina of Time music, and now I can just chain quick spins for an easy 1 cycle. It's pretty common while I'm doing Hundo runs for at least one person in chat to ask why I'm not doing Strelrord skip, which was made RTA viable in 2021. After all, we know bosses aren't strictly required for Hundo, and this mirror shard comes from the mirror chamber rather than Stellar D himself. Is Dr. Olat's skip too difficult, or too risky for such a long run? Nope, I just need the heart container. That's the only reason that I had to kill Dollar Tree. And now, crucially, I need to not fall down on my way out. Not that I would ever do that. Time of day doesn't pass in dungeons, but entering Stallard's room from the boss door set time of day to 9 PM. So even though I entered the dungeon near the end of nighttime, I'm leaving it near the beginning. This is convenient for getting a few pose on my way to Snowpeak Ruins. Oh, that's unfortunate. I tried to go for a small time saver, but failed to pull a bomb out before hitting the cutscene trigger, so rather than going for it with unfamiliar timing, I'm just doing the bombless fight. One Shadow Beast spawns back where I hit that cutscene trigger, and it's possible to save a couple seconds by using a bomb to kill it. Wouldn't it be nice if we could quick spin? Yeah, this guy. This is the bomb guy. The game tries not to let you warp away without raising the mirror, and although this is easily circumvented by zooming in and out on the map, 100% does need to raise the mirror, both because it's what puts the Arbiter's Ground's mirror shard in the inventory, and because it spawns Ashe and Snowpeak, and getting her sketch is a prerequisite for the fishing rod upgrade. This night cycle basically revolves around that upgrade. I'll warp first to Zora's Domain so I can get the sketch from Ashe, though there will be a bit more to do on the way. My first order of business is to get the third and final bomb bag from the underwater Goron. This is the one reason that I got water bombs earlier. Now if I position myself right, I should be able to land on top of the rock and save myself a little bit of sinking time. Oh no. A little too much movement in that quick spin. Now I'll use my final water bomb to do a glitch called Rocket Link. This is similar to using water bombs to breathe underwater, like other speedrun categories do to fight Morpheal. I started taking out a water bomb, but then Force unequipped the iron boots, so Link took out the water bomb while swimming. From there, releasing the bomb snapped Link to the surface of the water, saving time over swimming back up. In Outer Zora's Domain, there are 2 bows and a golden bug. If I drop in just the right place, I can fall near the first bow. And it's a little bit faster to ignore the bow at first and kill it up here, rather than killing it down below. Now if I call Midna in just the right place, I should be able to get this blue rupee without any text. I probably didn't really need that rupee, but it doesn't hurt. And because this is the 20th post soul I'm getting, it's going to have a quick text box, and I always forget that and wait for a second. Nearly every time Hundo gets rerouted, the pose end up in different orders, so that text appears in different places, and I still wasn't used to it being on that po by the time of this run. This bug is just the worst sometimes. Alright, that's it for Zora's Domain. I'll actually never be back here for the rest of the run. Goodbye, fishies. Now I'll head to Ashe. So how am I going to get back to go to Snowpeak Ruins if I'm never going back to Zora's Domain? Well, with Map Glitch, the same trick I did in Bulblin Camp to get out of bounds, I can prevent the blizzard from voiding me out, and get up to Snowpeak now without the Reekfish scent. Using the controller reset combo is a little bit more awkward here though, because I want to do it while jumping down from Ashe, which means I need to start holding D-pad and start during the text boxes so that the menus don't come up, and that I want to be holding up on the control stick in addition to the 5 buttons that I held last time. You'll notice though that I appear to be holding up even during this text. What I did was unplug my controller during the load zone and plug it back in while holding down. That means that now that I've released neutral, it's registering as holding up. That makes it so I can just do the same 5-button combo midair, and the same controller reset that made the map and Midna activate on the same frame also re-teared my control stick, so neutral is neutral again. Admittedly, that's way more complicated than the standard strat of just getting map glitch before talking to Ashe, but it saves a Midna call, so it's a little bit faster. On the way up the mountain, there are 3 Poes. 2 of the 3 are available at all times of day, which is part of the appeal of coming to get the Snowpeak portal before Arbiter's grounds, on routes that don't use King Bulblin to set time of day. But the 3rd only being available at night is what necessitates a return trip on those routes. On this route, I'll be able to get all 3 now. One side effect of map glitch is that now that I've turned senses on, I can't turn them off, and I have no idea why it works that way. I'll lure this Poe a little bit away from the edge of the cliff to avoid an accidental skydiving session. And here, in pretty quick succession, I have 2 quick climbs like I was talking about back in Eldin Twilight. For any quick climb enthusiasts out there, there was actually one more quick climb that I didn't have a chance to mention back in Midna's Desperate Hour. Technically, there's another one that I could have gone for in Arbiter's grounds when getting to the boss key early, but there's a pretty good chance of Link clipping out of bounds and voiding on that one, so I don't think it's worth it. In Bulblin Camp, I eventually cancelled map glitch by using a cutscene to trigger a load. Here I can do the same thing with this very conveniently placed Howling Stone. Howling at it triggers a load into the Howling map, disabling map glitch. Of course, I need to howl here for 100% anyway, but other categories that use map glitch to ascend Snowpeak also howl here, and then leave before howling the second time, just to be able to continue. If I had tried to dig into the connection cave with map glitch still active, I would have soft-locked in the digging animation. There's a popular misconception that the song I just howled is from Wind Waker or something, but it is in fact a new song, and is internally labeled as such in the game's code. Anyway, this Howling Stone is part of the reason that it's fast to come up here before getting the Coral Earring. The golden wolf that this stone spawns is in Kakariko Graveyard, basically right in front of Rallis. So coming here first means that I can get the hidden skill and the Coral Earring in one trip instead of 2. Before I head to the graveyard though, I'll go as far as getting the Snowpeak portal so that I can get back here easily afterwards. Now there's a Poe in one of the ice blocks right next to me, but I can't get to it without the ball and chain, so I'll have to come back here later on. That's routed in pretty seamlessly though. Whoops, a little too close. Here I'll pull the claw shot out while backflipping away from the vines. This doesn't make aiming any faster, but it makes it so I don't get a mortal draw prompt from the keys, which would prevent me from going into first person to aim at all. If I put Link in just the right place, I can aggro all 3 Shadow Beasts at once. I can also get all the lag and hit stun at once too. Now that I can get back here quickly, I'll finally go get that Coral Earring. Obviously, since I'm here already, it would be more efficient to go beat Snowpeak Ruins now and then go get the Coral Earring some other time. But Rallis disappears after Snowpeak Ruins has been beaten, so it's not an option. This is also part of why I stole a bomb bag earlier to break those rocks at the Bridge of Eldin, instead of getting the ball and chain early. After getting the ball and chain early, I couldn't beat Snowpeak yet because that would lock me out of the Coral Earring, so I'd have to warp back there later and get down to the dungeon a second time, which takes a while. And I couldn't use the Snowpeak Uku both because I was still using Lakebed Uku at the time, and because finishing Arbiter's Grounds deletes any Uku that's in the inventory anyway. On the way to the Golden Wolf and Rallis, I can grab 2 Poes and an ant. Oh, I don't think I've mentioned this yet. Most times when I approach a Poe, I'll leave senses off until it's near enough that the charge attack will tag it as soon as I turn senses on. This is fast for Poes like this one that are too high up to hit with jump attacks or B attacks, because they come down to Link right away when senses are off, but when senses are on, they hesitate for a second or two. This hidden skill is Jump Strike, which again saves so much time that it was worth going out of my way for an extra hidden skill earlier. But I'm only getting it right now because it's convenient. I won't actually use Jump Strike until after Snowpeak Ruins. Ah, here I can go for that fast mortal draw again. And I failed it again. I think there's only one more point in the run where I go for that animation, so hopefully I get it there. But there are also two minor optimizations in the Jump Strike portion, and they're much easier to get. First, although jump strikes usually need to be fully charged, not to come out as jump attacks instead, I only need to start charging it during the tutorial to get a full jump strike. Second, if I do a jump strike auto spin, the main hero's shade won't get knocked down, which saves over 3 seconds over having to wait for him to stand up again before the text comes up. It's unfortunate that I need to be human here to get the golden bug and hidden skill, because Link can crawl through this tunnel so much faster as Wolf that it's about the same speed to transform twice just to be Wolf in the tunnel, as it is to stay human. Before I head back to Snowpeak, there's one other bit of collection to do. Almost all of the remaining collection in the run is important for time of day routing, rupee routing, and general efficiency in getting from place to place. But this golden bug and Poe outside Castletown are isolated. I need the golden bug sometime before Palace of Twilight so I can get the giant wallet, so any nighttime will do, and there are no rupees involved. I could have come for them between the Docks Poe and the Lake Hylia cave prior to the desert, but that would have added some cursor movement and an area banner on the warp to Lake Hylia. And I could come for them in the post-Temple of Time night cycle, which would even remove an area banner, but that one's tight enough that it would be tough to fit them in, so I'm getting them now. Actually, saying all of this just now has made me realize that this can be moved to the post-Temple of Time night cycle in the task to save a couple seconds. Nice. That Poe soul is inside the Bulblin's head. Golly. Unfortunately, in a moment I will need to decline to go on a spiritual journey, as it's slower than not going on one. In case you're wondering, it is possible to get down the mountain as Wolf and with boomerang LJs over the gaps, and that would skip this cutscene, but it's still quite a bit slower than just snowboarding. Here's a really subtle time saver. I tried to angle Link a certain way when I bonked the tree, so that side hopping right after the cutscene will make him land about as far away from the snowboard as possible, while still being able to mount it. The farther Link is from the snowboard, the higher his speed has to be in order to land on the snowboard at the end of the hop animation, and his hop speed carries over to the snowboard's starting speed. The snowboard's max speed is 70, but slopes on the ground cause it to drop a little below that most of the time, so I'm trying to spend as much time in the air as possible while still going the right direction. Across the run, I'll have 3 shots at getting the rupees on the treetops up ahead, and I just need to get them once for the rupee route I'm following. It is astounding that didn't count. Oh well, I'll get them next time. There's also a red rupee up ahead that's much easier to get. I don't actually know how much time this shortcut saves over taking the lower path, but it's some amount of time. Snowpeak Ruins is a very broken dungeon, and unlike Arbiter's Grounds, where I had to forgo some brokenness to get all the Poes, I'll get to take full advantage of sequence breaks here, while still, of course, getting all the collectibles. Speaking of collectibles, there's a Poe right in the center of this lobby, and I'm completely ignoring it, because it's faster to get later. The first sequence break is a very simple one. This heart piece is only meant to be accessible late in the dungeon, but an LJA gets me to it easily. From here I want to beeline to the ball and chain, since one Poe requires it, and the other collectibles route nicely with that Poe. The fastest way there is to claw shot up through this one-sided floor, then clip down through the ramp to the courtyard. The ladder in this hallway is only meant to be climbable after shooting the Freezered at the top with a cannonball at the end of a long puzzle. To prevent climbing it early, the Freezered spews ice indefinitely while Link is on the ladder. But if it starts its attack while Link isn't on the ladder, it does a normal length attack. You can hear the Freezered attacking, but I timed dropping off the ladder so that it started its attack while Link was in the air. Link doesn't climb quite fast enough to make it to the top before the Freezered attacks again, but I dropped off again so that its next attack also started while Link was in the air. And now I'm at the top. The door to the mini-boss Dark Hammer is behind the Freezered down here, but I'll need a key at one point later on, so I'll dig up this convenient one. Continuing a policy of non-violence towards Freezards, I can clip through Darkhammer's door by attacking past this one while I have invincibility frames. Again, there aren't load zones behind doors, so I still needed to open the door once I got behind it. To get Darkhammer to throw the ball and chain and become vulnerable, I need to get him to turn around. And he's kind of a pushover with Mortal Draw. Oh, there was a fast Mortal Draw animation. That was actually neither of the two animations I was talking about before, though. Inputting a Mortal Draw within 4 frames of finishing a roll makes it hit 6 frames faster than a standard Mortal Draw, because Link doesn't spin around while he does it. This is the fastest kind of Mortal Draw, assuming you're already rolling anyway. Since the Poe that requires the ball and chain is back in the lobby, and the boss room is right above Darkhammer's room, it makes sense to save warp and then make my way back here again, just with a different path that picks up the remaining collectibles. The bubble in this armor always drops an orange rupee, and if the bubble and Poe behave, then I can grab it very quickly. That was pretty good behavior. No detention for either of you. The rupee unfortunately did go a bad direction, but otherwise the RNG was good. Here's the Poe that I ignored earlier because there was no other reason to be Wolf at that point. There's just a heart piece left in this room, and it's at the end of some chandelier platforming that I'll thankfully skip most of with the help of this keys. I said with the help of this keys. I bonked so that the keys would end up lower down where it can't try to attack Link over the railing. And now I wait. There are quite a few unintended ways to get to the second floor, but this one is by far the coolest. Now, if you're wondering why I'm LJAing to this chest instead of using the ball and chain to make the chandelier swing, you're not alone, because I just wondered the same thing and realized that using the ball and chain is faster. Whoops. We've all been doing it wrong for years. The problem with using the ball and chain was that the direction the chandelier swings initially is awkward to control, but I think I just found a way to make it always go the right direction. Anyway, this LJA actually does save time, especially when the Chillfos cooperates like that. This room has a Poe and a bunch of mini-freezards in it, and if I move the right way, I should be able to get to the Poe and ruin its day before the mini-freezards can get to me and ruin my day. It always ruins my day when someone knocks me down and rips my soul out. Here's the reason I got that key on the way to Darkhammer, and that Poe was the final collectible, so now I'm just heading to the boss key via the shortest path. In this room, I momentarily relax my policy of non-violence towards freezers. It is possible to skip this freezer, but it's usually faster to do the quick kill. To get to the chapel where the boss key is, I could do the same ladder trick that I did earlier, but since I'm already on the second floor, I can do an LJA instead. Unfortunately, I'll need to wait out the freezer's attack because I got a one-handed grab there. If I'd gotten a two-handed grab, I could have climbed right away. This room can be made pretty fast with the help of a few bomb arrows. Oh no. And when this room goes wrong, it really goes wrong. Oh, at least I didn't get knocked down again. Unfortunate that I didn't get to show the full strat for that room. Oh well. Midna will pop up with some text after I get the key, but there's a 2-frame window to side hop to avoid it. Oops. That started a backslice. Yeah, not my best chapel. Anyway, before I head to the boss door, I need to compliment Yetta on her freezer costume. Nice costume, Yetta. Before we rewrote it, the ZeldaSpeedruns.com page for Blizzetta had this to say regarding Phase 1 of the fight, and I quote, "Nothing of major importance about this phase except that if she knocks you over she will deal 1 heart of damage, and considering Snowpeak Ruins is filled with hearts anywhere, be weary if you could die. There is a tactic to hitting her fast in the first phase, however it does have the risk of being knocked, so only attempt this if you feel confident or have more than 1 heart. Start off by throwing the ball and chain at her head on the first time, then move forward and mash A to roll towards her as she is going away, then mash to throw the ball and chain again. If done correctly, you will be so close to her and she will still be huge, so she will be stuffed between you and the ball and chain." I admit, it was tempting not to replace that original verbiage, and there's more for Phase 2, but I won't subject you to it. What I will do for Phase 2 is roll around the arena to dodge all the icicles, then position myself near the wall so that the icicles will knock Link into the ring instead of out of it. Then, if I'm quick, I can hit Blizzetta against the wall and then hit her 2 more times before she gets away, finishing the fight in 1 cycle. That's all for Snowpeak Ruins. I'll head over to Temple of Time in just a minute, but not until I have done a gainer and looked into the eyes of Yetta. Who need mirror? Me. I need mirror. It's a 100% run. And now I will destroy the heart container. That works too. I only have one very quick stop to make before leaving the area. Beating Snowpeak Ruins set time of day to noon, but the Poe at the top of the Spiral Hill is available at all times of day, so it's most convenient to get now. Here is where Jump Strike becomes important. A while back, I mentioned Moon Boots, a glitch that makes Link fly higher into the air than he's supposed to during certain animations. To use it here, I'll release a Jump Strike while wearing the Iron Boots, then force unequip the Iron Boots on a certain frame. Not that frame. That frame does also give extra height, just not enough for this purpose. There we go. This is exactly the same out of bounds area that I jumped to near the beginning of the run to get the Master Sword early. This time though, it's more of a skip than a sequence break, because I'm just skipping talking to Russell and using the Golden Cucko. That use of Moon Boots didn't save that much time over the next best way to skip Russell, but we haven't seen the last of it yet. For the moment though, I need to hit Skull Kid once to get access to the area where the Poe lives. Just like on the way to the Master Sword, I'm supposed to hit Skull Kid 2 more times while chasing him around the grove, then fight him with the bow. Personally, I think it's wrong to hit kids, so I'm gonna leave him alone and pick on someone my own size. Which I guess is the Poe in this case. He's kinda like Link's size-ish. I'm gonna get whacked. You know what, I also think it's wrong to hit wolves. Or at least it's not a very good idea. I know someone's wondering this right now. Yes, I could have made Link backflip into the water while getting the Poe Soul, but it's slower because I was able to jump all the way over the water instead. I'm gonna get whacked again. I didn't get whacked again. This chest is the only 30 bomb chest in the game, and while it does take some time to spawn and open, it will be worth having them, especially in Cave of Ordeals. So how am I going to avoid hitting Skull Kid if the load zone to the Master Sword area is walled off? Well, there's some very convenient geometry in this room that's going to help me out. To get up onto it, I'll need to do a Jump Strike Moon Boots Bomb Boost, which is both precise and difficult to say 5 times fast. From here, I can ascend the rest of this wall with Backslice once I take care of the puppets. And that'll bring me down to the arena from the first Skull Kid fight, which no is not the same room as the arena for the second fight that I'm currently skipping. This room has a Poe and a Grotto in it, which I'd have to backtrack for if I hadn't done Grove 2 skip, and notably does not currently contain Skull Kid, meaning I'll be able to go straight out to the Master Sword area without a fight. In my first commentated Hundo run in 2022, I said this grotto sucked, and in my second one in 2023, I doubled down and said it still sucked and that it will never not suck. But you know, things change as you get older and wiser, and now that it's 2025, I have to admit, this grotto really sucks. Really bad. Worst grotto in the game. Though admittedly, I did it pretty well just now. Obviously, it's faster not to fight Skull Kid than to fight Skull Kid, and it is nice that entering the Master Sword area from this room will put me closer to where I need to go. But there's also a subtler important time save here. Entering the Sacred Grove set time of day to 5 AM, just before daytime. Defeating Skull Kid would have set time of day to 8 AM. So since I didn't do that, I can get this night-only Poe now, instead of having to warp back some other time just for it. And now I'll take the sword out, put it away, and then take it back out again. It's kind of like the Hokey Pokey, but for swords. Like the Mirror Chamber portal fight, this one will feature 5 Shadow Beasts, which does make it a little bit tricky, especially because their aggro ranges don't fully overlap. Since I didn't enter this area from the upper load zone, I never pushed down the block that would let me get up to the door now, but I can use Moon Boots again to take an alternate path. And on my way up, I can boomerang this golden bug through the wall. This is pretty quick because the boomerang is coming back while I'm moving to the door. And now, if I do it right, there we go. I opened the door from the wrong side. Temple of Time is definitely one of my favorite dungeons in this category. There's a lot of cool stuff coming up. In any TAS of this room, you'll see that it's possible to throw the boomerang from far away and make one of the pots land on the switch. That is incredibly precise, and at least for now there's no RTA setup for it, but hopefully someday we'll be able to come up with one. Here I can use backslice again for movement. That just saves a few frames over climbing normally. It's also possible to do a backslice Moon Boots bomb boost straight up to these torches and skip the whole switch thing entirely, but that requires magic armor and an empty wallet, so it's not useful for hundo. Temple of Time tries to force Uku on you, but it's slightly faster to skip it with an LJA that is annoyingly precise for how little time it saves. Though the skip is easier on Wii 1.0, which has smaller cutscene triggers and can just run right by Uku. In this hallway I can skip both gate puzzles, using some clawshot targets that are probably a little farther forwards than they're meant to be. To be fair though, this does require somewhat precise timing on the jump slash relative to when Link reaches the clawshot medallion. And here I'll make use of the fact that Lizalfos don't attack if you're not facing them. The general premise of this dungeon is going all the way up to the top for the Dominion Rod, then using it to bring the big statue all the way back down to open the Door of Time. Most of the collectibles are meant to be accessible only on the way down, but for a reason that'll become clear in just a few minutes, I'm going to get them all on the way up instead, and in this room that leads to the first use of Helm Splitter in service of getting to this Poe early. I got that long Helm Splitter by inputting the attack right after the boomerang stunned the Lizalfos. Here I can save a little bit of time by grabbing the Poe Soul while landing on the switch to interrupt the animation. That was pretty good Lizalfos RNG. Sometimes the 3 Lizalfos that I just dashed past come to the Poe gate and make the long Helm Splitter a lot more awkward. I'm supposed to bring a second statue from downstairs to raise this platform while Link stands on it, but that would be slow. Like the Poe downstairs, the puzzle for the heart piece in this room is supposed to require the Dominion Rod, but it doesn't. I just need to line up properly. Ooh, I think I actually got the right angle there. I think I can just throw right after the cutscene. Nice. These statue throws are fairly precise, and it's worth being careful with them because it is possible to get a statue stuck past the fence without landing on the switch, which is bad. Once again, I can save a small number of frames here by backslicing instead of climbing. Theoretically, that also would have saved time on the way to the first chest, but it's a little more awkward approaching that one. In this staircase, I'll get away with only hitting each crystal switch once. In this first room, it's very easily bypassed with a clawshot target on the ceiling, which is there to make sure that you don't get stuck behind a wall by shooting the crystal switch all the way from the compass chest. There's a lot of that kind of thing in this dungeon just because of how the puzzles work. Here's the second and unfortunately final use of Long Helm Splitter in the run. This not only got me to the heart piece, but will also let me skip 2 hits on the crystal switch. Here's a cool little enemy LJA to skip putting a pot on this switch. Oh no. Oh no, one attack! Wow, that was really unfortunate. I waited until the Dynalphus attacked because otherwise it would have blocked the bomb arrow, but it took way longer than I expected to attack, so I probably could have just gone around it and tried to shoot the crystal switch a second time instead. Oh well. The boss key is another thing I'm supposed to get on the way down the dungeon, but there are several ways to get to it early. The best is to use another Jump Strike Moon Boots to get up onto this railing. And unfortunately, it's not quite possible to LJ from that clawshot target to the door. Since I'll need to be human for the upcoming room, it'll make more sense to get the Poe on the way back out. This room has a really nice flow to it. Oh no. Yeah, that's... The shells work in very strange ways, and one of the odd things about them is that sword dropping them while standing on a switch will just make them go flying. I really don't know why. Anyway, kind of a neat room. It is possible to skip those 4 switches by bomb boosting over the gate to the boss key, but like the trick in the first room of the dungeon, it's very precise and we don't have a good way to do it consistently, at least for the time being. Incidentally, that would also make use of some extra clawshot targets, which are on the walls of that room in case you accidentally lock yourself in boss key jail using the Dominion Rod. Getting this posthole now instead of earlier means I have a reason to stay wolf all the way up to the next small key chest, which means I can skip a cycle on the revolving blade traps. This room can very easily get messy, but ideally I'll mostly ignore the Los Alfos. And to skip putting something other than Link on this switch, I can LJA past the barrier before it reforms. Fun fact, bomb arrowing these Armos from all the way across the room at the small key chest crashes the game. It's something to do with them not being fully loaded yet. And now I'm at the very top. This is the room with the Dominion Rod and the Dark Nut. The fastest way to activate the cutscene and start the fight is to shoot the Dark Nut from the door. Admittedly, calling it a fight isn't really accurate. No Dark Nuts will be harmed in the acquisition of this Dominion Rod. As for Link, he'll probably be fine. Unfortunately, this is the last time Moon Boots is useful in the run. Dark Nut Skip does leave me trapped in Dominion Rod jail, and while I could get out by bomb arrowing the Dark Nut until the mid-fight cutscene starts and teleports Link to the middle of the room, I don't need to do that. I'm save warping instead. As you may have guessed while I was getting the boss key and all the collectibles on the way up, I don't actually need to bring the big statue down after all. I can use a little statue instead, though in a slightly different role than the big statue would play. There you have it, Door of Time Skip. That saves a few minutes. I did say something a little misleading though. Even in TPHD, where Door of Time Skip isn't possible, at least with current knowledge, it's still faster to get almost everything on the way up the dungeon. The only exception is the lower Poe. Now with some clever statue movement, I can quickly get through both gates. And I'm at the boss already. Armagoma is essentially pure RNG. Each cycle, it crawls to lights on the ceiling for a minimum amount of time, then has a 50-50 chance of stopping on each light that it reaches after that time. This is pretty bad RNG. This is continuing to be pretty bad RNG. Oh dear. Wow, that was pretty rough. Now after I smush Armagoma, it's going to turn around 180 degrees and crawl across the floor till it gets to a wall, then go up to the ceiling. I mention this because certain paths it can take on the ceiling make it so that when it turns around on the floor, the nearest wall is very nearby instead of across the room. But that's also pure RNG. The whole thing is just RNG. By the way, if you don't know the term RNG, it stands for Random Number Generator, and is generally used in speedruns to refer to random elements in the game. Alright, that cycle was better. I was hoping I wouldn't demonstrate that mistake. The fist went straight through Armagoma because I accidentally bonked the Dominion Rod on its leg. Alright, just one more cycle. Oh, one element of Armagoma's pathing that isn't RNG is that it always crawls back to the last light that it was shot at. Alright, just a bad first cycle. Though that first cycle was pretty bad. I just checked my splits, apparently I lost 32 seconds. On the one hand, I like the Phase 2 music and I kinda wish it went on a little bit longer, but on the other hand, speed. Here begins the post-Temple of Time day-night cycle, one of my favorite parts of the run. For the next half hour or so, I'll need to make very few mistakes, at least while in-game time is passing, to make it to the final Poe before daybreak. This cycle integrates Ilia's memory quest, the trade quest that leads to the Horse Call and Power Dominion Rod, with the Malamart and Magic Armor side quest, entwining time of day routing and rupee routing, and culminating in a trick that is a big part of the reason this new route is fast. But before I exit and time of day starts passing again, I can grab a representative of each of the 3 main collectibles. The goal with this daytime is to get to Castletown for Ilia's wooden statue early in the nighttime by finishing the Goron Hot Spring Water minigame, which requires donating 1,000 rupees to Malamart. I'll immediately head to Snowpeak, where I can use the snowboarding minigames to finish filling my wallet for the first donation, and to spend all the extra daytime I won't need. Realistically, I'm not in danger of losing either of these races, especially if I slice my opponent in half. But of course, I do want to go fast, and on one of these attempts I still need to get the treetop rupees. Alright, well I'm set on rupees, but the treetops slowed me down a little bit. A good time for a snowboarding race is a 108 or 109. I expect this will be more like a 110 or 111. Yeah, not a great time, but I should do better in the second race since I'm good on rupees now. Speaking of the second race, the fastest way to get back up to the top of the mountain to start it will be to void out. Now I'll be careful not to accidentally race Yedo again. Very important. The biggest difference between these two races is that Yeda is a lot harder to slice in half. She's just too nimble. Here's where I finish filling the wallet. Now that's a much better time. Now there's one collectible left in the entire Peak Province, and it's at the top of the mountain, so I'll skid to the door and then void out again. Navigating this connection cave in reverse is kind of awkward, but it feels good to do it well. Oh yeah, I just did a ball and chain animation cancel. I threw it from very near the wall so that it didn't fall to the ground afterwards. That technique used to be a lot more important later on in the run, but now that I think about it, that might be the only time that I have to do it. Next up is a Kakariko trip, where I can get Renato's letter to start Ilia's memory quest, and donate to Malomart to empty my wallet so I can start filling it again. Oh yeah, and Epona's still here from when I did the archery minigame an hour and a half ago, so I can ride her to Malomart and save 2 seconds. If you advance his text fast enough, this Goron screams 3 times at once. Very talented. I wish I could do that. By the way, in-game time pretty much never passes in indoor areas like Malomart, but it's also not passing in Kakariko Village. It's just one of the few places like that. Remember earlier when I blew up that rock here and skipped the cutscene by warping away? Same idea for this other rock, but this time I'll open the door to skip it. There's a good demonstration of how crowded the item wheel is getting at this point in the run. It becomes pretty difficult to do direct equips very accurately. I don't remember whether I've already said this, but in case I haven't, nearly every time I use a set of double doors, I'll take the right door, because Link's animation exiting the door on the other side is 20 frames faster than with a left door. The only exception to that is some doors that make Link exit through the right door regardless of which door he entered, which happens a couple of times in Hyrule Castle. Anyway, I'm already done with the important stuff for this Kakariko trip. I'll just grab one more heart piece before I warp away. Unfortunately, this route doesn't have a water bomb here to rocket Link up to the surface again, but only buying 5 water bombs instead of the 10 the old route bought does save time overall. Next up is my first Castletown trip, which will be useful both for refilling my wallet for the second donation and for talking to several very important characters. Telma and Bourville to advance Ilia's memory quest, and the Goron at the bridge to open up the hot spring water minigame. But before all that, potentially the most important character of all, the postman. Like I said earlier, I need to talk to the postman at least once in the run to get the mailbag, so if all goes well, this will be the only time that I talk to him. It would have been easy to skip him at this location, but since I didn't, I won't have to worry about hitting any of his triggers across the overworld for the rest of the day-night cycle. Off the top of my head, I'd have to skip at least 4 more triggers to avoid him for the entire cycle, so it's definitely worth taking the one required postman cutscene here. Just like last time I was here, I can't open Agatha's door while the area banner is still up, but I can do an equip to get rid of it. Once again, I won't really have anything to say while giving bugs to Agatha. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Goodbye, snail. I do have one more golden bug that I could give, but I'll need it for rupees on my third and final trip to Agatha, so I'm keeping it for now. And that means that she knows I have bugs. It's unfortunate that most routes don't work out to get Icky Hibs, or I know you have bugs skip, by having the exact right number of bugs for each visit. But I think the new 100% task will be able to do it. Once again, very carefully spacing out my rolls so I don't accidentally talk to any of the kind citizens of Castletown who just go on and on. And now I'll give Renato's letter to Telma for the invoice, another step in the trade sequence. It is possible to skip this intro cutscene with Telma and the Resistance and save 6 seconds, but it's so precise that it's hard to justify going for. The idea is to talk to Louise, the cat, in the perfect place so that the interaction pushes Link back a little bit into the cutscene trigger, which deactivates it. I sometimes go for it and very rarely get it, but apparently decided not to in this run. If I'm not careful here, I can pick up a pretty flower from the stall. Nice, I got pretty flower skip. You may or may not have already assumed this, but in-game time is passing while I'm in the streets of Castletown. For some reason, a lot of new hundo runners, myself included when I was starting, assume that it doesn't pass here. There's currently no known way to skip parts of this trade quest, but there are 2 minor leads. First, the medicine scent is always here behind Bourville, so if we can find some way of getting past him or entering from the upper load zone, we could skip Renato's letter and the invoice. The other lead regards the stall hounds in the area south of Castletown. The normal layer for that area is layer 0, and the stall hounds appear on layer 1. If we could manipulate the layer the area loads on, we could even skip the medicine scent and talking to Louise. And there is a layer manipulation glitch used in any percent to empty Lake Hylia, but we don't have any way of applying it to that area. To finish off this Castletown trip, I need to talk to the Goron at the bridge, which will let me do the hot spring water minigame once I've finished donating 1,000 rupees. If I talk to the Goron from just the right place, I'll be able to warp afterwards without moving. This Kakariko trip is just to empty the wallet again and start the hot spring water minigame, which will bring me right back to where I just warped from. But unfortunately, since I already used Epona, I can't ride her to Malamart this time. Besides donating, I also need to buy the Hawkeye and Hylian Shield in Malamart. Over-donating for the first 1,000 doesn't count towards the 200 that I'll also need to donate later to open Castletown Malamart. So on this trip I can use my 600 rupees to donate 400, then buy the Hylian Shield for 200. I'll never actually equip the Hylian Shield in the run though, because there's no reason to. The Ordon Shield does just fine. Likewise, if you're wondering why I'm still wearing the Zora Armor while I'm not doing any swimming, it's just because pausing to unequip it is slow. Pretty much the only downside to Zora Armor is a 10 times multiplier on fire and ice damage, and I will switch to Hero's Clothes for that reason in Cave of Ordeals. But until then, it's not really a concern, and I do want to have the Zora Armor on for the Lakebed phase of Zand. Anyway, if you haven't watched a recent run of this category, the way I do this minigame may terrify you. From 2013 through last year, the strategy was always to run around the perimeter of the field instead of straight towards the bridge, which was a few seconds slower but prevented any levers from spawning. On some routes, that small time loss didn't matter because we ended up needing to wait a little bit for nighttime for the first PO to spawn anyway, but for reasons I'll explain in a minute, this route does benefit from saving those few seconds. Hello, levers. It turns out though that you can make the levers completely predictable if you're just careful where you go. And here I'll just need to hesitate for a second so this lever doesn't hit me while it gets in formation. I know it looks like I'm in a tight spot, there's nothing to worry about. Well, there's one thing to worry about, I might have to run around the last lever. Yeah, like that. But since I never actually slowed down, it couldn't catch up at the end. Here's where I part ways with my Kargarok buddy. Oh, and the trigger for this Goron's cutscene is perpendicular to the bridge and spans the whole thing, so it's faster to run along the side like that than to run towards the Goron. So there's the day portion of this collection cycle. By design, it has delivered me to a Po, which is on the next bridge over, right near the beginning of nighttime, so I have plenty of time left for more Po collection. The route through the night portion is designed, of course, to get the wooden statue and bring it to Ilia, but also to take a wide arc through the overworld to visit areas that have night-only Pos, and finish clearing those areas of other collectibles at the same time to avoid repeat visits. Also to refill the wallet again from various rupee sources along the way, in preparation for the final Malamart donation, buying the Hawkeye, and paying Fire to fix the Sky Cannon. Oh yeah, so the reason this route benefited from the direct spring water path is that it's fast for this route to pick up one of the golden bugs at the gorge way back before fighting King Bulblin 1, you may remember, instead of during this night cycle, which makes the cycle less tight so that getting to this Po a little after night begins doesn't make it so there isn't enough time to get the final Po of the cycle. So I spent a little extra daytime getting the Snowpeak Connection Cave Po right after snowboarding, instead of making a separate trip for it later. And that made it so I wasn't guaranteed to be waiting around for that first Po if I sped up the Springwater minigame. Routing is really cool. And talking to dogs is really slow, so I won't. The next step in the memory quest is to talk to Louise outside Telma's bar, but while I'm making my way downtown, I can stop at Giovanni's house to receive his bottle for having collected 20 Po souls. Hey Giovanni, can you remind me what the 15th letter of the alphabet is? That's right, thank you. Fully healing Giovanni requires all 60 Po souls, but since Link doesn't get anything for healing Giovanni other than rupees, it's not required for Hundo, and I won't come back here after getting all the Pos. The camera is pretty strange in that area, and it's easy to get analog glitch. If you look at my input display, I was holding the right direction. Link was just going a weird one. This is the one required trip to this area for 100%, but of course this route did come here earlier to get a hidden skill so that I could have Jump Strike before Temple of Time, and at that point I also got one of the 2 golden bugs. Here's yet another use of backslice for movement instead of combat. It's a neat jump, but at the same time it's unfortunate that this chest is part of the fastest rupee route. It takes about 20 seconds to pick it up, which just feels slow. And now for the main event, the Stallhounds. Ironically, having just spent so much time getting a rupee, I'm actually going to try to avoid the rupees that they drop. I'd get rupee text from them, and it just wouldn't be worth it on this route. Also, there's normally a short cutscene of the wooden statue bouncing out of the ground and Link walking over to pick it up, but I stood right where it was going to bounce out of the ground, so I skipped the cutscene. Now to finish clearing the area, I just need this golden bug. Now I'll embark on the big overworld journey, starting from the gorge, which has some convenient horse grass. In this section, I'll fully clear the gorge, the Faron Field, the Hylia Bridge, and Lake Hylia. It's basically the wagon escort in reverse. First up at the gorge is the Gorge Cave, which is kind of isolated because I'll be save warping out of it, and end up right back on the bridge where I just warped. Just like in real life, bombs are an alternative way to burn spiderwebs. I'll just use bomb arrows to burn the webs that I have a clear shot at, so I don't need to stop moving. just equipped the entire item wheel. Poe-souls are added to the inventory before Link lands from his backflip, so I can save warp out of the cave before landing to skip the text box. Next up, there's a Poe and 2 heart pieces on the north side of the field. But one of those heart pieces is supposed to require the double claw shots, and I don't have those. What a conundrum. Alright, looks like the Bulblin is walking away from the cliff edge. And I don't hear a Kargarok buddy, but they're sometimes stealthy. Nope, no buddy today. Yes indeed, I simply LJ'd to the heart piece chest. You can actually get here without the double claw shots glitchlessly as well, with a pretty precise wolf jump, but that's slower. Now I'll spawn on the same bridge one more time. This time as human though, which works out because I need to call Epona now. Hello, Bulblin. Goodbye, Bulblin. Just one more bug here at the gorge before it's totally cleared. And now I can head over to Faron Field. All I have left in this area is a golden bug and a Poe, but they can both get pretty messy, so I'm going to be careful with how I approach them. Well, trying to approach one of them. So here I'll use the sword put away trick to grab the bug out of the air. Ah, what happened there is the boomerang caught the bug low in the spinning tornado thing, so it landed on the ground when the boomerang came back, which is also pretty good. Now here I can aggro the Poe and try to kill it before all the enemies swarm me. Yeah, honestly, this one isn't so much about the approach as it is just keeping track of where all the enemies are. I refer to that Poe by a somewhat colorful name during runs. But that's all for Faron Field, so I'll head over to the Hyrule Bridge next. Remember those rocks that I blew up during the wagon escort a couple hours ago? Well, they're still blown up. The previous route didn't have bombs during the wagon escort, and while having to blow up the rocks during this night cycle while riding by an Epona isn't too slow, it's pretty nice to do it during an auto-scroller instead of having to worry about missing shots here. And in case you're wondering, no, I unfortunately couldn't have gotten this Poe during the wagon escort. The wagon escort has to happen before Midna's Desperate Hour, and this Poe only spawns after Midna's Desperate Hour. Now I need to transform to get back on Epona anyway, so I might as well let this chest do the work for me. Makes these rupees pretty quick. I've recently started killing these stallhounds because they can be just too much of a nuisance sometimes. It's not even just that they can attack Link, it's that they give a mortal draw prompt, so while I'm trying to pick up the bug, I can accidentally mortal draw them. And I also got 15 free rupees from them. That's pretty nice. Jaywalking carries a serious punishment in Hyrule. Now I'll intentionally catch this bug low in the boomerang so it lands on the ground like that other one before. It's not even worth trying to catch this one out of the air. If I mess up and it gets away, it can fly to some truly inaccessible locations. Now I'll part ways with Epona for an hour and a half or so, with a cool Epona slide. The only collectibles I still need in Lake Hylia are Flight by Fowl's Heart Piece and 2 Poes, but I'll also pick up some rupees at Isle of Riches while I'm at it. If I toss the boomerang and then stand the right distance from Falby, I can get the Cuckoos to land conveniently right in front of Link, which is good because the top platform at Isle of Riches is spinning on a cycle, and if I'm quick enough, I won't have to wait out part of a cycle to drop from it. And I made the cycle. There's some neat movement here to get down from this chest. I do it very carefully because falling off of this platform would basically be a dead run. It might not seem worthwhile to open a chest and get rupee text just for a red rupee, but I'm going to get some more red rupees soon, and I'd get text from those if I hadn't already gotten the text here. And now I'll head back to Fire so I can go up and do Flight by Fowl one more time for the remaining Poe. I wish there were a way to clip out of bounds and void from this platform, so we could do this first, void, respawn up at Flight by Fowl, and then end at Isle of Riches, but I haven't found a way to do it yet. This is the end of the continuous overworld arc. I crossed pretty much the entire map from east to west. Now I can finish up with 2 more stops, the first being Kakariko, where I can combine the trip to give Ilia the wooden statue with a bit of Poe cleanup. Fun fact, if I had skipped the wagon escort earlier, there would now be 2 Renatos in the room, and giving the wooden statue to Ilia would crash the game. Learned that one the hard way, though not in a hundo run, of course. Before I get to the pose, I can grab a quick 200 rupees from the Sanctuary Bell. You're really supposed to do this by Midna jumping up to the bell, but a boomerang throw and bomb arrow work just fine. I do need to move in a kind of peculiar way here though, just to make sure the boomerang doesn't get the rupee stuck on top of the sanctuary. Didn't quite get the text skip. That's a tough one, since the rupee is usually off screen until you collect it. Like I did with some of the golden bugs, I'll approach this cucko while target walking so it doesn't try to run away. And the easy way to get to that Poe at the bomb house is to fly over to the top of the bomb shop, but it's a little bit faster to fly to this platform instead, and it's kind of risky in the sense that if I fell it would cost a lot of time, but it's not very difficult. Just 1 Poe left in Kakariko, and then I can head to Death Mountain Trail for a Poe and a heart piece. As I mentioned earlier, time of day doesn't pass in Kakariko, but I'm back on the clock now. The fastest way up to this Poe will involve some Goron assistance. And if I angle this right, I should be able to auto-roll, transform, and then jump to the post smoothly. There are 3 convenient rocks with red rupees pretty much on the way to the heart piece. By now it's getting pretty near sunrise. My last stop for the night cycle is Upper Zora's River and Lanayru Field, where there are 2 more nighttime pose and then a bunch of collection that I can do during the daytime. It's important that the Lanayru Field collection is done now instead of during the only other nighttime remaining in the run, which is after Cave of Ordeals, because there are golden bugs there, and I want to give in all the golden bugs to get the giant wallet before Cave of Ordeals, so I can fill the giant wallet while clearing the cave. And I unfortunately couldn't do this collection during the ample nighttime that I had between Arbiter's Grounds and Snowpeak Ruins because the ice puzzle cave has a single ice wall that I need the ball and chain to get past. Alright, things have gone pretty well this cycle, so I expect the sun to be invisible or pretty low in the sky when I get out here. Yep, I got plenty of time. It's basically always worth knocking this Lizalfos down. He really likes to push Link while he's trying to get the Posol. And that's it for the night cycle. I still have plenty of collection to do in this area, but in-game time basically doesn't matter anymore. If there aren't any enemies nearby, we should be able to hear the daytime jingle when it finally turns day. Here, while waiting on this golden bug to come back to me, I can bomb arrow this rock, which has some rupees in it that I'll pick up soon. Wow, I think it's not day yet. That was a pretty solid cycle. This grotto contains 2 pose that are available any time of day, and if I move just right, I can knock them both down with 1 attack, and still have time to grab both souls before either of them gets up. Now I can grab the purple rupee from this rock that I failed to blow up before. Whoops, I guess I missed. It's kind of hard to see when... Amazing. Okay, what I was saying is it's hard to see whether the rock has been blown up from far away because it blends in with the background. And then when I transformed to blow it up, I forgot which button had the bomb arrows on it, so I threw the boomerang, then shot a bomb arrow, and it hit the boomerang and just kind of flew around in a circle. Very good. Anyway, next up is the heart piece at the top of these spinner rails, which incidentally involves the fastest ground speed in the game, 82 units per frame. It's faster than Epona's dash speed of 73, but not quite as fast as the Kargarok's dash speed of 100 in Zora's River. And now, as always, it's time to go wee. Wee! 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 I don't always say it out loud, but I do always think it. Now I want to fall quickly to the lower spinner rails, but I don't have the iron boots equipped. That'll do. Recall that I said this collection cycle culminates in a trick new to this route. Well, we're nearly upon it, and it's the reason that I got the spinner rail heart piece a moment ago, instead of making it the last thing I do in this area. Here the spinner speed is decreasing after the rail, so right about the time it matches Wolflink's dash speed, I'll transform and dash the rest of the way to the ice cave. We're coming up on the 24th and final golden bug of the run, which is also the final boss of golden bugs on account of how good it is at hiding. I do not see it. Oh no. Double oh no. That was dumb. I should have just killed the Tektite with a spin attack, and that would have gotten rid of the flashy sword sheathing animation. Oh, I see it! No, I evidently didn't see it during the run. I know this looks really stupid, but it's pretty common for the bug to be completely invisible, so it often does pay off to just throw the boomerang without seeing it. Okay, I saw it. I'm gonna get it. Amazing. Alright, I'm glad that's over because here's the cool stuff. It's been known for a long time that it's possible to skip all 3 puzzles in the ice cave, but doing so was pretty slow and it didn't work out with the route. I'll explain about the route in a minute, but suffice it to say we improved the puzzle skips to make them quite a bit faster and more consistent. I'll start off by getting onto this block with the now familiar Jump Strike Moon Boots bomb boost. From here, I can do a fairly precise LJA to land on this gate. There's puzzle 1 skipped, and skipping puzzle 2 will be quite a bit easier as long as I don't fall down to the floor. This double gate is the scariest part because if I fall between the gates, I am in jail. That costs minutes. So while I could do another LJA like the first one, I take an extra second or two to do a Jump Strike LJA instead, which is safer because I can aim it as perpendicularly to the gates as possible. The final puzzle skip is the hardest part. I can't go over this gate, and there's no known way to clip through it, so I have to open it and do a frame-perfect double LJA to barely squeeze through. This camera stuff is a vertical angle setup, because targeting the boomerang on top of the chest from this angle is very precise. Yeah, unfortunately I was 1 frame late on the frame-perfect input that time. To give you an idea of how precise this targeting is, out of the full range of 23,000 vertical angle units, the working range is 8 units tall. There we go. So now that I'm here, I'm stuck. I can't get out. The only options are to void, which I can't do from here, death warp from 16 hearts, or of course save warp. This is the reason these skips didn't work well with the previous route. Because of the way I got here, save warping brings me back to Upper Zora's River, where I last warped. But since I used King Bulblin to spend the daytime after Midna's Desperate Hour, I didn't need to use Iza's second minigame to spend any daytime, so I haven't done it yet. So on this route, this save warp is very useful, delivering me straight to the minigame, where on the old route that needed to do everything in this area earlier in the run, it would have been useless. This minigame shouldn't look like much if I do it well, but it's surprisingly difficult for beginners because the way the river current pulls the canoe is not always intuitive. When I started out in this category, I'd frequently fail this minigame and lose minutes. It's also non-trivial to do the minigame quickly because it's not an auto-scroller. Link does move faster when I'm holding up and not in first person, so I try to stay in first person only as long as I need to. To win the minigame, I need a minimum of 25 points out of the 30 available. This is one of the pots that I skip, because navigating this area is kind of tricky, and anytime I bonk into a wall, I lose a point. And it's pretty easy in this area to get stuck on a wall and bonk repeatedly with no avenue for escape. Good clean minigame, no bonks. Now I just need to fill in the rest of my points. The reward for this minigame is Iza's giant bomb bags, which double the capacity of all 3 bomb bags. Getting this upgrade so late in the run is actually part of the reason that I only bought 5 water bombs from Barnes a couple hours ago. If I had opened the 30 bomb refill chest in Sacred Grove while I still had water bombs left in that bomb bag, I wouldn't have had space in my other 2 bomb bags for all 30 normal bombs, so some would have been wasted. So that's pretty much it for the collection in this part of the run. That was a lot. The only things left between here and City in the Sky are donating the last rupees to Malamart and finishing up Ilia's memory quest, to which end I'll now warp the Eldin Bridge back home from the desert. Strictly speaking, warping this bridge isn't directly required for 100%, but it sits on top of Cave of Ordeals, and there's no known way in without warping it. It's also just faster to warp it, especially since I'll have to come to Hidden Village twice. If you're wondering, by the way, why I'm not riding Epona, it's because I don't have the horse collar yet. But I'm working on getting it right now. As usual, all the camera panning here is just for lag reduction. I guess I'm gonna shoot the Bulblins with the iron boots. There we go. Hidden Village is pretty fun. Enjoy the music. Not my best Hidden Village, but the end was alright. Now unfortunately, the defining feature of this last lead up to City in the Sky is that there are a lot of cutscenes. They're really good cutscenes, just not the most exciting part of a speedrun. Shoutouts to this one framer. So there's Ilia's charm, which I'll turn into the horse call soon. And now I just need to show this old lady my rod. I mentioned near the beginning of the run that I don't actually need the Ancient Skybook in my inventory for 100%. Where am I going? That was another one of those Twilight Princess Wii moments. Anyway, you're not supposed to be able to transform in Hidden Village, but I can if I stand in just the right place, which is convenient because I want to howl at this Howling Stone now instead of on the next trip so that I can get the hidden skill between the 2 trips. Sorry, I need to go back to this. I just checked. I did this run 4 days after my Wii 100% PB, which involved a few weeks of playing that version. It's so strange seeing myself make a mistake like that because I'd barely played the Wii version prior to those few weeks, so I never made mistakes like that before. Anyway, what I was trying to say about the Ancient Skybook is that it's not required for Hundo because it's not even supposed to be in the inventory at the end of a casual playthrough. It disappears once it's filled and Shad uses it to unseal the Sanctuary Owl statue. So the only reason I need it is to get Shad to repower the Dominion Rod, and then I don't need to fill it because it's not required in the first place. This is spawning the final Golden Wolf in North Castle Town just outside the barrier. It's a little out of the way, but I'm going to get that hidden skill a while before I go to Hyrule Castle, because the skill itself, Great Spin, is so useful in Palace of Twilight and Cave of Ordeals. With this final 200 rupee Malamart donation, I will have unlocked the magic armor, though of course I still need to buy it later on. And I can also pick up the other thing I need to buy here, the Hawkeye. The Hawkeye is pretty cool, but never worth equipping. And now I'll just head to the Sanctuary to finish Ilia's memory quest, with a nice long cutscene. It's kind of unfortunate that I'll only get to use the horse call once in this run. It would have been nice for the Lanayru Field collection, but it just doesn't make sense to delay that. Alright, now I can show the ancient skybook to Shad so he can repower the Dominion Rod, enabling me to travel across Hyrule collecting all of those skybook characters that aren't required. Well, there's my powered Dominion Rod, but I might have lied a little bit. I don't need any sky characters, I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna try to do this. So anticlimactic. There we go. So now I can just warp the sky cannon and skip all of that stuff. Rupees are just a little awkward here. I needed 200 for Malamart, 100 for the Hawkeye, and 300 to pay Fire to fix the cannon. But I also had to spend 20 on Iza's second minigame. Thankfully, getting a red rupee from Fire's house is pretty quick. If you've watched Twilight Princess any % runs in the past year or two, you may be aware that there's a French language exclusive glitch that gets Fire to fix the cannon for free. Doing that is almost fast for any %, but it's very not fast for 100%. Over all the slow text in the run, French loses 1 minute and 21 seconds to English. And Link was never seen again. The end. Oh. City in the Sky has a similar structure to Snowpeak Ruins and Forest Temple. I'll go for the dungeon item first, grab all the collectibles on the way to the boss key, and then of course finish with the boss. But first, let's play a game of Count the Argarok. Alright, I see 1 Argarok. I think that's it. Yeah, just the 1. That was fun. And I have control of Link again. How nice. And I already got some good RNG. The wind can be on one of 2 cycles, and I got the one that didn't start blowing as soon as I regained control. I'll try to delay a roll here so that I'm moving during the cutscene skip. To skip using the Uka in this room, I can do 2 LJAs, bouncing the boomerang off of walls to make it return and fly over the void sooner. In a moment, I'll transform to Wolf for no apparent reason, then transform back in the next room. There's a trigger in front of this door that turns on the big fan at the top of the next room, blocking access to the boss key. But the trigger was pretty small, and since Wolf Link only counts as hitting a trigger when a point near his back paws has crossed into it, I opened the door without hitting the trigger by opening it from about as far away as possible. This skip saves a few minutes in other categories, but it actually only saves a few seconds in 100% because I need to go to the boss key the old-fashioned way anyway to get some collectibles. So it pretty much just skips the cutscene of the fan turning off. Anyway, I'm now making a trip to the west wing to get a small key so that I can go to the east wing, which has a locked door, and get the double claw shots. With good timing, I can get off the spinner and roll right as this bridge finishes extending, just so I'm a little closer to the vines. That I'm not using because I'm LJAing instead, which is a little bit faster. After I get the double claw shots, I'm supposed to make my way across some double claw shotty rooms to get back to this room, then continue through new areas of the dungeon from here. It's fun, but slow, and conveniently, opening this small key chest sets my save warp spawn point right in this room. But that's a temporary save spawn point. It gets reset to the dungeon entrance once I hit the trigger for the Argarok cutscene after I leave this room. Spoilers. I'm not going to hit that cutscene trigger. The cutscene trigger in question is right around the top of the stairs in front of the door straight ahead. No problem. In terms of time save, this cutscene skip is kind of the opposite of the fan trigger skip a minute ago. In other categories, it only saves like 25-30 seconds, something like that. But in this category, it saves about a minute and a half. You see why I hate Baba serpents? Anyway, I'll do the same trick of getting off the spinner and rolling right as this bridge finishes extending. And remember, this spinner socket is like the first couple in Arbiter's grounds. I only need to mash around 4 times a second to get the bridge to extend as fast as possible. I should mention the somewhat notoriously TAS-only City in the Sky small key skip with which I could have skipped that trip to the West Wing. There's a variant of the trick that requires jump strike, which I have, that isn't TAS-only. I've done it myself, but it's still very difficult. And to save time with it in this category, I'd need to not only do it quickly, but also make a very tight P-hat cycle while doing the second half of the dungeon in reverse. This is another thing that you can see in the TAS, but probably won't see in RTA runs anytime soon. I seem to be having some trouble with this LJA. I kept slightly missing the doorframe that I wanted to bounce the boomerang off of. In this room, there are 2 gaps that I'll want to cross with LJAs, but rather than using the boomerang for the first one, it's a little bit faster to use this tile worm. You may have noticed that the tile worm LJA wasn't a full speed LJA. That's because the tile worm was at the same level as the ground Link was standing on, rather than higher ground or over a void. But the lower speed LJA was still enough to cross the gap. These Dynalphos are afraid of the claw shot. It is pretty scary. That method of killing the Dynalphos is very slightly faster than using a spin attack to knock them both off, because there's no hit stun effect. This fan turns on and off on a cycle, so I'll need to hesitate for a moment before jumping off with the Yuku. Here, with a good angle, I can jump off of this broken wall and go directly to this ledge, skipping a fan or 2. And now I'm way up here, but Aralphos is way down there. Now we're both way down there. There's a 1-framer here, and I'll try to put the iron boots on. Nah, I missed it. It only saves 6 frames anyway. This fight is pretty tough to do optimally, but that's fine. I'm not doing this fight. So again, because I skipped that cutscene on the bridge earlier, I can now save warp straight back to the small key chest on the opposite side of the dungeon, and skip a whole lot of backtracking. Thank goodness I have the double claw shots now, so I can do this. That LJA is pretty precise, but saves a second over claw-shotting down. Now most times I latch onto something with the double claw shots, I'll tap target. That just sped up getting into first person a little bit so I could aim sooner. Here I can use an LJA to skip the two Baba Serpents, and a little bit of claw shotting. There's a glitch on the HD version of the game that lets you claw shot through walls, and so the grate that I just claw shotted to can be reached right after jumping down from the small key chest. It unfortunately doesn't work on GameCube because it requires third-person aiming, but it saves like 30 seconds in that room. If you're wondering where the music just went, the Big Baba ate it, but it won't have time to eat me if I aim fast enough. As is often the case, it'll be faster to get to the heart piece chest with an LJA than crossing the room as intended. And from here I can claw shot up to the end of the room, as soon as I take care of these keys. This last LJA is a little bit faster than using the claw shot target. This room will feature music again, and some tightish movement so I can make a P-hat cycle coming back from the Poe. So if I took too long, the second P-hat will be too far away to claw shot to, but my movement was fine, so I can make it. And now to skip a bunch of load zones and flying around on P-hats, I can LJA straight to this heart piece chest. I had to be pretty careful with my aiming there, because I wanted to bounce the boomerang off the chest, but if I had aimed too low on the chest, the LJA wouldn't have had enough speed to make it across. You could see a moment ago that I took out the double claw shots while opening the door. Because Link doesn't use his hands to open doors in City in the Sky and Palace of Twilight, he can keep items in his hands across doors. So taking out the double claw shots during that cutscene saved 4 frames over having to take them out now, right before claw shotting. Hello, Kargarok. This room has a bunch of tight ropes. I'm going to use one of them, but skip the rest. And technically I could skip that one too, but I don't think it's faster. I should retime that. Anyway, that claw shot skipped a bunch, this LJA will skip one, and I'll LJA off the Poe to skip the second half of this one. Typically I would have turned off senses already, but turning off senses seems to make this area laggier, so I leave them on as long as possible here. And now I'll skip the rest of the tight ropes. Here's the room with the boss key, where I won't need to deactivate the fan, because of that trigger skip you remember I did as Wolf at the beginning of the dungeon. You were there, I was there. And now I'll go straight to the North Wing and head to Argarok. I was kinda supposed to turn on this fan in the previous room, but I can make it across anyway. For some reason, claw-shotting the top of these grates from above lets Link climb on top of the fans. And I can finish up with a pretty awesome double LJA. This room has some pretty fun aiming in it, especially with the strat that I'm about to do, where I snipe the top crystal switch with a bomb arrow from the bottom of the room. You'll hear it activate in just a moment. There it is. And now the top fan is already rotating, and that makes the cycles work out so that when I get to the top, I can claw shot straight to the boss door without waiting. Also, on these first few fans, instead of tapping target to start aiming quickly, I'll double tap the claw shot button. If I had tapped target, I might have accidentally locked onto the Aralphos at the bottom of the room, which would have made aiming quite a bit harder. So here I can claw shot straight to the door because the fan is already moving, and that saved around 10 seconds over not using a bomb arrow, though there are a few different strats to compare to, so it's hard to say exactly how much. Will I get the one frame roll? I will not. To get up to Argorok quickly, I will try to claw shot to the very top of the vines from down here, but it's kind of awkward. That was pretty good. Phase 1 of Argorok involves some waiting. It would be really cool if someday we figured out that we can actually claw shot its tail right away at the beginning of the fight, but no known way to do that yet. When it finally gets to the center of the arena, I will claw shot onto its tail not quite as soon as possible. If I were to claw shot onto its tail on the first possible frame, I would soft lock. Now while descending, I'll turn the camera a little bit to make it easy to claw shot up onto a pillar right after this cutscene for a quick second cycle. And I got high enough up quickly enough that Argorok won't fly away. Some people think of this fight as an auto-scroller, and while I do think it's designed more with the atmosphere in mind than having an action-packed fight, fighting Argorok optimally for a speedrun is not at all an auto-scroller. There's the quick second cycle we just saw, and in Phase 2, it's possible to speed up all the cycles by claw-shotting up and off of the pillars at the right times relative to Argorok's attacks, and by descending from the P-hats the right amount for flame cancels. In this category, I even get to skip a cycle with a neat strategy using the Great Fairy Tears that I got from Giovanni. To start off Phase 2, I'll do what just about anybody would do when faced with a giant fire-breathing dragon, and run away. That saves a couple of seconds because Argorok won't fly around the arena now. Now if I release the claw shot at the right time... Nah, I missed it, so I won't get to skip a P-hat here, but I can still do the flame cancel by descending on this P-hat as Argorok starts firing its flame, and I canceled the flame, because I guess Argorok thought I fell, so now I can finish this cycle pretty quickly. I'll hesitate a split second before claw-shotting up again, because if I claw-shot up too fast, Argorok will start attacking me midway up the pillar. Now this time I'll need to do a setup to use the Great Fairy Tears to skip the final cycle. Almost tried to use the Ancient Skybook to kill Argorok. I wonder how effective that would be. Basically what's happening here is the Great Fairy Tears will double Link's damage, so I can do 2 cycles of damage in one. But the reason this requires a setup is that there's a time limit on the Great Fairy Tears. It's pretty tough to make it onto Argorok's back and to do 4 attacks within that time limit. But with this setup, I'll have just enough time to. And there's the Argorok 2 cycle. This cutscene is pretty long. Maybe it would be a good time for another game of Count the Argorok. Alright, I count... 0 Argoroks. I can't see a single one. Is that right? I swear there used to be one. That's 17 hearts. Not too far from the end. Leaving City in the Sky, I'll fall safely into Lake Hylia unless I put on the iron boots and jump slash within the first few frames of control after the load. Which is exactly what I'll do, because I don't want to fall safely. I want to land as soon as possible and warp away. The main thing I want to do before the next dungeon, Palace of Twilight, is make a trip to Castletown to learn Great Spin, which will be useful both in Palace and in Cave of Ordeals. But I warp to Faron instead. That's because I'll need 15 rupees to play the second star minigame in Castletown, and I'm flat broke on account of paying Fire to fix the cannon. There's still a heart piece and Poe here that I haven't gotten yet, and I can pick up some convenient rupees along the way. Hey, Koro. Thanks for the text displacement.
What may you need?
Now you may notice I'm not even attempting to skip this rupee text. That's because there won't be another save warp until the end of Cave of Ordeals, and in Cave of Ordeals there will be so many blue and yellow rupees that it would be impossible to skip all the text, so I might as well just clear it now. Oh no. Got there eventually. Alright, I've got my 15 rupees for the star minigame, and I've completely cleared Faron. There's nothing left here to get, so I'm heading to Castletown. I hit the Postman trigger right after Temple of Time, so that I wouldn't need to worry about other Postman triggers for the rest of the cycle. But since then, I've opened Castletown Malamart, gotten the double claw shots, and finished City in the Sky, all of which occasion a letter for the Postman to deliver. So I'm back to skipping triggers for the rest of the run.
Oh yeah!
If Star 2 goes well, I should finish within 30 seconds, so over a minute left on the timer. Not bad. And now I'm giant and quivering. Next stop is Agatha's castle, where I'll give Agatha all the rest of the golden bugs for 600 rupees and the giant wallet, which holds 1,000 rupees. On top of Great Spin, the giant wallet is also important to have before Cave of Ordeals, so I can pick up enough RNG rupees for Charlot's heart piece. Pop quiz, what do I have to do so I can open Agatha's door sooner? If you just bellowed open the item wheel at your screen, you win... you win. Alright, you know the drill. I don't have too much to say while giving bugs to Agatha, but it is nice to see this full menu. See ya on the other side. Oh no. I lost track of which one was left. That is quite enough golden bug donation for one speedrun. Next up, I will immediately spend these 600 rupees on the magic armor, on my way up to the Golden Wolf in North Castletown. Once again, I'm being very careful with when I press A to roll. These NPCs all talk for seconds at a time. There's a small menuing optimization in buying the magic armor. If I tap up after talking to this guy, then the cursor will appear on, okay, I messed it up. I must have accidentally tapped up right or something. If I had tapped up, the cursor would have started off on the red potion right next to the magic armor, instead of all the way on the left. Now don't get too excited about the magic armor. I won't be putting it on during this run. It can be used in Hyrule Castle to save a little bit of time with the backslice moon boots, but that requires having 0 rupees. And the number of rupees I enter Hyrule Castle with depends on my RNG in Cave of Ordeals, so I don't bother trying to manage rupees to do that. Just like when I learned Jump Strike in the first place, I'll be able to release it before it's fully charged in this context. But this time I won't have to do the spin attack afterwards because there's only one hero shade. But when I learn Great Spin in just a moment, there will be 3 hero shades, and I can do the same optimization I did back at Jump Strike. Only this time the way I'll prevent the hero shade from falling down is with a backflip auto spin that doesn't reach him. Great Spin kills most enemies in one hit, so it's very useful in Cave of Ordeals, as I've said. Most enemies in Palace of Twilight die pretty quickly anyway, and the Light Sword will kill anything in one hit in the second half, but Great Spin makes the Phantom Zant fights way faster, and the Zant fight way easier. It'll also be useful in Hyrule Castle when I fight King Bulblin for the 4th and final time. And now I'm off to Palace of Twilight. The mirror cutscene will automatically transform me to human, after which point I will immediately transform back to wolf, as it's about half a second faster than getting to the first chest in Palace of Twilight as human. If I start dashing at an angle to the stairs, I can avoid bonking. Palace of Twilight in Hundo is similar to how it is in any other category, since even any percent goes through every room and gets every small key. The only differences will be hidden skills, including 1 or 2 uses for Shield Bash, finally, and the 2 heart pieces, which aren't far out of the way. There are no pose here. Some runners, and probably viewers, find Palace boring, and I agree as far as the long door cutscenes are concerned, but I personally think it's pretty fun because there are small optimizations to pay attention to in every room, so I'll highlight those in this commentary. Here's an optimization already. Some Zant heads, including the one in this room, bob up and down on a cycle, and a Midna charge released underneath them with the right timing and positioning can hit twice for a very quick kill. And I'll try to position Link in just the right place so I can press A to open the chest without moving after the cutscene. In this room, the Zant head can spawn in one of 4 places, and if I want to get to the chest location before the cutscene, I'll need to react properly to the RNG. I think that'll work. It's sometimes hard to tell because the chest pushes Link back as it spawns, just like you just saw. And that Zant head wasn't bobbing up and down, so I couldn't do the quick kill. There's only one other Zant head where the quick kill is relevant, and it's actually not as fast as the alternative in that case. Now I can get up to the door quickly by side hopping up the chest and jump slashing off, and I was hesitating between my side hops so I didn't accidentally start a back slice. I didn't do that movement back in the first room because the platform is higher. I couldn't have made it up. The normal RTA strat for Phantom Zant without Great Spin is a 3-cycle. Let's see how it goes with Great Spin. That's pretty quick. There is technically a 1-cycle that you can do without Great Spin, but it's triple frame perfect, so good luck. You can see it in TASes though. A couple of seconds after I make the hand release the soul, Midna will pop up with some text, but I can skip it as long as I claw shot the soul itself quickly enough. That slide you just saw is what's called an L slide, done by targeting and holding a control stick direction while claw shotting something, and it'll save just a little bit of time every time I'm claw shotting a soul. So while this cutscene was starting, I threw the soul into the socket, so the two cutscenes overlapped and the stairs were already raised. Here I'll even do a cinematic camera pan while I'm L sliding, just so I can see the door. In this room, because of the stupid wall right in front of me, I'll have to do a kind of blind throw around the corner. What were the architects thinking? And now I'll pull the sword out so I don't accidentally mortal draw the squeeble. Oh, I missed. Missing that throw always feels like a much bigger time loss than it really is. But there's no need to worry about the Zant hand or anything. I know they're stressful in casual playthroughs, but in speedruns where you already know where you're going, they move too slowly to be a concern most of the time. Here I'll do a more important L slide. That one not only moved me towards the door, but also prevented a flock of squeebles from spawning. I think the trigger for them spawning is Link running past a certain point while carrying the soul, and of course that never happened because I L-slid past that point. Just this room left for this wing, and I've got my first heart piece coming up. Great Spin only works at full health, and I want to have Great Spin for the second Phantom Zant fight, so I'll need to avoid taking damage between here and there. I can even go for a tiny L slide here. I can't prevent these squeebles from spawning, but navigating around them is pretty easy. Here I'll sword drop the soul and roll onto the platform before the cutscene starts, so the platform starts rising during the cutscene. And I lined up that roll onto the platform so that I can do an LJA right away off of it. If I had been too far back on the platform, Link wouldn't have made it over the gap. And if I had been too far forwards, the boomerang would have made it over the collision on the other side, and my LJA would have been very low speed. This room is sometimes referred to as Stupid Room because stupid things can happen in it. I'm gonna hope none do this time. First I'll claw shot up, thankfully the keys aren't in the way, and drop onto this platform. I'll jump off this platform as soon as I can, I'll explain that in a second. And I can barely make it to this guy before he hits me. Alright, that was a very good room. So in other categories, you'll see speedrunners delay getting off of the first light platform. That's because the Zant head has 5 possible spawn locations in the room, and unless you wait out part of the platform cycle before spawning him, if he spawns at one of the far locations, then there isn't enough time to get to him and kill him before he warps away. But Hundo has Shield Bash here, and if he had spawned in one of those places, I could have Shield Bashed his attack back at him to stun him and keep him there. I'll start off this room by stunning these 2 Shadow Beasts with the boomerang, so they don't just stand there and attack, and instead follow me to the middle of the room. This is the other Zant head that I could get a double Midna charge hit on, but it's faster to do it this way, so I'm launched towards the center of the room. And now if I'm quick enough, I can claw shot up to this target before the cutscene starts. I'll try to aim at this next clawshot target without going into first person. Nah, I barely missed it. Not a big deal. That one just looks really cool when you get it, and obviously is a little bit faster. There is an LJA from this platform to the door, but it's actually faster to clawshot if you do it fast. Phantom's Ant 2 is basically the same as Phantom's Ant 1. You may have noticed I was doing clockwise quick spins there. I can't remember whether I've already said this at some point, so sorry if I have, but clockwise quick spins are 1 frame faster than counterclockwise quick spins. The two directions do hit enemies differently though, so there have been some points in the run where I've intentionally used counterclockwise spins. This hand's cutscene activates differently from the first one. It just activates when the soul gets far enough away from it. So I had to get pretty close before clawshotting so Link would actually hold the soul before the cutscene started, otherwise it would have just dropped to the ground. I'll time a roll stab onto this platform to get as far as possible during the cutscene. And here's another of those cinematic L slides. I call this room the Run Straight room. See if you can figure out why. Did you figure it out? Let me know in the comments. One last room before I'm back outside. This room has the second heart piece in it, and it's fastest to start off by throwing the soul, so that it falls onto the platform during the cutscene and starts activating it. That was an impressive grab. Hello, Zant Hand. I will be able to jump straight down to one of the platforms, but I'll have to wait out a little bit of the cycle. While I'm waiting on this platform, there's really nothing else to do, so I'll target these keys and just stun them to make sure they don't attack while I'm jumping off the platform. It's incredibly unlikely, but it has happened. There's a one-framer where I can try to throw the soul before the cutscene. I didn't get it, so I'll sword drop the soul and roll to the platform, and then clawshot the soul from here, which is faster than running over with the soul. Hey, what'd you just call me? That'll teach you. It's the light sword. Much easier to carry. I just rolled on a one-framer, which is why Link turned around there, and it may not have looked like that one-framer did anything because the Midna text stopped him right away, but because Link was facing the same direction as the camera, it skipped a camera pan, and Midna popped up 5 frames earlier than she would have otherwise. In this room, my first goal is to throw both souls directly into the sockets, and to get the second throw out before the first cutscene starts. That was pretty good. It is actually possible to skip racing these stairs with a Keese super jump, but it's pretty hard to do it fast because you have to target the Keese with the boomerang while it's flying around in that black fog. So I don't go for it because of that, and optimally it only saves about 2 seconds anyway. What is this Keese doing down here? Hopefully not attacking me? Okay, cool. So here's the power of the light source. And I'll activate these souls now because there's a little bit of a delay between activating them and the platform actually starting to rise. So now when I get on the platform, it'll start rising right away. Aw, man. That's fine, because I have the light sword, it doesn't really matter whether I have great spin, up until Zant anyway. This is a really bad LJA to fail, and I didn't, so that's nice. The boss key is out here, and I'll have a few waves of Zant heads to kill. It'll make the most sense to kill the first Zant head, then get the boss key, and then continue with the other Zant heads, just because of how the spawn cycles work out. I have some downtime, so I'm doing a pretty elaborate setup for a simple LJA. It looks like LJAing here should be trivial because there's a void all around, but there's out of bounds collision in the void, which makes LJAing impossible. So I'll need to LJA while the boomerang is in this wall. And I'll try to void out as soon as the Zant head explodes, so it counts as dead. That's a little bit faster than riding the platform back. Now if I claw shot up to the boss key quickly enough, then I'll be jumping down from the boss key at a good point in the Zant head's spawn cycle. Yeah, skipping the bottom claw shot targets is a little precise. I briefly entered first person, just to make sure I jumped in the right direction, and as expected, the Zant heads aren't between cycles. There's a platform at the top of this room that moves on a cycle, so I'll be hastening through the room up to that point so I don't arrive late and need to wait. I could use an LJA to get to the next platform a little bit faster, but the boomerang sometimes doesn't go out of bounds, so I'd want to buffer it, and the top platform would stop moving during my buffer, so it's not worth it as long as I still make the cycle at the end. That LJA, on the other hand, used the height difference between the platform I was on and the platform I was LJAing to, instead of needing the boomerang to go out of bounds, so I didn't need to buffer it. And I just did a pretty unnecessary vertical angle setup for claw-shotting the very bottom of this target, but I had to wait anyway. There you go, easily made the cycle. Here's the big moment for Shield Bash. I can reflect this attack back at the Zant head, and then kill it before it despawns. There it is, my 7th and final small key of the dungeon. And I can LJA here once the boomerang gets to the top of the stairs. This room has a lot of shadow beasts in it. Ah! Boy, that was scary. But anyway, I got enough heart drops that I'm back up at full health, so I have great spin for Zant, which, because of the way Zant works, doesn't actually speed up the fight by very much, but it does make it a lot easier. Basically, instead of trying to start 4-part sword combos early enough that the last part hits Zant right as he becomes vulnerable, I can just great spin instead. Hey Zant, I heard this weird rumor that you're part race car. Is that true? Wow, I never knew. This phase of the fight is by far the simplest. I boomerang him down, he bounces a random number of times, and I great spin him. Twice. There is a 1 cycle for that phase, but it's frame perfect and barely saves time over the 2 cycle. But the 1 cycle for this next phase has a 2 frame window and saves more time. So I'll go for it by delaying finishing a sword combo until right when Zant tries to warp away. Ah, I missed it. That means I released the sword combo just a little bit too early. The number of times he teleports around for the second cycle is RNG, and I got the worst case. Yeah, would have been nice to get the 1 cycle. I have a moment here before Zant shows up, so it's time for the fish suit dance. Fish suit dance, my fish suit dance, doing my fish suit dance, yeah. Alright, here's that one other opportunity to get that other kind of Mortal Draw animation, and I missed it again. Too bad. It unfortunately isn't possible to 1 cycle this phase, or for that matter, any of the remaining phases. But I can take this downtime to refill my health, so I have great spin for the rest of the fight. Now Zant will spawn in the head that's farthest away from Link at a certain time, so I'll time starting to swim towards this Zant head so Zant spawns in it, but I'm still pretty close to it by the time the mouth opens. Zant always starts hopping the same direction on this phase, so I know exactly where to go to get him. And here I can use the ball and chain to knock him down instead of bonking. This phase is unfortunately pretty slow. It's got 2 cycles, I'll just need to wait for Zant to fall down, where I can hit his foot with the ball and chain, and then great spin him. This phase is the nicest one to have great spin for because it has such a wide reach, and the ice physics makes it hard to hit Zant with the combo sometimes. Wow. I was trying to spin attack that entire time. Amazing. Spin attacks are just impossible sometimes. Who knows? There's some pretty nifty choreography I can use to make this phase go by very quickly. Dodging on that last cycle made Zant vulnerable a little bit sooner than he would have been if I had just knocked him back with a spin attack. I knew enrolling Zant in those drama classes was a bad idea. Here's one last L slide for Palace of Twilight. Hyrule Castle is the only dungeon left. There are no collectibles there, so I still have 5 Poes and 3 heart pieces to clean up in the overworld. 2 of the Poes are night only, 3 are in Cave of Ordeals, and passing the 16th floor of Cave of Ordeals sets time of day to night. Very convenient. So that's where I'm going next. Even though Wolf moves only a little bit faster than human in dungeons, it'll be faster to transform now, as getting this Midna text is a little bit faster when Midna doesn't have to pop out of Link's shadow, and Link will exit the mirror on the other side a little faster as Wolf. And of course, I'm about to warp away, which would transform me anyway. Here's a tiny optimization. Even though I'm warping from the desert to the desert, I'm going to zoom out and then zoom back in on the map. Even though the zooming itself takes time, it means the cursor has less distance to travel, and the portals can appear without pausing the cursor when the map is zoomed out. So overall it saves 4 frames. Alright, Cave of Ordeals is not a dungeon. The reward for clearing it is filling an existing bottle with Great Fairy Tears, which is not required for 100%. And talking to all the Great Fairies to put fairies in the overworld springs is also not required. The only reason I need to enter the cave is for the 3 pose, the last of which is on floor 44 out of 50. There isn't much emphasis on combat in this game in general, and even though I will be using Great Spin constantly to kill enemies quickly, getting through each floor without taking damage so as to preserve Great Spin is a really fun and difficult challenge, though hopefully I'll make it look easy. For sparse floors like this, the main challenge is just keeping track of where all the enemies are. Now ideally I won't be taking any damage throughout the cave, but there's one very difficult ice floor, and if I take damage on that floor while wearing the Zora Armor, I could lose a lot of health very quickly. The only health refills I have available to me are individual hearts, though sometimes trios of hearts, that I can dig up on a few of the floors, and the milk that I've been carrying around for 5.5 hours, which can refill 3 hearts. Now pretty much any of these options will cost time, so I want to avoid them if possible. But if I were to end up in a situation where I didn't have any health refills available, and I didn't have Great Spin for a long time, then that would end up costing quite a bit of time. Ideally, I'll have 850 rupees or more by the time I leave the cave. 300 of those are guaranteed from dig spots, but the rest are RNG enemy drops. There are backups if I don't get enough though. Ah, I made a point of picking up that arrow because arrows count as enemies in Cave of Ordeals. As long as the arrow is around, the door will not open. Each time I cross the threshold of a floor, the floor beyond the next door loads. And if that floor has enemies that wander around, that's when they start wandering. So a floor like this one has a lot of variance because the geese were flying around randomly the entire time I was on the previous floor. This rupee's far away. I'm gonna be late to the door. I lost half a second or something. This floor can be a pain because it's easy to accidentally jump straight down onto a Tektite and take damage. Can't find any of the rupees. The last enemy on this floor just exploded, triggering the door to open, and since the door doesn't pause for Midna calls and transformations, it saves a small amount of time to transform Wolf for faster movement to the fairy. And then the cutscene's auto-transform back to human doesn't cost any time. On the HD version, these great fairies every 10 floors are skippable with third-person clawshot clips, like the one I mentioned right after the save warp in City in the Sky. GameCube again can't do that because, at least with current knowledge, the clips require third-person aiming. If it could be done on GameCube, it would save somewhere in the vicinity of 2 minutes. It's nice when the purple chew is up against the wall like that and I don't need to aim. Wow, they are all in... These guys can be all across the room. It's crazy that they're all in the same place. So I can get 2 doubles like this. That was good luck. On this floor, I'll once again transform once all the enemies have exploded, but this time it's to dig up an orange rupee, which, by the way, I won't get text for, because I already got orange rupee text from Agatha. Yeah, sometimes that strat works out better than that. I'm now entering floor 16, which is the floor that sets time of day to night. And the first Poe is on the next floor, which certainly makes it seem like those two things are related, but I'm not sure they actually are. There are plenty of Poes, especially in other caves and grottos, that are available at all times, so I don't know why these would be night only. There's a pretty cool strategy on this floor. If I jump off, if I had jumped off that ledge in the right place, then the levers would have spawned pretty close together, but still in a circle around Link, and I would have been able to kill all of them right away. But since they spawned like that, I ran away instead. On this floor, I'll try not to leave any two chews next to each other so they can mate and take longer to kill, and I'll also stop and bottle the rare chew jelly, which I can use on Beast Gamer. Yeah, that floor can be kind of a mess. And this is floor 19, so the Great Fairy is on the next floor, and I will transform at the door to get there a little faster again. Here's something unintuitive. I'm gonna do a slash right when this door starts to open. That aggroed the bokoblins on the next floor, so they're all gonna be gathering right here where I can kill them. I keep losing small amounts of time to rupees. I don't think I needed those either, I'm doing okay. Anyway, this floor has some keys and rats, but also ghost rats, so as soon as I get weighed down by the ghost rats, I'll just go ahead and transform to take care of them, and then do the rest of the floor as wolf. On the one hand, it's kind of annoying to get slowed down by the ghost rats, but on the other, it's actually pretty nice when they all clump onto Link, so I don't need to chase the last one on the floor around and waste a bunch of time. Yeah, I'm doing fine on rupees. My benchmark is having 400 leaving this floor. On this floor, I'll need to be a little bit careful. I don't want to get stunned by any of the redeads. And really, as you might imagine, it pays to be mentally prepared for every floor, but there are certain floors where it matters more than others, and this is one of them. I'm just going to roll at the right time to dodge the arrow. This floor is kind of like that Tektite floor in that you can jump straight down onto a Stalfos and take damage. I think I've only had that happen once though. It's pretty rare. This is not my day for quick spins. Whoops, that was supposed to be a back hop. Alright, and once again transforming because there's a great fairy on the next floor. The entire cave can be tough when you're trying to go fast, but the next 10 floors are definitely the toughest. Since I was doing an equip already, I went ahead and switched bomb bags. That bag was nearly empty, but I will want several more. Really, not my day for quick spins. Here's the second of the 3 Poe floors, and I'll need to be really careful on this one. It's easy to get stunned by one of the redeads and then get hit by the Poe. It's kind of the entire point of the room. Since the next floor has some ghost rats on it, I will stay wolf. Again, ideally the ghost rats will all latch onto Link, because that'll make my jump attack shorter, and then I can just kill them all with one spin attack. Yeah, good move there. If I hadn't turned away from that one shoe, then the ones on the other side would have mated before I got to them. Oh wow, the fake out. I didn't think there were any left because the enemy music stopped. That's usually trustworthy. Oh, here's another time where it really pays to remember which floor you're on. I don't actually have evidence of this, but I'm fairly certain that every Hundo runner at one point or another has jumped directly onto this freezer. This next floor is a particularly tough one to avoid taking damage on. I'll just need to react quickly to what I see. That was pretty good. That wasn't the best RNG to handle, but not the worst either. And keeping Great Spin for this next floor is very nice. Alright, the next floor is by far the hardest one that I'll be doing. It's like the Chilfos floor in that I'll need to react to what I see, but it's also very likely I'll take damage anyway. Honestly, I'm not sure how the Chilfos hit me through the Great Spin and didn't also get hit. But that's just how this room goes. Yeah, I meant to hit the Chilfos and the Freezered with that one, but I think getting the right angle would have taken too long and I would have gotten hit by the Chilfos. So yeah, there's kind of a lot of variance in that room. Sometimes I even keep Great Spin, but most often it's like that. And due to the nature of the remaining floors, it's nice to have Great Spin. It does save a little bit of time, but it's not worth equipping and drinking milk just to get it back. Here I'm being very particular about how I approach this Dark Nut and how I'm slashing it, so I can keep it sequestered from the other one. Because one Dark Nut is not a problem. 2 Dark Nuts right next to each other, that's something else. And as soon as this guy explodes, I'll transform again. There's a great fairy on the next floor, and also a dig spot with 200 rupees here. So now I have more than enough, and can fully regret going out of my way for a few earlier. That was floor 40, so just 4 more floors till the last Poe in the cave. Oh no. All these guys are so picky. For some reason, to kill Armos with bomb arrows, you have to shoot right behind them. Though I think on the Wii version, you have to shoot right in front of them instead. Pretty strange. This room is supposed to require double claw shots to progress, but it doesn't. This room would be a little bit faster if I had Great Spin, but a bomb arrow is pretty good. That actually works out okay. I wanted to run out of bomb arrows before the next room anyway. I'll be doing some archery, and the explosions would just make it harder to see. This room's pretty tough to do well. Let's see how this goes. Not a bad shot. Oh. The point blank. Yeah, well that could have been worse. And that's the last floor I need to clear. On the next floor, I'll just grab the Poe and save warp to get out. It's hard to commentate Cave of Ordeals because there's so much strategizing and practice that goes into it. But on a lot of floors, it's clear what the strategy is if you're paying any attention. And on other floors, the strategy is impossible to get across because it mostly has to do with being ready to react to all different RNG cases, and basically just boils down to playing the game well. This cave segment took 16 minutes and 34 seconds, which is pretty good. A few years ago, sub 17 seemed impossible, but now it's not uncommon for me. So who knows? Maybe by the next time I commentate a run, I'll nab the sub 16. Okay, just a bit of cleanup left, and most of it is in and around Hidden Village, so I'm heading there now. Here's my second to last postman skip. I'll look for a certain visual cue on the bridge so I know to stop and transform. And then I'll call Epona before LJing over the trigger. She takes some time to get to Link, so I'll do the LJA while waiting. Remember like 4 hours ago when I blew up a rock at this end of the bridge and left the rupees there? Well, I don't need the rupees after all. Cave of Ordeals RNG was fine. But if I did need them, this is where I would pick them up. Hi, fellas. It's all the way over there. I'll have to make my greeting more friendly next time. As I mentioned earlier, I was using floor 16 of Cave of Ordeals to set nighttime for these last couple Poes. But this is kind of like the nighttime after Arbiter's grounds, in that there's way more than I really need. All I need to do is enter Hidden Village before day. I think I can make it. Oh, that was a close one. Even if you've played this game before, you may not be aware that this minigame even exists, but I'll earn my second to last heart piece by talking to all 20 cats in Hidden Village. I love that they reprised this music for this minigame. So all the cats start in set positions, and I think all of them can wander around at least a little bit, but some of them tend to wander more than others. One in particular towards the end likes to make itself scarce. Here's a little awkward jump to the next building. Oh good, looks like none of the upper story cats fell off. Here's where I need to keep an eye out for that one cat. Oh good. And I've left the last two to be on the way back to the Cuckoo to end the minigame. Ooh, nice bee attack onto the windowsill. Past me? Good job. Now the hardest part of the minigame is getting to the heart piece without talking to any more cats. Or chickens. Man. Yeah, had to delay that dash. I'm in the clear. This bow is a little bit awkward because you're really not supposed to be able to kill it down here. You're supposed to kill it from up top, but you can just barely get it to aggro with a jump attack. Here's my fast text for 60 Poe-souls, and I'm off to Castletown. That's the last warp. How little there is to do in this night cycle and the Post-Arbiter's Grounds night cycle is really a testament to how much this route squeezes into the Post-Temple of Time night cycle. That cycle is just the optimal point to get so many of the night-only Poes. One last postman skip. And here's the final heart piece. Eventually. This doesn't apply to this run because I have so many extra rupees, but these donations can be scary when I don't have at least 10 extra rupees, since accidentally donating 30 past a certain point can make it impossible to reach 1,000. Yep. Still donating. And that is the sound of 100%. I just need to kill Ganon. Oh, well there's one important thing I need to do before killing Ganon. Okay, now I can kill Ganon. I mentioned a few hours ago that the new 100% task will use one golden wolf to get all the hidden skills. This is done by save warping during cutscenes with a task-only trick called item wheel delay, and that can also be used to simply skip some long cutscenes like this one. Now the new 100% task specifically still won't be able to skip this cutscene because activating the glitch requires not having done Iza's first minigame yet, and it's not worth delaying that to this point in the route. But future tasks of other categories will be able to skip this cutscene, which is pretty neat. This door has won the most bonkable door award 19 years in a row. But not this year. Again, there are no collectibles in Hyrule Castle, so I just need to get to King Bulblin for the small key, make my way through the castle interior and tower, and then fight the final bosses. And of course, the first step on the path to King Bulblin is getting 10 rupees. Letting the rupee text automatically release a partially charged jump strike made Link jump attack during the rupee cutscene, which didn't activate the barrier that was meant to trap me with the bokoblins. This barrier is much easier to skip. I can just skip the cutscene and roll out of it. And once again, I went to the wrong side because I had been doing Wii version speedruns a few days before this. It is actually crazy how much time I lost in this run to the Wii version being mirrored. Probably like 10 seconds over the course of the run. The triggers for the barrier forming and King Bulblin falling are separate, but if I start a roll stab in the right place, then I can hit both at once and save a second or so. That fight can be a one cycle even without Great Spin, but it's even faster with it. Midna really wants to tell me that King Bulblin just spoke, but I already know that. I was here. So I'll go for a one-frame backflip so that I can save warp before hitting the ground and getting that text. This one-framer saves like 5 or 6 seconds, so it's pretty unfortunate that you kinda just have to mash for it. This door is one of those special double doors that Link always exits on the right side regardless of which door he enters, though obviously I'm entering on the right side anyway, so it'll just look normal. Wow, he came out the right door. For this third barrier skip, I'll just jump attack into the cutscene trigger. While the cutscene was skipping, Link couldn't auto-walk into the barrier because he was too busy falling. I'll need to equip the ball and chain, so I'll do it before the door so Link doesn't have an item in his hand at the door. And this is another door where Link will come out the right side regardless, but this time you'll actually see. Magic. But for a more impressive magic trick, I've got one more barrier to skip. This one uses the same method as the first barrier skip did, only with a blue rupee, and this time it's a little more risky and precise. That just barely makes it past the trigger. Hello, Darknut. Goodbye, Darknut. And as a nice little souvenir of skipping that Darknut, I get to keep the music for a little while. This room has a neat optimization. The torches are meant to be lit in a certain order, and each torch extinguishes itself after a certain time to enforce that order. But with good movement, there's enough time to swap the order of 2 of them, which saves a little under a second by using a more efficient path. Also, I equipped over the lantern before the cutscene so Link would automatically put the lantern away during the cutscene to make opening this door faster. It is possible to shoot one bomb arrow and kill both Dynalthos, but it's pretty precise. The addition of Darknut music makes those 2 rooms way more intense than they're supposed to be. Here's the first barrier I won't skip. It is possible to skip this barrier, it's just difficult to do so in a way that saves time because this fight is pretty quick. I guess I also didn't skip King Bulblin's barrier, but the key that I wanted was inside the barrier, so, it didn't make sense to skip that. Bloop. Interestingly, I found while tassing that I could hit this cutscene trigger faster by rolling to the middle of the rampart instead of parallel to the wall. This is a great example of me using the word interestingly to start a sentence that's probably interesting to 5 people. And here's the end of the game. Link's about to die. So long. Oh. It's a shame, really. If the game ended there, I could have a 604. This tower climb should go by pretty quickly. In this room, for instance, I can ignore the puzzle completely and just hop across the blocks before they fall. I'll snipe the Lizalfos from here so the barrier has a chance to disappear again before I get to the stairs. And here I can stand near the edge of the stairs to skip a claw shot target. Kablooey. I was keeping an eye on the blade trap on the right to make sure I got on the spinner rail at a good time. And one last barrier to skip, I can just claw shot past this one. Astoundingly, that barrier skip was discovered 10 years after the game's release. Thanks, DF. Just a few bosses left. I make a point of doing that equip before entering the fight, because as you'll know if you've seen my video on how to crash this game, pulling up the item wheel on a certain frame at the beginning of the Zelda fight crashes the game. I do intentionally go for the crash sometimes, but it would be a shame to do it absent-mindedly. I'm looking up here because this fight is pretty laggy, especially when the camera is facing the throne. I'll try to keep it off the throne at all times. There's the first of the 3 light ball attacks I need. At minimum, there will be 1 other attack before the next light ball, then 3 more attacks between the second and third light balls, for a total of 7 cycles. But that's just the minimum. The number of cycles, which of the 3 attacks Zelda does on each cycle, and how long Zelda floats around between cycles are all completely random. The only thing I can do to speed this fight up is reduce lag. No extra cycles so far, so looking good for a 7. The most cycles anyone's ever gotten in a run is 17, which is pretty bad. And just like a lot of other RNG components in the game, like ook hopping around or fishing out the fishing bottle or Armagoma crawling around the ceiling, there is no maximum number of cycles, so this fight could last forever. I hope you brought snacks. Hello, Midna. It is indeed a 7 cycle. Thank you, Zelda. If I do the right amount of damage to Beast Ganon, I can 2-cycle him without him ever having the chance to warp around to a random number of portals. To start off, I'll knock him down right away with the bow. Whoops, went the wrong way. And no, that's not because I was thinking of the Wii version. Which direction he falls is random. By starting at the throne end of the room and walking slowly away from the throne, I can manipulate Ganon to fall facing this direction, so he doesn't need to swivel to face me, and I can still keep the camera off the throne. This 2-cycle, by the way, is very easy. All I have to do is drink the Chew Jelly and Mortal Draw one more time. Ganondorf can ride in a few different directions in this phase, but I should be able to tail him pretty well regardless of where he goes. Alright, this is the easy direction. It's a pretty common misconception among viewers that Zelda's aim is bad or random or something, but she actually just shoots in the direction opponent is facing, so aiming is all up to the player. Easy horseback. Hey Ganondorf, what kind of car does an egg drive? A Volkswagen! Oh, you like that one, did you? Yeah, that one's a classic. I'd even say it's an excellent joke. What? Come on, now you're Mr. Highbrow all of a sudden? Anyway, that's pretty much it. This run is my current PB at 6 hours, 11 minutes, and 32 seconds. There were some good parts and some bad, but overall I think it's a good demonstration of this route, the practice I've put in, and the strategies we've developed as a community. Though there is that new trick in Goron Mines that'll save 2 minutes, so next time I'm running this category I will certainly be going for sub 610. But I hope you enjoyed the run and the commentary, and I'll see you next time.